and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner.
Welcome everyone to Generic Drugs Forum, GDF 2023, celebrating 10 years of the GDF. Good day, good afternoon, or good night, as the case may be. It is extremely gratifying to see so many of you online with us here today for our very first conference of 2023. We certainly appreciate your commitment in attending this event from across the globe, wherever you may be in various time zones. And again, we are all virtual this year, but we invite you to network amongst yourselves in the chat pod when it's available. And I know it's pretty early, our time zone, but I do see some good, encouraged conversation in that chat pod. And it's a delight to see such global participation and enthusiasm. My name is Brenda Stoddard, and I'm with the Small Business and Industry Assistance SBIA program, which operates within the Division of Drug Information, which in turn resides in FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research's Office of Communications. Along with my SBIA colleagues and our moderator, Captain Rayford, I welcome and encourage you to stay with us for the entire duration of the next 2 days, if at all possible. And as the day continues, please invite your colleagues because we are also available through YouTube. This year, we celebrate a milestone for our Generic Drugs Forum, which was first offered in 2013. It is a continued joy and privilege to be able to work so closely with CDA's super offices, namely the Office of Generic Drugs, the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality, and the Office of Strategic Programs to deliver this conference. It takes a lot of work behind the scenes and many individuals to deliver this event. Every year it gets better and better as we are able to incorporate more of your feedback, and we hope that you feel the same way too, that it is getting better. We trust that the next 2 days will prove to be valuable, productive, and useful to you in very tangible and applicable ways. And now, as we set up for this poll, I know that many of you have been with us for quite some time, perhaps even going back as far as 2010. And I hope that even so, many of you are also first-timers. Oh, you guys know exactly what to do. And we continue to work towards expanding our audience base and increasing our portfolio of SBIA events. So to break the ice and get us thinking, we do have this question that you see up on the poll here. And the question is, how many conferences have you attended? And our choices are, as I continue to give you a little time to vote here, our choices are, this is my first one, 2 to 5, 6 to 10, more than 10, most since 2010. All right, the voting seems to have been settled a little bit here. Let's see what we see. Okay, most of you, of course, have been with us before. So thank you so much for your continued support and for those who have joined us before. And this is phenomenal. 19%, 19%, thank you much. 19% of you selected A. So hopefully next time, and we hope there will be many, many more next times, you'll be able to select B. Thank you. We can disregard the poll now. Okay, so I have alluded to the number of registrants a couple times, I think, earlier on. And the question is, how many registrants are there? Well, as of this morning, we have over 3,221 registrants representing over 100 countries. 44% of these registrants have self-identified as small businesses, and over 21% of those report having 1 to 9 employees. And these stats continue to be extremely important to us here at FDA, at CDER, at SBIA, as they confirm that we are indeed reaching the small business sector of our total audience. And of course, our total audience represents the entire global pharmaceutical industry. What you see here is a snapshot of a geomap for today's event. And you can actually click on this image, which will take you to your browser, where you can zoom in and have a closer look at our global participation. So have some fun with it. Try and see if you have anyone in your neighborhood who's also attending. So moving on, this slide here provides the QR codes for our social media avenues. You can scan the codes with your phones and be taken to the appropriate platform. And they will also be advertised across the screen banner during the breaks if you miss that opportunity now. In our ongoing environment, this event is 100% remote in addition to being 100% virtual. So what that means to us is that over the next 2 days, we will have a total, and I think we outdid ourselves this time around, we will have a total of 65 speakers and panelists, not to mention our SBIA team and technical staff, many of us working from our own homes. As such, there may be some internet issues, but please bear with us, and if in fact we do encounter those, we will try to get them resolved as quickly as possible. And speaking of tech issues, here is the link for a one-stop shop for answers to your technical questions, for downloading the files, accessing the survey link to obtain the certificate of attendance, and so much more. It's the same page that you used this morning to access the event, so please bookmark that page. And if you have any technical questions, check there first, and you will most likely find your answer. We invite you to submit your questions to us so that we have vibrant and productive Q&A segments, which are so crucial to these events. This is a learning opportunity. Every SBIA event, webinar, conference is a learning opportunity, and I encourage you to take full advantage of the expertise we offer you. When you do submit your question, please identify that individual presenter by prefacing your question with the speaker's name as shown here. And we will get to as many questions as time allows. Also, during each presentation, there is a link on the right side of the screen where you see the speaker's headshots, and it says download the slides. Now note that this download link is only active during the real-time presentation. So if you're waiting for when it goes up on our website, you will not be able to utilize that download link there. But we will have the slides up in good time. There is also a link to a speaker evaluation, and we encourage you to take the time to complete that, as your feedback is much appreciated by the individual speakers. In addition to the speaker evaluation, we also have our evaluation, our final evaluation or survey, we use the terms interchangeably, which will be available later this afternoon from our one-stop shop link. The final survey is the mechanism by which you will receive the certificate of attendance, which supports CE's continuing education credits for RAPS, SOCRA, SQA, and ACRP. The certificate must be downloaded immediately after completing the survey, otherwise that opportunity is lost. And now, even if you don't want or you don't need a certificate, please take a few minutes to complete the evaluation, the final evaluation, as your feedback will help guide the design of our future events. And note that both the evaluation and certificate are available only for 2 weeks, 2 weeks from tomorrow, so that takes us to April the 27th. Our thank you email, which will be sent at the end of each day's event, will also have the link for the final survey should you miss it today. And as a reminder, all the sessions are being recorded. It will take us a week or so to process, but you will soon be able to access them from SBIA's webpage. And I sincerely hope that you have already bookmarked our page, and that is fda.gov/CEDAR/SBIA. Now, in addition to the certificate of attendance, that's one mechanism for CEs for those organizations, SOCRA, RAPS, SQA, and ACRP. We also, this is an entirely different thing, we also provide continuing education credits for pharmacists, nurses, and physicians. So I'm very pleased to announce that in addition to that certificate of attendance, over the course of both days, we are offering a total of 16 contact hours for CEs for physicians, pharmacists, and nurses. Those CEs are available to all eligible attendees who registered and attended real-time via Adobe. All faculty are expected to use generic names. If trade names are used, those of several companies should be used rather than only that of a single supporting company. All CE faculty or speakers are required to disclose to the attendees when products or procedures being discussed are off-label, unlabeled, not FDA approved, and any limitations on the information that is presented. We have a spectacular lineup of speakers and panelists. Like I mentioned, we have over 60 speakers and panelists over the next 2 days. And the planning committee, speakers, and CE consultation and accreditation team have nothing to disclose, with the following exceptions. Dr. Nguyen has an employee relationship with CVS Pharmacy and CVS stock received by employee benefits. Dr. Obrut has a relationship with Abbott Laboratories and participates in their defined benefit pension plan. All relevant financial relationships have been mitigated. Participants must attest to their attendance and complete the final activity evaluation via the CE portal, and that's ceportal.fda.gov. For multi-day activities such as this event, participants must attest to their attendance and complete a faculty evaluation for each day. Final activity evaluations must be completed within 2 weeks after the activity, no exceptions. So again, the deadline is April the 27th. And, we apologize in advance, but we are simply unable to make exceptions to that deadline. So I encourage everyone who will be claiming CEs to do that process as quickly as possible. Pharmacists should note that failure to provide your correct NABP and date of birth information in the required format may result in the loss of credit for this activity. NABP profile number should be the 6 to 7-digit profile number assigned by the CPE monitor, and your date of birth should be in the month, date format. Do not provide your pharmacy license number. Please click the My Account tab and then navigate to Edit Contact Information to verify that your information is correct. So to repeat, attendees have 14 days from the last day of the activity to log in, complete the required evaluation or evaluations, and attest to your attendance to claim credit. Physicians and nurses may then view, print the statement of credit. Now, pharmacists should log into the CPE monitor 10 weeks after the last session of the activity to obtain their CE credit. But please allow CPE monitor enough time to process. It's not going to show up on your profile within a week or two, so allow them enough time for that. I would also like to call your attention to a few of our upcoming events, many of which are applicable for this generic drug audience. And note that all these links here are interactive on the PDF download, so you can easily click on them for more information once you've downloaded the slides. April 19th and 20th, we'll be talking about FDA's dosage and administration section of labeling draft guidance. On April 25th, we will host our electronic systems, electronic records, and electronic signatures webinar. May the 2nd, we'll be navigating the first ICH generic drug draft guideline M13A bioequivalence for immediate release solid oral dosage forms. On May the 15th, we'll be taking a deep dive into GDUFA III scientific meetings. And on May the 16th, we'll be talking about our OTC monograph drug user fee program, understanding FY 2023 user fees and registration. Excuse me. And although it's not yet on our website, be on the lookout for our June 5 through 9 Ready annual conference, which will offer 3 separate tracks and feature a plenary with the center directors for CEDAR, CDRH, and CBER. So please subscribe to our listserv LinkedIn from SBIA's homepage seen here for notification for upcoming events, new initiatives, various regulatory deadlines, new guidances, etc. And at this point, I would like to acknowledge those individuals instrumental in making this event possible. There are so many who were involved and who continue to be involved every year with this effort, but only a few could be mentioned here on this slide. And in addition, I do want to say a huge thank you also to everyone who works behind the scenes in various roles, especially to our team of technical experts who make everything they just make everything run seemingly effortlessly. Most of all, our heartfelt gratitude to you, the audience, who took time out of your schedule to attend this event, regardless of the inconvenience of the various time zones. We greatly appreciate your time, your attention, and your enthusiasm. For without you, this workshop would not be possible. We need to have an audience to have a product, and definitely would not be the success that it is and has been throughout the past 10 years. A very special recognition to my SBIA colleague, Captain Ray Ford, who will be your host over the next 2 days. And now, I'm sure you're ready for us to launch fully into today's agenda. I hope everyone has had their coffee, and please do your best and get as much as you can get over the next 2 days. Invite your colleagues. Just make the best of this opportunity. And now it is my distinct privilege to introduce our opening keynote speaker, Jacqueline Corrigan-Curé, JD and MD. Dr. Corrigan-Curé is the Principal Deputy Center Director in FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, CDER, and most recently she served as the Acting Center Deputy Director for Operations, directing center and agency-level priority and initiative programs, and leading GDUFA III reauthorization negotiations. Previously, Dr. Corrigan-Curé was Director of CDER's Office of Medical Policy, OMP, where she led the development, coordination, and implementation of medical policy programs and strategic initiatives. She worked collaboratively with other CDER program areas, FDA centers, and stakeholders on enhancing policies to improve drug development and regulatory review processes. Please help me to welcome Dr. Corrigan-Curé. Thank you.
Good morning, and it's such a pleasure to be here to open the Generic Drug Forum 2023 and to celebrate the 10 years of the forum. At today's forum, celebrating 10 years of the Generic Drug Forum, you're going to hear from experts across the generic drug program who will provide insight and updates on topics such as the pre-ANDA program, generic drug metrics, post-market safety, pre-approval inspections, and global generic drug affairs. Ensuring that patients have greater access to safe and effective and affordable quality generic medications is a public health priority for FDA. Creating more competition by increasing the availability of generic drugs helps reduce the cost of treatment and increases access to health care for more patients. And the statistics really bear that out. Generic drugs play a critical and ever-increasing role in the health of American people. For example, if you look at 2021, 91% of all prescriptions filled were generics. That's really an incredible statistic, and yet they account for only 18.2% of spending on drugs. Indeed, it's estimated that more than $1 billion a day in savings comes from generic drugs. I'd like to take this time to recognize just how far we've come in the last 10 years of this Generic Drug Forum. The Generic Drug Forum was born 1 year after GDUFA and has grown with the program. The theme of the first SBIA Generic Drug Forum was GDUFA and You, when industry was eager to learn more about the newly signed GDUFA legislation. In the 10 years since that first conference, the generic drug program has grown exponentially. For example, in 2013, FDA approved or tentatively approved 535 generic drug applications. Last year, FDA approved or tentatively approved more than 900 applications. And for every drug that we approve, there are a number of post-approval supplements, manufacturing, labeling, that we also need to address. To get to that number of approvals means that we need to be continually responsive and provide regulatory advice on individual applications and provide general education through forums like this. For example, controlled correspondence is one way that we commit to providing this regulatory advice. And if you look at the growth in 2013, there were 953 controlled correspondence controls submitted by industry. But by 2022, we are up to 3,732. So certainly there has been continued growth. And that has really led to some of the successes that we've seen in GDUFA II. In the complex generics program, we've really strengthened that pipeline by implementing a pre-ANDA program which supports applicants even before they submit their application. Their applications are informed by product-specific guidances in this area that often require us to invest in our GDUFA science and research program. And then, of course, providing those regulatory advice through controlled correspondence. Overall, in GDUFA II, we approved close to 5,000 new drug applications, including 490 first generics, so really providing that first competition, as well as 553 complex generics. And this was all done during a time, at least part of GDUFA II, when we were responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, if 91% of our prescriptions are generic, as you can imagine, generic drugs played a critical role in the COVID pandemic for patients who were in hospitals and acute care settings. And as a result, we needed to approve more than 1,700 COVID-related approval actions and 100 plus original ANDAs. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the GDUFA Science and Research Program because it's really important to understand that GDUFA is not just about application review, but includes these commitments that provide support to applicants before they submit their applications. It really does help us strengthen and diversify the pipeline of generic drug applications, including, of course, for complex generic drugs. Complex generics and complex drug device combinations are just an increasingly important part of therapies that patients rely upon. So we need this research program to generate practical science that drives development and approvals. It supports the investigation of generic development challenges and helps us establish and clarify the scientific framework for ANDA development, submission, and assessments. Next month, we'll be hosting our annual GDUFA Science and Research Initiatives public workshop on May 11th and 12th, and we hope to see you there. You can be assured that complex generics and the research program will continue to be a priority for GDUFA III, and indeed, we committed to new timelines around product-specific guidances for complex products. Now, in addition to clarifying the scientific framework, another way we're enhancing the assessment process is to continue to provide transparency in our regulatory expectations. GDUFA guidances clarify FDA's regulatory and scientific expectations, and therefore we can then enhance the overall quality of ANDAs submitted to the agency for approval. In addition, we publish maps. These maps are designed to enhance the speed and predictability of the generic drug review process. So let's talk now a little bit about GDUFA III and where we want to go. In GDUFA III, in addition to focusing on complex generics, we want to maximize the efficiency and utility of each assessment cycle with the intent to reduce the number of assessment cycles for ANDA and facilitate timely access to quality, affordable, safe, and effective generic drugs. So how will we do that? So how will we implement this? So to reduce the number of review cycles, we need to, at times, extend the review cycle so we can resolve an issue. That may be using imminent approval, or we might extend it for 60 days for a very minor administrative issue, or it may be a longer goal date extension as appropriate, for example, for labeling, or a scientific issue that comes up and a sponsor asks for a more comprehensive scientific discussion mid-cycle. We're also facilitating the pre-submission facility correspondence pathway so that it aligns more with business practices. And of course, expanding opportunities for advice is key to keeping applicants on track for approval. That includes expanding options for advice from after a complete response letter by adding to the scope of controlled correspondence. We also are adding post-CRL scientific meetings in certain cases. and opportunities to communicate when changes in a product-specific guidance impacts an ongoing bioequivalence study. There are also additional opportunities to resolve active pharmaceutical ingredient-related issues earlier in the review cycle, to provide assistance to manufacturers in resolving manufacturing quality issues that prevent new generic drugs from being approved. And we're revitalizing the suitability petition to facilitate the development of new ANDAs for a different route of administration, strength, or dosage form than the innovator drug. Alignment on expectations is really the key to success, and we encourage applicants to really learn about those opportunities in GDUFA, such as the GDUFA III meetings, and use them. We have revamped the pre-submission meetings so that these meetings provide an opportunity for you to introduce the FDA review team to unique or novel data that you plan to include in your submission. As I mentioned, at times we change our PSG guidances, and we've established teleconferences that can help clarify what to do if a PSG change impacts your ANDA development program. And then the new post-CRL scientific meetings can provide input on new studies before you make a submission in response to a complete response letter, so to make sure that you're on the right track. We have a lot to do in GDUFA III, but we negotiated with industry that there will be a sound financial foundation to support the program. We have new resources for staff to meet the growth and new commitments, and we've also agreed to implement a capacity planning adjuster, which is already in effect in PDUFA and BSUFA. And this will enable us to tap into new resources if the program grows. Now, we've already been quite busy with GDUFA III. We've issued 12 guidances and 79 product-specific guidances. For example, in February, we published the first draft guidance describing the process for the new GDUFA III PSG. We also published 2 draft guidances within days of GDUFA reauthorization, which address issues with facilities and drug master files that can impact application assessment and approval. The other thing that has changed since COVID, of course, is inspections. Well, much of the work that the GDUFA program did could be transitioned to home. Certainly inspections was not one of them. Well, we're very happy that we were able to resume domestic inspections in October 2021 and international inspections in March of 2022. One of the ways we were able to carry on in COVID successfully was by leveraging a variety of tools for facility assessment, including remote assessments and MRAs. And we know that there will be a role for these tools as we continue to move forward. As we return and do inspections, we certainly continue to realize that to build resiliency and prevent shortages requires quality manufacturing. Prior to COVID-19, the majority of shortages were due to manufacturing issues, and we continue to see problems at facilities, many of which manufacture older sterile injectables used for acute ICU care, oncology, parental nutrition, and ophthalmic drugs. And so the question for, I think, us and you is, how do we do better? One of the things that we'll continue to do is to try and encourage innovation in manufacturing that supports quality. For example, we have our emerging technology program to support innovation in advanced manufacturing. We want to emphasize that advanced manufacturing is not just for innovator companies. Multiple developers of generics have engaged with CDER's emerging technology program. However, we also want to note that the generic drug company is not required to implement advanced manufacturing because the innovator drug has decided to do so. We understand the value of generics and look forward to understanding how to better support quality manufacturing to avoid shortages that can be so devastating to patients. Because really, we are in this together. So when you ask us why we collaborate beyond our borders to safeguard our patients, is because we are patients and parents who need medicines for sons and daughters. When you ask us why we want to make sure that the generic drug and the brand drug work the same, it's because we will be using those same medications as you. And we realize that it's not only important to have those cost savings, but to have the confidence that it will work the same. So when you ask us why we monitor the safety of generic drugs for as long as they are in the market, it's because when we reach into our medicine cabinet, we want to know that they're safe medicines. We are patients too. So I want to thank you for your attention. I'm really excited to hand it over to our speakers, and it should be an exciting and informative day.
Thank you, Dr. Corrigan-Curray. This is Ray Ford with SBIA, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to our keynote addresses. First, we welcome from OGD, the 2023 Outlook and Opportunities, Dr. Lylan Murphy. Dr. Murphy is the Deputy Director for Clinical and Regulatory Affairs at OGD since January 2020. Dr. Murphy began her career at FDA in 2007, joining CDER's Office of New Drugs, Division of Gastroenterology and Inborn Errors of Metabolism Products as a medical officer. In 2011, Dr. Murphy transitioned to the newly developed Center for Tobacco Products, serving in various leadership roles within the Office of Science until she returned to CDER in 2020. And from the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality, we have the 2023 Outlook and Opportunities by Dr. Larry Lee. Dr. Lee is the Deputy Super Office Director of Science in the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality. He directs the activities of staff members and OPQ sub-offices responsible for the quality assessment of regulatory submissions in the Office of Biotechnology Products, the Office of Life Cycle Products, Office of New Drug Products, and the Office of Pharmaceutical Manufacturing and Assessment. He represents OPQ in programs and activities that impact quality assessments by coordinating with OPQ, CDER, and ORA. He also serves as the point person for the pharmaceutical industry and scientific and academic groups in developing programs to support science and risk-based application assessment and approval. Please join me to welcome our keynote presentations by Dr. Murphy and Dr. Lee.
Good morning. On behalf of the entire Office of Generic Drugs, I would like to welcome everyone to the 2023 Generic Drugs Forum. The following is a brief outline of my talk today. I'll highlight accomplishments as described in our 2022 annual report, then talk about GDUFA III enhancements, and finish with our global engagements. OGD plays a critical role in protecting and promoting public health. Our vision is that we are the world leader in the science and regulation of generic drugs, serving an essential role in advancing FDA's public health mission. Our mission is to ensure high-quality, more affordable generic drugs are available to the American public. OGD priorities have been to strengthen and support our workforce, fulfill our program commitments, enhance our regulatory processes, and promote stakeholder understanding of and engagement in our assessment, as well as science and research activities. You have heard previously how generic drugs account for a vast majority of prescriptions dispensed, but make up less than 20% of total drug costs, making them a vital part of the U.S. healthcare system. As you can imagine, when a new generic drug is introduced to the market, this generally helps to improve supply and reduce costs of that drug product for consumers. To help illustrate the outsized impact of first generic approvals compared to other generic approvals on driving savings, consider pregabalin capsules used to treat nerve pain, where there was a 95% price reduction during the first year of generic drug sales, saving billions of dollars for the U.S. public. As published in the recent 2022 OGD annual report, we had a very productive year with work on the congressional reauthorization of user fee legislation. Hundreds of generic drug approvals were made, including complex generics. We advanced research, and then we continued to work on international collaborations, to name a number of our efforts. In addition to preparing for GDUFA III implementation, the Generic Drug Program approved or tentatively approved more than 914 abbreviated new drug applications in 2022, including 107 first generics. Some of these first generic drug examples include the first generic for pemetrexed for injection, where 14 generics referencing Alimta were approved on the same day for treating non-squamous, non-small cell lung cancer and mesothelioma. The first generics for bortezomib for injection, where 8 generics referencing Velcade were approved on the same day for treating multiple myeloma and mantle cell lymphoma. There were several GDUFA III accomplishments also in calendar year 2022, where 4 draft guidances, 6 final guidances, 3 external maps, and 1 Federal Register notice were published. In addition, there were notable generic drug program outreach opportunities through webinars, workshops, and other industry meetings. I'll talk more on PSGs in the next slide. To date, FDA has published more than 2,000 product-specific guidances, known as PSGs for short, which can be found on FDA's website at Product-Specific Guidances for Generic Drug Development. PSGs reflect agencies' current thinking on the most appropriate methodology for developing drugs and generating evidence needed to support a specific generic drug approval. These PSGs give applicants better opportunities to efficiently develop generic drug products and to prepare more complete and more accurate ANDA packages. In 2022, we issued 257 PSGs in continued support of these efforts. Later this morning, there is a session dedicated to providing an overview of the FDA PSG program under GDUFA III. We also worked to advance scientific research in 2022 through the GDUFA Science and Research Program. This program helps to ensure regulatory standards, recommendations, and decisions are based on the most current scientific evidence. In 2022, there was approximately $20 million in generic drug science and research programs awarded to facilitate generic drug development and evaluation. Outcomes from GDUFA-funded research can expand FDA's understanding of generic drugs, including complex generics, and can help develop advanced methods to characterize product quality and performance. These methods may play a critical role in determining how the FDA evaluates the quality and bioequivalence of complex generic products and can establish the scientific basis for novel and more efficient generic drug development pathways. For example, the 2022 approval of the first generic cyclosporine ophthalmic emulsion referencing Restasis was helped over multiple years by GDUFA science and research that advanced an efficient demonstration of bioequivalence for complex generic drugs, including a series of research projects related to cyclosporine ophthalmic emulsion. The GDUFA-supported research addressed challenging product characterization issues, developed analytical measurement and statistical analysis tools, and supported updates to generic product development recommendations in product-specific guidances leading to the approval of this first generic product. Here, I'd like to present another example where GDUFA Science and Research Program supported development of a PSG. Peptide and oligonucleotide-based drugs are emerging therapies that present unique challenges for generic drug development. FDA published a PSG for a nusinersen sodium intrathecal solution to treat patients with spinal muscular atrophy. This was the first PSG for this class of oligonucleotide drugs, and it provided recommendations on assessing pharmaceutical equivalence and bioequivalence for this complex product. GDUFA research was essential to the development of this PSG. Additional PSGs published recently were made possible by the science and research addressing major public health challenges. In fiscal year 2022, FDA published 2 PSGs for an exenatide subcutaneous suspension, which recommended, for the first time, 2 in vivo pharmacokinetic bioequivalence study options for a medication to treat diabetes. These results of GDUFA-funded research provided information to address challenging public product development issues related to the detection limit of a bioanalytical method, data variability, study duration, or sample size. On July 9, 2012, GDUFA was first signed into law and was designed to speed the delivery of safe and effective generic drugs to the public and improve on the predictability of the review process. 10 years since implementation, just last October, we launched into the third iteration of GDUFA, as it is authorized every 5 years. I'll now discuss why we are excited to launch into the GDUFA III program. GDUFA III further enhances applicants' ability to develop more complete submissions. This program allows for appropriate resourcing to meet current and future workload demands. And GDUFA III enables continued maturing of the regulatory pathway for complex generics, as well as continued enhancement of user fee resource management. Based on lessons learned from transitioning previously from GDUFA I into GDUFA II, the generic drug program staff have spent a considerable amount of time over the past year preparing for GDUFA III. This preparation enabled the program to be well positioned to be at a running start on October 1st of last year, and already by the end of 2022, we made strong progress. With the start of GDUFA III, there are several changes to the generic drug program's activities metrics report. The monthly and quarterly generics metric pages have been merged onto one page. The report will be updated once a month, and the monthly report was previously updated twice a month, and metrics have been added or removed from the report based on the reporting requirements in the GDUFA III commitment letter. You can learn more about GDUFA III metrics this afternoon. This slide lists the many GDUFA III guidances and maps that have been published as of early March this year. As you can see, we have been busy updating existing documents and developing new policies and procedures as appropriate to be in line with the new GDUFA III commitments. Here we highlight a specific guidance which was published just in February of this year. In GDUFA III, FDA agreed to certain timeframes and procedures for scheduling and conducting 1. PSG teleconferences to provide feedback on the potential impact of a new or revised PSG on the applicant's development program, and 2. Pre-submission PSG meetings and post-submission PSG meetings to provide a forum in which the applicant can discuss the scientific rationale for an approach other than the one recommended in the PSG to ensure that the applicant's proposed approach complies with the relevant statutes and regulations. The new draft guidance describes recommendation on requesting these types of meetings and procedures to promote well-managed meetings. We encourage generic drug industry stakeholders to take advantage of these new opportunities to meet with FDA, as these PSG meetings allow applicants to receive feedback on the potential impact of new or revised PSG on their development program. Speaking of meetings, this slide lists new GDUFA III meetings and processes created to enhance FDA and stakeholder interactions. The new meetings introduced in GDUFA III are the Post-CRL scientific meetings, the enhanced mid-cycle review meetings, and product-specific guidance meetings. Beginning in March 27th of this year, the FDA generic drug program resumed in-person face-to-face meetings with industry in a phased approach, in addition to meetings by video conference. Initially, the in-person face-to-face meeting option will only be available for two meeting types, which are the pre-ANDA product development meeting and the pre-submission meeting, for which the applicant requests the in-person face-to-face meeting format. This in-person face-to-face meeting format will be hybrid, consisting of core representatives from both the FDA and the industry, where they meet in the FDA campus, while other members join via video conference. The video conference only option is available as well. The GDUFA III enhancements were developed with the goal of improving first generic and subsequent approvals And for those applicants with a missed goal date, we have not forgotten about you. GDUFA III has a number of meaningful interactions available after the first cycle intended to increase chances for subsequent approval. One of the ways OGD supports generic drug regulatory activities is through international engagements. We have staff working on OGD's international activities in collaboration with other FDA centers and offices to advance the mission of developing generic drugs. As an example, the FDA-led forum, the Generic Drug Cluster, was established in 2021 for the world's leading regulatory agencies to address generic drug development internationally. In this past year, we've added a new regulatory agency to our roster, Australia's Therapeutic Goods Administration. This makes a total of 7 regulatory agencies participating in the cluster. Examples include Health Canada and the EMA. The Generic Drug Clusters aims to increase scientific alignment among leading generic drug regulatory agencies, thereby leading to more efficient generic drug development. Later this afternoon, there will be a presentation dedicated to discussing more about our international engagements. The Generic Drug Global Affairs activities encompass harmonization on scientific and technical recommendations for generic drugs under FDA's international harmonization initiatives, regulatory strengthening and reliance, partnerships and information sharing, and setting international standards. Recent collaborations include development of a new guidance. This new guidance, M13A, provides recommendations to ANDA applicants for conducting bioequivalent studies during both development and post-approval phases for orally administered immediate-release solid oral dosage forms designed to deliver drugs to the systemic circulation, such as tablets, capsules, and granules or powders for oral suspension. This slide summarizes a number of information-packed upcoming events to facilitate generic drug development efforts. We look forward to seeing you at any one of these events we are working hard to prepare to support generic drug development. In closing, I wanted to share with you a testimonial from an OGD staff member on why it is important and meaningful to work as a member of the generic drug program. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you enjoy attending the 2023 Generic Drug Forum.
Hello everyone, I'm Sao Larry Lee, the Deputy Director of Science in the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality. Today I'm going to discuss our perspective on the future of pharmaceutical quality through innovation. Everyone deserves confidence in their next dose of medicine. This is why pharmaceutical quality is important, because it assures the availability, safety, and efficacy of every dose. I will discuss 3 important topics today. First, how we have used innovations to handle assessments throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact of the tools we have applied. Next, I will talk about our Quality Management Maturity, or QMM program. Then I will share important initiatives related to advanced manufacturing. If you read our latest report on the state of pharmaceutical quality, you have seen that CDER's site catalog has around 7,000 drug manufacturing sites across the world. Our growing product catalog has around 170,000 drugs and 19,000 active pharmaceutical ingredients. Our catalog includes products of all human drug user fee programs, new drugs and biologics, generics, biosimilars, and over-the-counter drugs and compounded drug products. Given our extensive site catalog, we have to be innovative quickly. During the height of COVID-19, travel restrictions challenge our facility assessments, so we have to implement new measures to get the job done. We handle facility assessments without inspections in many cases and develop tools that we continue to use. For example, we relied heavily on remote regulatory assessments as well as engagements with global regulators through mutual recognition agreements and confidentiality agreements. In 2022, OPQ staff conducted 75 pre-licensed facility inspections in 18 countries and 10 states, and used remote regulatory assessments to add on 85 regulatory submissions. Innovative quality assessments, coupled with the user fee programs, were integral in the approval of 914 generic drugs, including 86 complex generics, which increased competition in the market. These innovative approaches have helped us maintain on-time action of more than 90% overall for submissions with go days. As part of assessment modernization effort, to help improve our assessment efficiency and knowledge management, we created CASA, which stands for Knowledge Aimed Assessment and Structured Application. It is a database platform for structured quality assessments and applications that support knowledge management. As applications arrive with new information, OPQ wants to be able to assess that information in conjunction with our existing knowledge on products, manufacturing processes, and facilities, as well as achieve knowledge management throughout the life cycle of the drug product we evaluate. Some key features of CASA worthwhile highlighting here are captures and manages knowledge across the product life cycle, has built-in rules, algorithms, and analyses to inform regulatory decision-making, focuses on structured regulatory quality assessments, and provides data integration with other FDA systems. Using CASA enables us to do our quality assessment more effectively and efficiently by applying the same quality standards, and at the same time improve the consistencies of our quality assessment. We see the benefits of CASA in the assessment of generic solid oral dosage forms, for which the interface has been live since February 2021. We hope to achieve the same successes with CASA for drug substances that was recently released in March 2023 and is applicable to ANDAs, DMFs, and NDAs. Our vision over the next few years includes expanding CASAs to all generic dosage forms, INDs, new drugs, and biologic applications, as well as post-approval changes. Now, I would like to talk about an initiative I'm excited about related to quality management maturity, or QMM. One can think of QMM as part of an array of quality. The FDA assesses drug product quality in applications, and we monitor pharmaceuticals in the US market to ensure that each dose is safe and effective and free of contamination and defects. This gives patients confidence in every dose they take. Process quality is controlling manufacturing risk to provide a quality drug product from the raw material to the packaged product. This is what gives manufacturers confidence in every batch they release to the market. The FDA assesses process quality in applications, and we monitor and inspect facilities manufacturing for the US market. Mature quality management uses performance and patient focus to identify areas of improvement and implement changes accordingly. To enable pragmatic, proactive regulation, we need leading indicators that are data that tell us about potential quality problems before they occur. This is where quality management maturity, or QMM, enters the conversation. QMM is the state achieved When manufacturers have consistent, reliable, and robust business processes to achieve quality objectives and promote continued improvement. It is important to understand that quality management maturities is not just one thing. It is an umbrella concept, and many elements fall under it. For example, quality metrics are a key aspect of a mature pharmaceutical quality system. Data-driven approaches reduce quality issues and drive continued improvement. However, QMM is about much more than any one of these elements. QMM entered the discussion in full in a 2019 cross-government report on drug shortages, and one recommended solution from this report is to develop a rating system to incentivize drug manufacturers to invest in achieving QMM at their facilities. Since the publication of this report, there has been a building consensus regarding the importance of this QMM program. The conclusion of a 2020 CEDAR-sponsored workshop that include patients, healthcare providers, purchasers, pharmacies, and payers was that stakeholders largely agreed on the need to develop and implement quality ratings to allow for differentiation by an attributes other than price. In 2021, White House 100-day report charged FDA with leading the development of a framework to measure a facility's quality management maturity. Then early this year, the National Academies published a report with the recommendation to establish a quality rating system in collaboration with business partners and stakeholders. I view QMM ratings as a rare win-win-win situation, as nearly everyone benefits: patients, consumers, industries, and the FDA. They enable patients to have a more reliable access to drugs that are less prone to shortages and supply disruptions, providing them more confidence in their next dose. They enable industry to continually improve and reward so-called good actors in the markets through transparencies. They enable the FDA to deploy our surveillance and inspection tools more effectively. The FDA has formed a cross-functional team to facilitate the development of the QMM rating program. We will continue to engage with stakeholders as we build this innovative QMM program. As many of you are aware, advanced manufacturing is a key component of the overall U.S. strategy to strengthen pharmaceutical supply chains. The FDA has long supported investments in advanced manufacturing to provide a safe and more secure supply chain. Of course, advanced manufacturing is also not just one thing and can be novel dosage forms, new manufacturing technologies, and advanced analytical methods. I want to emphasize too that advanced manufacturing is not a futuristic approach. Advanced manufacturing is right now providing quality drugs to patients with cystic fibrosis, HIV, breast cancer, leukemia, and asthma. One example of our continued commitment to an advanced manufacturing technology is the Emerging Technology Program. This program was established at the end of 2014 to promote and facilitate the adoption of innovative approaches to pharmaceutical product design and manufacturing. The Emerging Technology Team, ETT, currently has around 30 members who represent Office of Pharmaceutical Quality, Office of Compliance, and Office of Regulatory Affairs. Additional ad hoc SME subject matter expert can join when specific knowledge is needed on a certain novel technology. Emerging Technology Program functions by engaging and collaborating with industry members as they develop novel technologies. Our Emerging Technology team will discuss, identify, and resolve technical and regulatory issues as the technology is developed and adopted from early development stage to regulatory approval. It is critical that the regulatory framework for advanced manufacturing provides clarity and reduces uncertainty for products manufactured with advanced technologies. To address this need, we began the Framework for Advanced Manufacturing Evaluation, or FRAME initiative. We funded a series of workshops at the national academies that resulted in their report on pharma manufacturing innovations in the pipeline. The report indicates the emergence of integrated, flexible, and distributed manufacturing technologies that can even operate at the point of care. These distributed and point-of-care manufacturing technologies will challenge our current regulatory paradigm. As we are not the ones developing these technologies, engagement with stakeholders is a key component of the FRAME initiative. Last fall, CEDA published a discussion paper getting public comments on the areas for consideration and policy development for distributed and point-of-care manufacturing. We also implemented a public workshop in partnership with the Product Quality Research Institute. Stakeholders interested in this technology were invited to attend this meeting. This workshop brought together leaders from regulatory agencies, industry, and academia to discuss critical topics related to these technologies. In March 2023, we released a discussion paper on the use of artificial intelligence in drug manufacturing and will seek similar stakeholder engagement. I would like to now address some current misunderstanding regarding advanced manufacturing. First, the use of advanced manufacturing is not mandated by FDA. The agency approves drugs if they comply with applicable standards, regulations, and laws. There can be benefits to advanced manufacturing, such as increased reliability of drug supply. However, these benefits may be realized using advanced manufacturing in some but not all cases. I want to be clear that advanced manufacturing is not just for innovator companies. Multiple developers of generic drugs have engaged with CEDA Emerging Technology Program on the use of advanced manufacturing technologies for generic drug products. Third, I want to be clear that generic drug companies are not required to implement advanced manufacturing simply because an innovator company has done so. If an innovator company implements advanced manufacturing, the standards for generic drug application assessment and approval would not change, in part because specification criteria are established based on relevance to the patient. There is no prescribed review timeline for advanced manufacturing applications other than those related to user fee goal days. A recent CEDA self-audit indicates that advanced manufacturing applications have been approved on time even before the user fee timeline. In closing, although we have faced unprecedented challenges in an evolving world, innovations has allowed us to maintain, or dare I even say, advanced pharmaceutical quality. It seems to me that innovation has been the active ingredient in regulating pharmaceutical quality. It is what allows us to mitigate and prevent problematic quality issues. Let's continue working together to ensure patients have access to quality medicine. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation and thank you for your attention.
Thank you for those great keynote office presentations. Now we'll be moving into our session presentations, and our first presentation is on Controlled Correspondence Program Updates under GDUFA III. Our first presenter is Lieutenant Commander Marcia Fields, who's a Controlled Correspondence Coordinator for the Office of Regulatory Operation and the Immediate Office in Cedar. Prior to joining the FDA, she was in FDA's Office of Regulatory Affairs, Office of Medical Products and Tobacco Operations, in the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality Operations as a pharma investigator. Our next presentation is on submitting a successful controlled correspondence for quality-related questions. Our presenter is Dr. Shanaz Reed, who's a policy lead in the Office of Policy for Pharmaceutical Quality and OPQ since 2015 and works on controlled correspondences, maps, and other policy documents. Since 2020, she's been a controlled correspondence coordinator for OPQ. She joined OGD in 2003 as a CMC reviewer, reviewing ANDAs, DMFs, and supplements. Our third presentation in this session is an overview of the FDA Product-Specific Guidance, also known as PSGs, program under GDUFA III. Our presenter is Commander Christine Lay, who joined the Office of Research and Standards in OGD in January 2017 as Regulatory Officer and Program Manager. Throughout her work in ORS, Commander Lay has been instrumental in policy, process development, and implementation of the pre-ANDA program under GDUFA. As a program director since 2021, Commander Lay provides leadership, direction, and management in all facets of the FDA Product-Specific Guidance Program in accordance with strategic plans, mission, and the vision of OGD. Please join me to welcome our first presenter, Commander Fields.
Thank you to each keynote speaker for those opening remarks. I'm Lieutenant Commander Marcia Fields, and I'm so happy to join you during this session to provide you with tips related to submissions of controlled correspondence within the Generic Drug User Fee Amendment, also known as GDUFA. These enhancements are commitments for fiscal years 2023 to 2027. Today's presentation will cover 4 objectives. I want to talk with you about what qualifies as controlled correspondence, then present you with guidance of how they can be submitted correctly. I would like to share a few common examples of controlled correspondence considerations during the submission. I will end with how you can use the tools from this presentation and other published resources to determine when you should follow up regarding your controlled correspondence and with whom. Now that we have a framework on which you can base your expectations for this half hour, let's pause for some interaction. I would like to know about you. I have 2 poll questions to gain an appreciation of your familiarity with the topic and its associated resources. Have you previously attended a small business and industry assistance conference that included information related to controlled correspondence? A, yes. B, no. I will pause to give you time to respond. Thank you for your response. Please keep this question in mind as reference when providing feedback on today's presentation. Your comments may determine if this material should be presented separately for groups who have no or little experience with application submission or groups that have experience with multiple previous controlled correspondence submissions. Poll question number 2. Are you aware there is a draft guidance for industry controlled correspondence related to generic drug development published in December 2022? A, yes. B, no. Please take the time now to answer. So the guidance that you may or may not be aware of is currently open for public comment. Comments may be sent online or via postal mail. Getting back to the content. Controlled correspondence are inquiries related to drug development, but they're not generic like our office. Rather, they are specific and must be related to a new drug application, to which your company is attempting to file a generic pathway. I may use the words inquiry, control, controls, control correspondence, or correspondence interchangeably. For those of you in the audience who are not new to the control correspondence submission process, I bring to your attention the reminder that correspondence that was known as standard is now known as level 1. What was previously deemed complex control correspondence is now known as level 2. For those of you who are new to this process, I will explain what level 1 and level 2 are on the next slides. Clarification of ambiguity are control correspondence in FDA's judgment where the responses or a critical portion of them merit further clarification. The complete definitions for the terms listed on the slide and more can be found in the GDUFA III commitment letter, which will be included in the resource section at the end. This slide describes when you can submit a control correspondence. You may submit inquiries related to a specific element of generic drug product development before the Abbreviated New Drug Application, also known as ANDA submission. You may submit inquiries after a product-specific guidance or PSG teleconference if you seek further feedback from FDA, after issuance of a complete response letter or CRL or tentative approval, or after ANDA approval. In the event there are questions concerning post-approval requirements are not specific to an ANDA and that are not covered in its related guidance, the agency is committed to responding to at least 90% of level 1 control correspondence within 60 days. Level 2 control correspondence meets the criteria of level 1 control correspondence and additionally involves evaluation of clinical content, requests evaluations of alternative bioequivalent approaches, for example, pharmacokinetic, in vitro, or clinical. It may require input from another office or center, or requests a covered product authorization and review of bioequivalence protocols for development and testing that involves human clinical trials for an ANDA where the reference listed drug is subject to a risk evaluation and mitigation strategy with elements to assure safe use. Requests a covered product authorization to obtain sufficient quantities of an individual covered product subject to a REMS with a TOSU when development and testing does not involve clinical trials. The agency is committed to responding to 90% of level 2 controls in 120 days. So you may be asking yourself, how do I know whether the agency considers my inquiry level 1 or level 2? We recommend you use the guidance to help you answer this question. Evaluate the content of your inquiry. In addition to using the guidance, you may email the Office of Generic Drugs at genericdrugs@fda.gov, fda.hhs.gov, after 60 days from the date of submission to request a status update. By the 60th day mark, you should have received a substantive answer, received a missed goal date letter, or if you email a status request, you may be notified the inquiry is level 2 and we're still working on the response. Clarifications of ambiguity are control correspondence in FDA's judgment where the responses or a critical portion of them merit further clarification. What that means is you may receive a response from the agency and you question the completeness or clarity of the answer. You may petition for clarification. You have 7 calendar days from when you receive the agency's substantive response to request a clarification. So let's recap our first few minutes. I've described what the agency considers control correspondence and how it's categorized. I've recommended that you frame your evaluations from this presentation to determine if this content will be more valuable if presented to groups separately, those who are new to the process versus those who are seasoned in the submission process and are only interested in updates, and alluded to an extremely useful resource section that will be shared with you in the end. I would like to take the time now to advise you we have published a video on FDA's YouTube channel related to controlled correspondence. The essence of that content was to highlight the changes between GDUFA II and GDUFA III. The intent of this presentation is not to repeat entirely the information found there. Please consider watching that video if you have not already and are interested in changes that took place on October 1st, 2022. The link for the video will be listed on the resources page towards the end of the presentation. Controlled correspondence are submitted through the CDER Direct NextGen collaboration portal to allow for more efficient processing of the controlled correspondence and to list the request history. Some of the references for the portal have been updated since the video on YouTube, and they will be listed in the resource section at the end as well. Of note, it is extremely important that when you access the CDER NextGen portal homepage, please select Controlled Correspondence to begin. Here I will describe what does not qualify as a controlled correspondence. If you send these types of questions through the portal, we will acknowledge your submission, but advise you it will not receive substantive review. These controls are considered not valid. Questions may be too general, or they may be too broad with respect to generic drug development. All of this information is specifically found in the guidance for controlled correspondence. Please reference it often. The documents should be submitted on your business letterhead. The cover letter containing the inquiry should be dated within 7 days of the FDA submission date. Please do not forward date documents. The name, title, street address, email address, phone number should all be included. Please do not list a post office box. If the email domain for the applicant or the U.S. agent do not match the company name, please explain the discrepancy. Foreign companies pursuing generic drug approval in the U.S. must have a U.S. agent. The letter of authorization validates and explains this relationship. Domestic companies may also assign a U.S. agent. U.S. agents for U.S.-based companies should identify the applicant in the controlled correspondence. All submissions must include the reference-listed drug serving as the basis of submission. Even inquiries related to approved ANDAs should include RLD information. Please keep in mind other things to include in your controlled correspondence. The previous related control that should be included are those that were accepted for substantive review. You will need to submit both the original correspondence and the agency's response. Please also include any information requests sent by the agency related to the previous related control correspondence and the response to the information request. Please keep in mind if you are submitting an inquiry related to a previous control correspondence, but you have not received a response, it is best practice to wait until you have received an agency response prior to asking the related question. If you have found research through literature reviews that would support justification for your inquiry, please include it. We ask for you to identify a review discipline because in the event there are multiple questions in one submission, they should all fall under one specific review division. If there are requests for information related to more than one review discipline, these questions should be submitted separately. Lastly, please be direct and succinct in the question or questions you are submitting. And include that the controlled correspondence is related to a potential or actual ANDA submission. Inactive ingredient evaluation is a common controlled correspondence submission. Please do not request evaluation of inactive ingredients that do not exceed the levels in the inactive ingredient database for the same route of administration. A total of 3 proposals may be submitted per the inactive ingredient control. This may look like 3 different inactive ingredients with 1 proposed amount, or it may represent 1 inactive ingredient with 3 proposed amounts. Continuing with best practices for inactive ingredient controls, if a requester submits a range of levels for the inactive ingredient, the agency will review the highest proposed level in that range. Please do not submit the entire formulation. Submit only the inactive ingredients in question to be evaluated. Please do not include pharmacology toxicology data for review in support of an inactive ingredient evaluation request. The Office of Generic Drugs will not pre-review that data. For products with multiple routes of administration, the request for each route of administration should be submitted separately. The determination of qualitative and quantitative sameness is another common control. If a product is available in multiple strengths, the control correspondence to evaluate Q1, Q2 should have a maximum of 1 strength per control correspondence. Different fill volumes are considered different strengths. For example, a Q1, Q2 evaluation of a 5 milliliter, 10 milliliter, and 20 milliliter fill volume in one control correspondence would not be considered valid. The applicant would be directed to submit 3 separate requests. For the formulation review, the maximum is 3 proposed compositions. The inactive ingredient quantities of the outlined composition should not be in ranges. The formulation description should include adequate details, including salt and hydration forms, purity, grade or type, function, and appropriate units. FDA will respond to control correspondence seeking regulatory and/or scientific advice after issuance of a complete response letter for an ANDA or supplement issued after October 1st, 2022. Please include a reference to the specific deficiency in the complete response letter related to the control correspondence. You should not submit proposed responses to the deficiencies identified in the complete response letter for FDA to review in a controlled correspondence. Inquiries related to a pending ANDA should be submitted to the ANDA as general correspondence. However, there are exceptions, and these include inquiries regarding the development of a new strength or package configuration, new and GDUFA III inquiries for regulatory and/or scientific advice for addressing deficiencies in a complete response letter. Please be sure to include the complete response letter and reference the specific deficiency. Also new in GDUFA III, an applicant can submit a control correspondence seeking further feedback after a product-specific guidance teleconference. Control correspondence may be submitted during an assessment cycle seeking a covered product authorization. Upon receipt of a control correspondence, FDA will send one of 2 responses within 7 calendar days to the portal account, either an acknowledgement PDF confirming the inquiry is a valid control correspondence with an assigned tracking number control correspondence number. It would also include the receipt date, the FDA receipt date, or that acknowledgement will be notification that the inquiry is not a controlled correspondence or lacks sufficient information. If you do not receive the acknowledgement PDF in your portal account or the notification that it was declined to be received for substantive review, within 7 days of submission, please email the Office of Generic Drug mailbox to ensure that we received your control correspondence. When the review is complete, FDA will send a substantive response to the inquiry to the requester's portal account. If we fail to meet the goal date, we also send notification of the missed goal date. Remember, the commitment letter identifies a goal of 90% of level 1 controls receiving a response within 60 days and level 2 controls within 120 days. The guidance related to controlled correspondence states that FDA will not respond to status requests regarding pending controlled correspondence before the goal date. You may be asking yourself, how do I know the goal date? I will refer you back to 2 references, both the guidance for controlled correspondence and the commitment letter that characterizes level 1 and level 2 correspondence, and the corresponding goal dates. If 60 days has passed and you have not received a substantive response for what you considered a level 1, you may email the Office of Generic Drug mailbox for a status request. The control may have been upgraded to level 2, and the review is still underway. In summary, if you do not receive the initial acknowledgement PDF in your portal account, or the notification that it was declined to be received for substantive review response within 7 days, or if after 60 days from the submission date and you did receive the initial acknowledgement, but you have not yet received the substantive response, you may email the Office of Generic Drugs mailbox. A few helpful tips related to submissions. Please do include the reference listed drug information in your cover letter and enter the reference listed drug in the portal, even if the reference listed drug is discontinued. Please do request the status of your control correspondence after 60 days have elapsed from the date of submission if you've not yet received a substantive response from the agency. Please do not submit a control correspondence for a bioequivalence waiver request. The Office of Generic Drugs will not pre-review waiver requests. You should not submit the same inquiry in a control correspondence and in a meeting request. For your reference, the document hyperlinked on this slide may serve as guidance for submitting a meeting versus submitting a control correspondence. Tips related to clarification of ambiguity. Please do include a letter of authorization with a request to clarify ambiguities in the agency's response to a control correspondence if the clarification of ambiguity is being submitted by an agent on behalf of an applicant or potential applicant. Requests to clarify ambiguities in FDA's control correspondence should be submitted within 7 calendar days of the agency's response. Please note, FDA does not intend to provide clarification on why a formulation is not Q1, Q2 to the reference listed drug in a request to clarify ambiguities. Related to submissions, any inquiry sent to the Office of Generic Drug mailbox or portal on behalf of a foreign firm should be submitted through their U.S. agent. Be sure to create the Cedar Nexus portal account using corporate emails. And please ensure the information in the submitted documents regarding the company and the reference listed drug are consistent with what is entered into the portal. Please do include the ANDA number in the cover letter for any questions related to a pending or approved ANDA. And be sure to accurately reflect the status of the ANDA, whether it's complete response, pending, pre-assignment, etc. A new control number will be issued for every control. More tips. Please do not include previous control correspondence that were not accepted for substantive review in response with a subsequent submission. Please do not forward date documents. For example, if you're submitting your control on the 1st of the month, please don't date your documents for the 2nd or the 3rd or the 4th of the month. Please be sure to date all documents and submit your control correspondence within 7 days of the date of your cover letter. The letter of authorization should be reviewed and updated annually. Challenge question number 1. How long should you wait to receive acknowledgement that the controlled correspondence was accepted or not? A, 30 days, B, 7 days, C, 60 days, D, 120 days. I will pause to give you time to respond. Thank you for your response. The correct answer is B, 7 days. Challenge question number 2. After what time period may you request a status if you have not yet received a substantial response or review from the agency? A, 7 days, B, 21 days, C, 30 days, D, 60 days. I will pause to give you time to respond. Thank you for your response. The correct answer is 60 days. Here are points of contact for you to direct your questions. We have the Small Business and Industry Assistance website. We also have support for if you have questions with anything related to your portal account. For example, you're not able to open documents, the documents that you are able to open, you are not able to read. Our Office of Generic Drug mailbox is also here for your reference, and the filing status. Here are the two resources that I mentioned earlier, both the draft guidance that is open for public comment, as well as the commitment letter that has the definitions and much of the content that is in this presentation. Our more broader information found on the FDA website as it relates to the Office of Generic Drugs and the presentation that was recorded that compared GDUFA II to GDUFA III on the FDA YouTube website. If you're a first-time user, here are informations for establishing your portal account. It includes frequently asked questions. So I would like to end with a summary of the things that we've talked about, which is talked about the definitions and characterizations of controlled correspondence, things that are not considered controlled correspondence, some examples of types of controlled correspondence and tips for submitting those common types of controlled correspondence, and then keeping in mind things that may make those common controlled correspondence not valid. I'd like to thank you for your time and attention. Stay tuned for the Q&A session that will be later in the hour.
Good morning. My name is Shanaz Reed, and I'm the Controlled Correspondence Coordinator for OPQ. I will be speaking today on how to submit a successful controlled correspondence for quality-related questions. The learning objectives is to describe the different types of controlled correspondences that are reviewed in OPQ. I will also try to provide some helpful information for submitting quality-related controlled correspondences. According to GDUFA III, there are two levels of controlled correspondences. Level 1 has a GDUFA due date of 60 days, and most controlled correspondences fall in this category. Level 2 is controlled correspondences, which have a GDUFA due date of 120 days. And those OPQ controlled correspondences which require a consult from another center, office, or sub-office fall into this category. In OPQ, we have different disciplines. The first one is drug product quality, which includes questions on formulation, specifications, testing, stability, and comprises the bulk of our controlled correspondences. And this is reviewed in the Office of Lifecycle Drug Products. Drug substance questions are reviewed by the Division of Lifecycle Active Pharmaceutical Ingredient in the Office of New Drug Products. Questions on dissolution, in vivo, in vitro correlations are considered as biopharmaceutics questions, and these are reviewed by the Office of New Drug Products, Division of Biopharmaceutics. The next subdiscipline is microbiology, which includes all sterile manufacture and bacterial endotoxin specifications and questions about that, which is reviewed by the Division of Microbiology Assessment in the Office of Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Assessment. And the next subdiscipline is process and facilities, which is questions about manufacturing process, batch size, in-process controls, and is reviewed by the Division of Pharmaceutical Manufacturing in the Office of Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Assessment. Here are some submission considerations. For pre-submission and post-approval controlled correspondences, we request that questions should be submitted separately for each OPQ subdiscipline wherever possible. And that is, drug substance questions should be in one controlled correspondence, dissolution in a separate controlled correspondence, and so on. However, for post-complete response letter controlled correspondence, we would prefer that all quality-related questions be submitted in a single controlled correspondence, and that will enable us to provide a holistic response based on all the information. However, please do not use the controlled correspondence to ask us to review the response for the CRL. Also, all quality-related questions should be in separate controlled correspondences from non-quality-related questions. So separate questions out that require review by more than one discipline. For example, in post-approval controlled correspondences, quality questions on batch size, amount of stability data, etc. should be separated from questions on in vivo testing wherever possible. So a successful controlled correspondence submission will contain a concise and complete question or questions with appropriate supporting information, resolve all Q1, Q2 formulation issues before submitting the quality questions, verify that the new guidance has not been published on the same topic, and refer to FDA's guidance for industry, questions and answers on quality-related control correspondence to find out if the question and answer is already posted there. Some issues that we have seen with quality-related control correspondences are not enough background information. For example, not including the proposed commercial batch size for questions about exhibit batch size, not clarifying if a common blend is used for questions on bracketing, and not providing necessary product information that would be needed to answer the question. For example, if the product is Q1, Q2 with the RLD, On the other hand, there can be too much information. Lengthy and detailed information is not needed. The emphasis of the control correspondence should be on key information only and not extraneous data that does not support the request. Also, complete study reports are generally not appropriate for a CC. These will be reviewed in the ANDA after submission. A summary of the data should be submitted. Another issue is that sometimes it's not clear what the question is that is being asked. The question may be phrased so it's difficult to understand, or there may be no specific question included. So I would recommend that a question or questions are included and they be specific and easy to understand. The control correspondence can also be too general. For example, for post-approval changes in facility, which is not related to specific ANDA, the control correspondence may not provide the dosage form, which makes it difficult to respond to what is required, since different dosage forms have different requirements. These are some examples of quality-related control correspondences. The first is change in container closure system. This can be from ampule to vial or vial to ampule, maybe a different size container from the RLD or a different composition of the container. In general, container closure changes are acceptable, but justification and supporting data should be provided to justify why the change is needed and whether it will be equivalent. The number of exhibit batches to be packaged. This is a question that we frequently get. One exhibit batch should be completely packaged in the marketing presentation, and the other two batches can be partially packaged in sufficient quantities to comply with the CFR. And this is also noted in the FDA guidance for industry, ANDA stability testing of drug substances and products questions and answers. Another example of quality-related control correspondences is device questions. The device questions on specifications, performance data, manufacturing quality information should be submitted to OPQ. However, questions on differences between the user interface of the proposed generic drug device combination and the RLD should be submitted to OGD's Office of Research and Standards. We also get questions on what should be used when the reference listed drug and or the reference standard has been discontinued. In most cases, when the RLD is discontinued, the reference standard can be used for physicochemical comparison studies. However, if the RLD and the RS are both discontinued, then a control correspondence should be submitted to Orange Book in OGD to assign a new reference standard which should be used for the physicochemical comparison. Approved ANDA from the market should not be randomly selected for this comparison unless it is designated as a reference standard. Also, there are specific questions that we may not be able to answer in a control correspondence. These include acceptability of a certain specification or an in-process control, and also acceptability of an overage in the drug product. In these cases, we will provide general guidance, but we may not be able to respond to specific limits and overage amounts. We will assess these after submission during the ANDA review based on all of the information that is in the application. Now, clarification of ambiguities in the control correspondence response can be submitted within 7 days after the response is sent out. No new questions or rephrasing of questions should be in the submission, and no new information should be included. OPQ receives inquiries that are submitted to the OPQ's mailbox or other agency mailboxes. And some of these inquiries may be eligible to be submitted as controlled correspondences. In these cases, FDA will notify the inquirer and request that the question should be submitted as a controlled correspondence. So, in general, FDA will apply all available guidances to each situation, and it is best to do the same and provide a sufficient scientific justification if a variance from the guidance is being requested. And reliance on historic trends may seem to be a sound approach for justification. However, if the regulatory science has moved beyond the understanding of that subject at that particular time, the significance of the earlier outcomes will be diminished. Now, for the challenge questions. The first challenge question is, separate controlled correspondences should be submitted for different OPQ subdisciplines for A. Pre-submission questions, B. Post-approval questions, C. Post-CRL questions, D. A and B. And the correct answer is D, A and B. For pre-submission questions and for post-approval questions, separate control correspondences should be submitted for different OPQ sub-disciplines. Challenge question number 2. Which of the following statements is true? If the RLD or RS is discontinued, another approved ANDA can be used for comparison. Or B, a follow-up question can be asked in request for clarification of ambiguity. Or C, a concise question and appropriate amount of information should be provided in the control correspondence. And the correct answer is C. A concise question and appropriate amount of information should be provided in the controlled correspondence. So, in summary, please provide appropriate information and clear and concise questions in the controlled correspondence. Please submit separate control correspondences for different OPQ subdisciplines, except for post-CRL controls, and for OPQ and OGD. Clarification of ambiguity in response should be submitted in 7 days and should not contain any new information. Here are some resources. The first is the Controlled Correspondence Guidance that was published in December 22. The second is the Guidance for Industry, Questions and Answers on Quality-Related Controlled Correspondence. And the third is the web page for the questions and answers on quality-related controlled correspondence. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention. And please save your questions for the panel discussion at the end of the session.
Thank you for the introduction and hello to all joining us today. I'm Commander Christine Lay, Program Director of Product-Specific Guidance or PHG program in the Office of Research and Standards within the Office of Generic Drugs. I will be presenting an overview of the FDA PHG program under GDUFA III. The Office of Research and Standards leads the FDA PHG program in collaboration with multiple disciplines and offices within the FDA. Outline for today's presentation will be an overview on general principles and a background of the FDA PHGs. Discuss the PHG process and communications to facilitate generic drug development. Describe the FDA PHG database and provide updated information related to the PHG program under GDUFA III. Lastly, outline of the new meetings related to PHG, such as PHG teleconference and PHG meetings that are new under GDUFA III. What is a product-specific guidance or PHGs? PHG reflects the FDA current thinking and expectations on how to develop generic drug products therapeutically equivalent to specific reference listed drug products or RLD. PHGs contain recommendations on individual drug products by identifying the methodology and approaches for developing generic drugs and generating evidence recommended to support under approval. Recommendations in PHG are supported by key science and research outcomes. PHGs are unique to the generic drug development programs. PHG is an integral part of the FDA ANDA programs. As shown in this diagram, outcomes from GDUFA-funded research provide support to develop and improve our standards and guidance, thus expediting the assessment and approval of ANDAs. In 2007, GDUFA II introduced the pre-ANDA program with a specific focus to have an enhanced mechanism to assist generic drug applicants and or industry through science and research, pre-ANDA meetings for complex products, PHG development, and control correspondences. The pre-ANDA program continues under GDUFA III with new elements and commitments will be highlighted later in my presentations, with a focus on those related to the PHG programs. Background on PHGs and what is involved. To start, refer to the FDA regulation Title 21 Code of Federal Regulations or 21 CFR Part 320 on definitions and requirements for bioavailability and bioequivalent studies. You can also refer to the general FDA guidance for industry. PHGs provide product-specific recommendations for developing generic drugs and generating the evidence needed to support ANDA approval. One important note here, PHGs are specifically for generic drug development, although other types of applications such as 505(b)(2) may use bioequivalent or B principle as laid out in the PHGs. Started in 2007, FDA began publishing the PHGs. As of April this year, more than 2,000 PHGs have been issued and are included in the PHG database on its website. In addition, Several pertinent updates related to GDUFA III implementation have gone live, and I will discuss these changes later. This diagram illustrates number of PHEs the FDA has issued from the inaugural GDUFA I in fiscal year 2013 to GDUFA II in fiscal year 2022. In FY 2022, the FDA issues 110 new PHEs and 67 revised PHEs. In the past 10 years, a grand total of 1,870 new revised and final PHEs were issued, and 40% of that total were complex products. Complex generics are products that have complex active ingredient formulation, dosage form, route of administration, or complex drug-device combinations products. PHEs for complex products are typically difficult to develop and may require novel approaches for BE assessment, and many are supported by GDUFA-funded research. GDUFA III began on October 1, 2022. For newly approved non-complex NCE new drug applications, the FDA commits to issuing at least 90% of the PHEs for these products within 2 years after the date of approval. No change as compared to GDUFA II. Under GDUFA III, new goals for newly approved complex new drug applications on or after October 1st of 2022. A PHE will be issued for 50% within 2 years and 75% within 3 years after the date of approval. The FDA will continue to develop these complex products approved prior to October 1, 2022, for which none have been published. This graph illustrates the PHE process as a continuous cycle. New PHEs are prioritized for development or revision, followed by PHE development includes technical assessment of the regulatory history or other related safety concerns. Next, draft PHE is published and posted in a quarterly batch or as a standalone. After publication is followed by a period of public comments. The Federal Register notice will identify a comment period typically 60 days after the notice is posted. The FDA always consider all comments made to the docket before we finalize the PHE. Multiple factors are taken into consideration when prioritizing PHE development. I mentioned previously, beginning with GDUFA III, the FDA committed to developing PHEs for both non-complex NDAs and complex NDAs. Other external interests, such as pre-ANDA meeting for complex product, control correspondence, or public requests for product without PHEs. Responses to public health priorities, drug availability and accessibility, in addition to the outcome of GDUFA-funded research. Under GDUFA III, the FDA is committed to seeking public input on prioritization of PHEs during the public research and scientific meeting annually. Public requests are one of the factors considered for PHE prioritizations. The FDA receives approximately 100 requests annually. Requests can be submitted via the CDER NextGen portal or the portal. The FDA validates, reviews these requests, and takes into consideration during prioritization and development process. How revised PHE are planned. Identification of needs listed on the left where a PHE revision may be warranted. The FDA prioritizes and revises PHEs as necessary based on the reference listed drugs or IRD changes. For example, newly added strain, newly identified safety concerns, responses to public comments, and knowledge acquired from ANDA assessment, pre-ANDA meetings, or control correspondences. In GDUFA III, there are 5 revision categories as illustrated on the right with their individual description. a critical revision is applicable to all ANDAs, including approved, because the revision is necessary to ensure the ANDA had the same safety and efficacy as the RD. In vivo and in vitro major revisions are additional BE study or evidence that are necessary to establish BE and support ANDA approval. Major revisions may impact unapproved ANDAs. Under GDUFA III, applicant may use the new meeting, such as PHE teleconference and PHE meeting process to get FDA feedback, which I will address this meeting later. A minor revision is any revision that is not considered major. And editorial revision is primarily administrative, grammar, spelling, etc. The revision of a PHE may contain more than one categories, and the FDA provides advance notice of upcoming new and revised PHE for complex and non-complex products, which will be covered next. When are PHE published? New and revised PHEs are generally published quarterly in batches. On occasion, a PHE may be published individually as a standalone. For example, to meet the GDUFA goal day or to coordinate with a relevant citizen petition. The published PHE are announced in the Federal Register and made available to the published on the FDA website. This is a screenshot of FDA PHE public database. PHE for specific products are arranged in alphabetical order by the active ingredient. Users can browse using the first letter from the list here, or search by the active ingredient, RLD, or RS numbers. On the lower left are links for newly added and revised PHE, last posted in February this year. In order to locate a PHE, users can filter search results or sort by the columns. From the sortable list, you can click on the hyperlink of the active ingredient to open the PHE page, as seen here on the right, which show an example of a PHE page in PDF format. The layout and content format of the PHE page are tailored based on a specific drug product. How to use RLD RS on the PHE webpage. In the blue box are the RLD or RS numbers. You can click on the hyperlink and it will take you to the Orange Book webpage. Keep in mind, the RLD or RS information for a specific PHE can only be found on the PHE webpage here, and not on the PHE page or the PDF file itself. Also, the Day Recommended column on the far right has been updated to reflect the posting date. RLD and RS information on the PHE webpage is used to identify a product related to a specific PHE, but should not be a substitution for the Orange Book. A PHE may cover multiple RLDs, and the applicant should use the Orange Book for correct basics of ANDA submission and identify RLD appropriately. The information is considered correct on the PHE webpage when the PHE is posted. However, the RS may change later, and the applicant should use the Orange Book to verify. For example, it is usually the RLD, but it may be different if the original RLD is no longer marketed. Webpage title Upcoming PHE for Generic Drug Product Development, also called the Forecast List. To enhance transparency, under GDUFA III, the webpage has been updated to highlight the following. The FDA plans for issuing new and revised PHE for both complex and non-complex products in the next 12 months, projected in months, years, or descriptive timeline. The FDA also updated the revision classification for each category to include detailed description. Keep in mind, the projected date of PHE publication may be subject to change. When the FDA becomes aware it will not meet the issuing date, we will update with a new projected issuing date on the website during the next schedule update, typically when a new PhD pass is posted. Here are examples of brand new and revised PhD forecast lists on the web page, last updated in February this year. Under GDUFA III, the FDA has updated the columns for complexity and planned publication date of months and years, or description timeline. On the right side, in the planned revised PhD list, each specific generic drug product includes the revision categories of major, minor, or editorial, and a brief description of the reason for revision. Refer to slide number 12 for the revision categories. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, the new and revised draft PhDs are published quarterly. The FDA issued a Federal Register notice via docket FDA-2007-D-0369 for public comments through a period of 60 days from posting. Upon receipt of the comments, the FDA will review and decide if there's a need for a PhD revision or the PhD revision is warranted. All comments to the docket are considered before FDA finalizes the PhD. PhD are occasionally withdrawn from the public web page. This occurs when recommendations in a PhD no longer reflect the FDA current thinking. The withdrawal list can be accessed via the link and shown here with the last updated in May 2022. Under GDUFA III, 3 new meetings are added throughout the ANDA cycle, include pre- and post-ANDA submission PhD teleconference, pre-submission PhD meeting, and post-submission PhD meetings. Keep in mind, PhD teleconference can occur at any phases of pre-ANDA submission, during ANDA review, or post-action. Applicant or prospective applicant may request a PhD teleconference if they have already commenced an in vivo BA study to obtain agency feedback on potential impact on the new or revised PhD on the applicant development programs. This is another view for PhD teleconference, also called PhD TCON and PhD meetings. At the start of the event after PhD publication, an applicant has already commenced or completed in vivo BA study. They can request a PhD TCON within 60 days after the PhD publication. PhD TCON is used to triage the request and determine whether a PhD meeting is warranted. During a PhD TCON, the FDA will provide feedback on the potential impact of the recommendation in the PhD, but no scientific discussion. Pre-submission or post-submission PhD meeting may be requested, follow feedback received at the PhD TCON if additional scientific discussion on approaches different from PhD is needed. Alternatively, applicant may follow with a control correspondence to seek additional clarification. On February 17 this year, FDA issued a new draft guidance titled Product-Specific Guidance Meetings between FDA and ANDA applicant under GDUFA, where you can find more information. As described in the GDUFA III commitment letter, and to reiterate from previous slides, this table covers 3 meetings with format, requirement, and timeline for each meeting. For your awareness and detailed information of the PhD TCON and PhD meetings, the FDA invites you to join our upcoming SBIA webinar on May 15 this year, covering a deep dive GDUFA III scientific meetings. To meet the CE requirement, I have 2 questions. Question number 1. What is not one of the factors FDA takes into consideration while prioritizing PhD development or revision? A. ANDA assessment goal days. B. Public health priorities. C. Public requests. D. Drug availability and accessibility. The answer is A. And the assessment goal date is not one of the factors FDA take into consideration while prioritizing PhD development or revision. Question number 2. The generic applicant or prospective applicant may request a PhD teleconference, also called PhD TCON, to obtain FDA feedback on the potential impact of the new or revised PhD on its development program. A. Has already commenced in vivo bioequivalence study. B. Has already commenced in vitro bioequivalence study. C. Both A and B. The correct answer is A. Only if has already commenced in vivo bioequivalence study. This concludes my presentation. The following 2 pages and links are useful resources I have mentioned throughout my presentation. I would like to acknowledge my colleagues here who have assisted with my development of this presentation. I really appreciate the insight and support all of you have provided. Thank you again, everyone, for your time and attention. I will be back later for the Q&A panel section.
Thank you to all of our presenters for excellent presentations. We'll now move into our first Q&A session. As a reminder, if you haven't had a chance to submit your questions in the Q&A chat pod, please do so now. We'll answer as many questions as time allows. Please also indicate with your question at the beginning of the question the person to whom your question is being addressed. We do have a few additional panelists that will be joining us right now. First, we welcome Commander Malik Imam, who's an expert in labeling review of generic applications and has represented OGD on drug nomenclature standards, generic drug user fee implementations, and dispute resolutions. Currently, he is the Deputy Director for the Office of Regulatory Operations within OGD. Our next panelist, Dr. Manina Singh, is a Deputy Director in the Division of Bioequivalence Process Management and the Office of Bioequivalence in OGD. In her current role, she leads a division of regulatory health project managers and collaborates across CDER offices to optimize, plan, manage, organize, and direct the bioequivalence review processes for ANDAs and other submissions to ensure meeting and exceeding all regulatory commitments. Our third panelist is Dr. Peter Capella, who has nearly 15 years of FDA experience supporting generic drug quality reviews across a wide range of therapeutic areas. His group directly supported a PEPFAR ANDA quality assessments for both pre- and post-marketing. Next, we welcome Dr. Xiaoming Zhu, who's the Director of the Division of Product Quality Research in the Office of Testing and Research in FDA, where he leads multiple regulatory research areas such as complex formulations, nanomaterials, and advanced manufacturing. Dr. Zhu is a member of the FDA Nanotechnology Task Force, responsible for developing international collaborative programs and standards in the areas related to nanotechnology. It's also our pleasure to welcome Dr. Lei Zhang, the Deputy Director of ORS within OGD. ORS supplements the Generic Drug User Fee Amendments, or GDUFA, science and research commitments to ensure the therapeutic equivalence of generic drug products. Dr. Zhang is an accomplished professional with more than 23 years of combined experience in the areas of drug research, development, and regulatory review and approval. She's rapporteur for the ICH M13 Expert Working Group that is developing an M13 guideline to harmonize bioequivalence study design for immediate release oral dosage form drugs. Finally, we welcome Dave Coppersmith, a regulatory counsel in the Division of Policy Development, Office of Generic Drug Policy in OGD. Before joining OGD in May 2019, he was a supervisory regulatory counsel in the Center for Tobacco Products, Office of Compliance and Enforcement. Looks like we have some questions coming in right now, and the first two questions will be addressed to Shanaz Reed, and here is the first question. How many questions can be used for post-CRL controlled correspondence? For an example, a CRL contains 20 quality questions for product 1, and the applicant wants to ask questions on 3 quality questions. Is that acceptable? And what is the maximum number of CRL questions included for clarity in a controlled correspondence?
Yes, thank you for the question. So while there is no maximum number of questions that can be submitted in a post-CRL quality control correspondence, we would request that a reasonable number of questions are submitted. And yes, 3 questions would be acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have another question for Shanaz Reed, and here is the question. What data is required for justification in change of container closure, and what stability data is required?
So for the controlled correspondence, you should submit a comparison of the RLD's container closure and the proposed container closure for your product, along with a rationale for the change. Stability data, in addition to information as per the packaging guidance, should be provided in the ANDA. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to a next panelist, we do have a couple of questions that came in for Commander Malik Imam, and here is the first question. Does the agency determine the function of excipients in the Q1, Q2 controlled correspondence?
Thank you for that question. So the agency does not determine the function. You will need to provide the function with your table of composition of your ingredients. If you do not provide it, the control correspondence submitted will not be reviewed for substantive review. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question, Commander. We have one more question for you, and here is the question. And this is a question regarding inactive ingredient controlled correspondences. If a company has submitted a controlled correspondence for evaluation on the amount of one active ingredient and the controlled correspondence is still pending review, can a company submit a second controlled correspondence for a different inactive ingredient evaluation?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Captain Ford. Yes, absolutely. They can submit a second control requesting, whatever they feel like at that point. They can have concurrently up to 3 pending controls at the same time.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we've got a couple of questions that came in for Commander Christine Lay. And here is the first question for Commander Lay. What are the triggers to develop a PSG for a specific DP? Is it its complexity?
Drug products. Thank you for the question. So the question is, what trigger to develop a PhD for a specific drug product, like complexity. So our goal is to develop the PhD for every product that approved You can refer to slide number 10 for the prioritization to develop the PhD, or also slide number 12, like how the revised PhD are plated. So, however, the FDA cannot develop all the PhD at the same time. We need to prioritize them first. And also, we will base on the goal day, for example, the NCE for the non-complex, and also the newly approved complex products. If the product do not belong to any of these categories, then we do our best to develop as soon as feasible. Scientific research also may be determined if we can develop the PhD. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have one more question for you, Commander Lay, and here is the question. Are PSGs or guidances documents legally binding?
Thank you for the question. The FDA guidance describes the agency current thinking on the evidence needed to demonstrate that generic is equivalent to the corresponding reference list or the complex regulatory issue. So the PhD is not legally binding to the public or the FDA. So refer to the statute or the regulation which is legally binding. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we have a couple questions that came in, at least one question for Dr. Manina Singh, and here's the first question for Manina Singh. What are the common new types of G3 post-submission controlled correspondences that the Office of Bioequivalence may review, and are you able to provide a few examples of the types of inquiries that your office reviews?
Thank you for the question. Common new types of post-submission controls that our office may review are those that are submitted after an issuance of a complete response letter or tentative approval. We also review controls related to approved ANDAs. To provide you a few examples on the types of inquiries that our Discipline Office of Bioequivalence may review include specific questions that are related to planning of bioequivalence studies, of generic drug product development, questions related to maximum daily exposure of an inactive ingredient, addition of additional strength to an approved product line, and request feedback on whether to conduct the recommended studies in the PSG for the additional strength, and BE studies for post-approval changes. You may also consult the control correspondence guidance for more information on the types of inquiries that our office reviews. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we do have a couple of questions that came in for Dr. Peter Capella. And here is the first question. Which subdivision of OPQ is responding to controlled correspondences related to nitrosamine impurities or quality?
Good morning. That's a very good question. And it relates to the difference between complexity in terms of controls. For instance, nitrosamine impurities, there can be questions about methodology, which would clearly come into a quality perspective. However, if the questions are surrounded by, are related to the limits or acceptable limits of the given impurity, that typically would require a consult with DPTR, the Division of Pharmacology, Toxicology review. So in that case, if you're requesting that type of analysis on limits, you would definitely go directly pointing towards DPTR. If it comes into our OLDP, we would immediately redirect and send it into DPTR for that analysis. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question, Dr. Kamala. And I think there was another question that's slightly before this one that may have been good to have prior to answering it, but we'll ask it for you anyway. What is the difference between level 1 and 2 controlled correspondences?
Yeah, that's fine. What I just mentioned about the nitrosamine situation is a good example of this, whereas, again, if it's a straightforward methodology question, that would certainly typically fall within the purview of level 1, fairly straightforward question or questions related to the methodology. However, if it is indeed related to limits requested or asked for by the applicant, the correspondent, that would rise to a level 2 due to the complexity of the pharm tox evaluation. So it's a good example of a difference between level 1 control and level 2. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we've got a couple of questions that came in for Dr. Xiaoming Zhu. And here is the first question for Dr. Zhu. Is it possible to apply a PSG's methodologies to a product containing the same active ingredient in a different strength if no PSG exists for the alternate strength product?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The short answer to that is it depends, but in general, I want to kind of highlighting or recognize that the PSGs are recommendations that are developed based on best available information. So because of the product complexity can vary for non-complex to complex products, that oftentimes the approaches to assess or develop and assess may be different. So, but in general, the approach is that if you think it's applicable and reasonable scientifically, you think can be justified, that can certainly be considered. And in terms of interaction, I think the controlled correspondence or even the pre-end program can be good approaches to engage or inquire with FDA's input. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have one more question for Dr. Zhu, and here is the question. How would FDA prioritize research and decide which complex products to develop a PSG for?
Yeah, thanks again. I want to point to Christine's earlier presentation about the general approach on or consideration in prioritization of the development of the PSG. However, we do recognize there are some unique challenges associated with the complex products. Oftentimes, especially if there is no clear precedence from prior examples, in those cases, research might need to be conducted both internally and externally through extramural grants. And also in terms of prioritization of the research, GDUFA public workshop, which I think coming up very soon next month, is a really good place to provide input to the FDA and also help prioritizing the research priorities. So, but in general, the goal of the research is to really provide the understanding so that we can generate the best evidence, scientific evidence to help us develop PSG. But the timeline may vary. So exactly when the PSG may become available, it depends really on when the information may be available. So thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got about a little over a minute left. We're going to try to squeeze in our last two panelists. And here's the next question for Dr. Lei Zhang. Based on adoption of the M13 guidance, would FDA be open in revising all PSGs, asking for only fasting studies for immediate release non-complex products?
Thank you for the question. This is a very good question and very timely. As people are aware, We just published the ICH M13A draft guidance. So the short answer is yes, FDA will be open to revising the PSG if there's a change in the general guidance, change of thinking in the general guidance. However, I also want to point out ICH M13A is still a draft and currently under public consultation. So it will be not ready for adoption or implementation immediately. And the FDA and also ICH M13 expert working group will consider the comments received on the draft guidance before they begin to work on the final version of the guidance. And I also would like to bring to the attention to this audience that FDA will hold a SBIA webinar on May 2nd to discuss further on the ICH M13A. Please tune into that webinar if you have more questions regarding M13A and also the PSGs. And as I mentioned, FDA is part of the M13 and ICH, and we will support the harmonized approach when it's time for implementation. And also in that webinar, FDA will provide some additional thinking or clarification on the FDA planning on the implementation of the M13A for generic drug applications. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got time, well, a little over time. We're going to try to squeeze in one more question, bring in our last panelist, Dave Coppersmith. And here is the question. If an ANDA has a BE study conducted before a PSG is issued, what should the sponsor do to be able to submit this to FDA?
Thank you for the question. So if there's no published PSG for a drug product and you have questions about your bioequivalent study, you can contact FDA through the appropriate pathway, either controlled correspondence or a pre-ANDA meeting to discuss the recommended approaches to establish bioequivalence. If FDA publishes a new PSG or also a revised PSG and you have questions about the impact that the recommendations in that PSG have on your development program, in certain situations, as stated in the GDUFA III commitment letter and also the guidance for industry PSG meetings between ANDA applicants and FDA, you may be able to request a PSG teleconference to discuss with FDA. I mean, you can refer to that guidance for more information on requesting a PSG teleconference. You can also refer to the guidance for industry ANDA submissions, refuse to receive standards, which discusses adequate justification for an approach that deviates from the published PSG. Thank you.
That's all the time we have to answer questions in this session. A huge thank you to our presenters and panelists for the great presentations and answering numerous questions that came in. We'll now enter into our break until 10:40 a.m. Eastern Time. Enjoy your break. Welcome back from the break. We hope you're able to refresh your coffee or tea to get you right ready to move into our next session of presentations. Our first presentation is an overview of pre-ANDA meetings under GDUFA III. Our first presenter, Dr. Savita Nigam, is a senior project manager within the Office of Research and Standards in OGD. Savita provides regulatory, project management, and coordination for the review team activities for applications submitted to ANDAs through meetings, guidances, and controlled correspondences. Our second presentation is on Abbreviated New Drug Application meeting requests. Our presenter, Commander Tina New, is currently assigned as a Regulatory Project Manager Team Lead in the Division of Project Management in OGD. Commander New directs a team of regulatory project managers to manage the review and approval of ANDAs. She also leads and manages all PEPFAR ANDAs. Our third presentation is on GDUFA III mid-cycle review meetings and enhanced mid-cycle review meetings. Our presenter, Dr. April Brady, is the Director of the Division of Bioequivalence 3 in FDA's Office of Bioequivalence in OGD. She's been at FDA since 2006 and has over 15 years' experience as a regulator. Dr. Brady began her career as a primary assessor and over the years has served in the roles of team leader, associate division director, and deputy division director. She has led and co-chaired center-level scientific committees and initiatives. Our fourth presentation is on a new GDUFA III meeting, Post-CRL, which stands for Complete Response Letter, scientific meeting. Our presenter, Dr. Tao Bai, is a senior advisor in the Office of Bioequivalence in OGD. In her current role, she provides expert advice and guidance on strategic planning, regulatory policy development, and office operations for the Office of Bioequivalence. He also serves as an expert advisor on ANDA Bioequivalence Review Program, Bioequivalence Review Practice and Policy, Process, Procedures, and other complex areas that impact OB's function and activities. Please join me in welcoming our first presenter, Dr. Nigam.
Thank you for the introduction. Today I will be providing an overview of pre-ANDA meetings under GDUFA III. During this presentation, I will cover purpose and scope of pre-ANDA product development and pre-submission meetings, new features of pre-submission meetings under GDUFA III, best practices for preparation of a pre-ANDA meeting request and package, and will clarify when to utilize controlled correspondence in lieu of a pre-ANDA meeting. The pre-ANDA program was first introduced in GDUFA II and is designed to facilitate the approval of complex generic products by clarifying regulatory expectations for prospective applicant early in product development, assisting applicants in developing more complete submissions, promoting a more efficient and effective ANDA assessment process, and reducing number of assessment cycles needed to obtain ANDA approval. Pre-ANDA meetings were introduced in GDUFA II to facilitate communications between FDA and prospective applicants related to the development of complex products prior to submission of an ANDA. For the definition of what would be considered a complex product, refer to the GDUFA III commitment letter. In October 2022, FDA published a revised guidance for industry on formal meetings between FDA and ANDA applicant of complex products under GDUFA. This revision incorporates information on the complex product meeting types available in GDUFA III, including information on requesting these meetings and FDA's procedures for handling these meetings. Note that there was no change in product development meeting from GDUFA II to GDUFA III. However, pre-submission meeting was completely redesigned in GDUFA III with a new scope and timeline. Product development meetings are meant to be a scientific exchange to discuss specific issues or questions regarding an ongoing development program. FDA expects that a prospective applicant has enough knowledge of the complex product to allow FDA to provide appropriate feedback that will advance product development early in the process. FDA recommends that the applicant submit no more than one request for a product development meeting for the specific complex product per year, but anticipates that some prospective ANDA applicants might submit more than one request if they have specific information or data that cannot be adequately addressed through a controlled correspondence. For pre-submission meetings, as mentioned previously, have been redesigned under GDUFA III, providing prospective applicants the opportunity to present unique and novel data or information that will be included in an upcoming ANDA submission. It is important to note that a pre-submission meeting does not include substantive assessment of summary data or full study report. However, FDA will identify items or information that should be clarified before submission of the ANDA. Pre-submission meetings can be requested approximately 6 to 8 months before ANDA is anticipated to be submitted. A product development meeting will be granted if in FDA's judgment the requested meeting concerns development of a complex generic product for which FDA has not issued a product specific guidance or an alternative equivalence evaluation for a complex product for which FDA has issued a product specific guidance. Additionally, FDA determines the meeting package is complete, controlled correspondence response would not adequately address questions, and a meeting would significantly improve ANDA assessment efficiency. FDA may grant a product development meeting for non-complex products or complex products that do not meet the will grant situation, dependent on available resources, if in FDA's judgment the requested meeting concerns complex development issues. FDA determines the prospective ANDA applicant's meeting package is complete. A controlled correspondence response would not adequately address the prospective ANDA applicant's questions, and a product development meeting would significantly improve ANDA assessment efficiency and would decrease the number of review cycles for the application. FDA will grant a prospective applicant of a complex product a pre-submission meeting if the prospective applicant was granted a product development meeting for the same complex generic product, or if FDA believes in its sole discretion that the pre-submission meeting would improve ANDA's assessment efficiency. FDA recommends that prospective applicant of a complex product seek FDA's feedback via a product development meeting prior to submitting a request for a pre-submission. ANDA applicants can request a pre-submission meeting whether or not they had a product development meeting. This slide presents different meeting types available under GDUFA III. In-person face-to-face meetings are those in which core staff participate in person at the FDA. Additional attendees can participate virtually via a video connection as needed, for example, hybrid meeting format. Video conferences are meetings in which the attendees participate from various remote locations via a video connection. Teleconference meetings are only verbal communication by telephone. Written responses are sent in lieu of a meeting or teleconference when requested by or otherwise agreed to by the applicant. It is important to note that although FDA uses the same platform for both video conference and teleconference, but they are not considered the same. Video conference allow for both audio and visual communication with applicants, which not only facilitate discussion, but also can serve as an alternate to an in-person face-to-face meeting. Teleconference meetings are voice only with no projection of presentation materials or use of video camera. Teleconferences are more appropriate for clarification questions. For scientific meetings like the pre-NDA meeting, video conferences are generally more effective than a teleconference meeting due to scientific nature of the discussion. Applicants should request the desired meeting format in the meeting request. For example, do not request a teleconference if you would like the flexibility to use video or shared screens during the meeting discussion. FDA will confirm the meeting format in the meeting granted letter. As noted previously, there were no changes to the format or timeline of the product development meeting between GDUFA II and GDUFA III. For a product development meeting, applicant can request in-person, face-to-face, video conference, teleconference, or written response only. FDA may grant a teleconference or written response only if requested by the applicant or if FDA grants the meeting above and beyond the commitment letter. FDA will issue a grant denial letter within 14 days of receiving a meeting request and hold the meeting within 120 days of the grant date. If a product development meeting is granted as a written response only, the written response will be issued within 120 days of the meeting grant date. For a pre-submission meeting, only in-person, face-to-face or video conference will be granted. Due to the nature of the pre-submission meeting, teleconference and written response are not appropriate format for this type of meeting. In GDUFA III, the grant deny goal date changed from within 14 days of FDA receive date to within 30 days of FDA receive date. During that time frame, FDA will identify members of the ANDA assessment team to attend the pre-submission meeting. In addition, the overall timeline to hold the pre-submission meeting was shortened from within 120 days of the grant date to within 60 days of the FDA receive date. For both product development and pre-submission meetings, preliminary written comments will be provided no later than 5 days prior to the scheduled meeting date, and meeting minutes will be issued within 30 days of the meeting date. To submit a meeting request, you will need a pre-assigned ANDA number, a CDER NextGen Collaboration Portal account. Once you obtain those, you can submit your meeting via the portal. When submitting through the portal, you will be asked to indicate the type of meeting you are requesting. For your product development meeting package, ensure you provide specific proposals and questions that are supported by appropriate data and scientific justification. Include a brief summary of how the product meets the criteria of a complex product, a background section with the history and status of your product development. Questions should be grouped by discipline and clearly numbered without sub-questions, and each question should be followed by the corresponding justification, rationale, or data. In a pre-submission meeting package, you should indicate whether you have had any prior product development meetings for the same complex generic product and provide the corresponding event IDs and a summary of the advice provided. If no prior product development meeting was held, provide an explanation for why a pre-sub meeting should be granted. Outline the unique, novel, or complex aspects and estimated timeline for your upcoming ANDA submission. Meeting packages can be submitted in the format of your draft meeting presentation. Refer to Appendix P of the formal meetings guidance for a recommended presentation outline template. Some more valuable tips are provided here. Read all applicable guidances and standards before submitting your meeting package. Do not ask review issues that cannot be commented on without seeing full submission. For pre-submission meetings, if you submit your draft presentation with your initial meeting request, It may be updated up to 21 days prior to the meeting date so that FDA may provide preliminary comments on the presentation 5 days before the meeting. Once meeting request and package are received by FDA, the Office of Generic Drugs and the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality perform independent and parallel grant-deny assessments, taking into consideration the product details, contents of the package, and submitted questions. Questions are not anticipated for pre-submission meeting request. OGD and OPQ coordinate to provide a unified grant-deny decision. As stated previously, meetings are typically granted as an in-person or video conference meeting, although the applicant can request a teleconference or written response only. Beginning March 27, 2023, applicants can request in-person face-to-face meeting for pre-ANDA meetings. An assigned project manager from the Office of Research and Standards or OPQ will serve as the point of contact. Once product development meeting is granted, FDA staff will assess the meeting package and will determine if a request for consults and information request will be sent. For product development meeting, information request will be sent to prospective applicant through the portal. For a pre-submission meeting, there is no substantive assessment done for pre-submission meeting. Therefore, consults and IRs will not be issued by the FDA. For product development meeting and pre-submission meeting, preliminary written comments will be sent via the portal not later than 5 calendar days before a scheduled meeting date. For product development meeting, once you have received preliminary comments from FDA, you can submit a revised agenda. Presentations are not required for pre-NDA meetings. If an applicant plans to make a presentation, the presentation should be discussed ahead of time with the FDA point of contact. Submit the presentation material through the portal at least 48 hours prior to a scheduled meeting. Should not submit any new question or data that was not included in the original meeting package. FDA staff may not be able to provide comments on the new information. Applicant can cancel the meeting if preliminary responses adequately address their questions, or applicants can request a change in meeting format, for example, from in-person to video conference or teleconference if discussion is only needed for the clarification of some of the original questions. For pre-submission meeting, a presentation material should be submitted through the portal at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. Preliminary comments from the FDA should not result into cancellation of pre-submission meeting. If meeting was granted as an in-person face-to-face meeting, applicant should provide information about the meeting attendees to the assigned project manager 2 weeks prior to the scheduled meeting date. The information should include name, title, and company affiliation of all participants. If foreign national visitors participating in person, provide country of citizenship and passport information. FDA will include foreign visitor data request form in the meeting information letter. On the day of the meeting, all visitors must present a valid government-issued photo identification. A foreign national visitor must present a valid passport. Lawful permanent residents of the US must present a valid ID card. Other forms of identification will not be accepted. Product development meetings are typically 1 hour. For product development meetings, discussion should focus on clarification of the agency's preliminary written comments. FDA will not address or discuss new data or questions that was not included in the original meeting package. Presentation is not required. However, if you have presentation, you can submit that 48 hours before the meeting. Meetings are typically 1 hour. The length of the meeting will not be increased to accommodate a presentation. For pre-submission meetings, presentation will help orient the discussion. If applicable, members of the ANDA assessment team will be in attendance as well as participants in prior product development meetings. Product development meetings are typically 1 hour. Applicant would like to submit their meeting summary. They can submit within 7 calendar days of the meeting via the portal. FDA will issue meeting minutes within 30 calendar days after the meeting date, and the FDA issued minutes are considered the official record of the meeting. For a dispute of meeting minutes, a prospective applicant can request additional clarification of the meeting minutes issued by FDA. The applicant should contact the assigned FDA point of contact. Applicant can submit control correspondence if they have single or small group of closely related questions. When questions are outside of the scope of a product development meeting request, control correspondence can also be submitted following a product development meeting if applicant is seeking further clarification or has new questions related to what was discussed at the meeting. Product development meetings are best for multidisciplinary questions, or if you have a new information, data, or question that will not be adequately addressed in a control correspondence. Next SBIA webinar on pre-submission meeting will be held on May 15, 2023 from 1 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Now is the time for a challenge question. And first question is, for a product development meeting request for a complex generic product to be granted, which of the following in FDA's judgment is true? A. The prospective applicant submits a complete meeting package. B. A controlled correspondence would not adequately address the prospective applicant's questions. C. The meeting would significantly improve ANDA assessment efficiency. And the answer is D. Second challenge question is, a pre-submission meeting provides an applicant the opportunity to discuss and explain the format and content of an ANDA to be submitted. Is it true or false? The answer is false. Pre-submission meetings are an opportunity to present unique or novel data or information in your upcoming ANDA submission. In this slide, you can find links to useful resources to help you how to prepare and submit your product development meeting and pre-submission meeting package. This concludes my presentation. I'll be back shortly to answer your questions. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you have a great start so far today. For those who don't know me, I'm Commander Tina New, Regulatory Project Manager Team Leader at the Office of Generic Drugs. I'm honored and excited in speaking to you today on the Abbreviated New Drug Application, as known as ANDA, meeting requests. You will hear the word ANDA throughout the presentation today. So first, I will begin with the overview. I will talk about what GDUFA II had offered and what GDUFA III has offered us. Next, I will go over meeting types and meeting requests, meeting package, how the meeting request is evaluated, including grant, deny, reschedule, and cancel meetings. Finally, what are the industry and FDA responsibilities for this topic? So let's walk together in learning about ANDA meeting request. Are you ready to cruise with me? Let's go. The focus today is actually based on the guidance listed here and the overview of the ANDA meeting request. And you will hear in detail from different presenters on specific meeting type. I would recommend you to read through the guidance, which provides more details on this topic. Now, before we dive in the guidance, let's go over what GDUFA II had offered. So in GDUFA II established a pre-ANDA program for complex generic drugs product, in which the applicants granted a product development meeting or a pre-submission meeting had the opportunities of a mid-review cycle meeting, also known as MRCM. The MRCM program helped clarify regulatory expectations in early development with the goals to, number one, assist applicants with developing more complete submissions. Number two, provide more efficient and effective review process. And number three, last but not least, reduce number of review cycles. In GDUFA III, with everything we've learned in GDUFA II, we made the process better with the enhanced pathway for complex products, in which we continue to assist in generating and submitting to FDA a meeting request for complex products. And two, the guidance reflects a unified approach to formal meetings between FDA and ANDA applicants, or for complex products under the pre-ANDA program and the ANDA assessment program. Number three, provide targeted and robust advice to ANDA applicants as you work to meet the standards for ANDA approval. This is a list of different meeting types for complex products. And due to time constraint, I will talk more about the mid-cycle review meetings known as MCRM and the enhanced mid-cycle review meetings known as EMCRM and post-CRL scientific meetings known as post-CRL. And as mentioned earlier, you will hear more information at detailed levels from other presenters for its specific topic. Now, with this slide, I have listed here different type or different meeting formats and definitions for your convenience. In addition to these meetings for complex products, other meetings prescribed in GDUFA III commitment letter are available for both complex and non-complex products in different formats. Please note, a formal meeting includes any meeting that is requested by the applicants following the request procedures provided in the guidance, as well as meeting offered by the agency. These are the typical formats, but not all formats are available for each meeting type. For example, MCRMs are only offered as teleconference or TCON or written response. If the applicant desires a video conference or VCON or face-to-face interaction, then the applicants may consider requesting an EMCRM. You got it? Similarly, for post-CR clarification, it is offered as TCON or written response formats. The idea here is that the inquiries should be in clarifying type in nature and that they would not warrant an extensive interaction, such as a VCON or face-to-face meetings. Now, for face-to-face meeting, the meeting will be held at the FDA site with the selected attendees. For meeting request submission, there are two pathways for submissions. You can choose the one that applies to your situation. Electronic submission pathways include, number one, CDER Next Gen Collaboration Portal. Number two, Electronic Submission Gateway, known as ESG. If the meeting request does not contain criteria specified in Section 5 of the guidance, then the request will not be considered to be submitted for purposes of GDUFA III performance goals. In the next few slides, I will talk more about meeting request evaluation, meeting request granted, and meeting request denied. Meeting request granting. For meeting request granted, FDA will send a written notification of the decision to the applicant. And if FDA plans to hold a meeting or a TCON, scheduling information will be included in the meeting grant letter and forwarded to the applicant as soon as possible. Please remember, meeting may be partially granted. For example, if the meeting package contains questions that are not appropriate for the meeting type or questions that are out of scope of the meeting type, then we'll grant a partial meeting based on the meeting request. And last but not least, FDA will advise the applicant if a written response only is forthcoming your way. Let's talk about meeting request denial. It's when the criteria are not met. And if the meeting request is denied, the agency will notify the applicant in writing and provide a rationale. And a subsequent meeting request will be considered as a new request. And I will provide a few examples of meeting request denial in the next slide. These are examples as to why meeting requests are denied. Please note I will not elaborate its specifics as these meetings will be discussed at a greater length during the conference. I would like to share with you some top reasons meetings are denied. It is when you sent in an incomplete meeting request package. For example, the applicant does not include the following: a list of proposed questions seeking clarification of the deficiencies identified in the complete response letter grouped by discipline, a list of all individuals with their titles and affiliations who will participate in the requested meeting from the applicant's organization. Okay? And second, questions are out of scope. Questions are not tied to a specific deficiencies. For example, a request for major or minor amendments classification, a dispute regarding guidance documents or facility issues such as plans for remediation of current CGMP deficiencies or facilities' current CGMP status. Third, a request for a preview by the agency. For example, you would send in questions like, if we do this, will it be okay? Or can the agency review our proposed protocol for a new study we plan to conduct? Last but not least, you're sending in non-clarifying questions for a post-CRL clarification meeting requests, for example. Questions like, does the agency agree that the alternative statistical method would be acceptable? Clarifying questions keeping in mind, should not require additional FDA assessment information or data to develop a response or require an expenditure of significant agency resource. Meeting request and package should contain information relevant to the discussion topics, should enable FDA to prepare adequately, should clearly indicate the type of meeting and format you are requesting, should be submitted to FDA concurrently. Next, let's talk about meeting package content, as I feel that the information is important for you to know upon submission of the meeting request. So for meeting package content, it should be sequentially ordered with table of contents. And remember in slide 7 earlier of this presentation, I provided the meeting format. So please follow the meeting format that was provided to you. The meeting package should provide information relevant to the product, development stage, and meeting type requested, in addition to any supplementary information needed to help FDA develop responses to issues raised by you, the applicant. The meeting package should also contain sufficient detail to meet the intended meeting objectives. Last but not least, to better facilitate FDA review, the meeting package content should be as organized according to the proposed agenda as possible. Let's talk about meeting cancellation. Things happen. Occasionally, circumstances may arise that necessitate the canceling of a meeting. When this happens and when the applicant cancels the meeting, after preliminary responses are received, this will still count towards meeting performance goals. And when FDA cancels the meeting, this will not count towards meeting performance goal. Please note, it is or will be at FDA's discretion whether the meeting should be canceled depending on the specific situation. And if the meeting is canceled, a subsequent request to reschedule a meeting will be considered as a new request. Meeting reschedule. Occasionally, circumstances may arise that necessitate the rescheduling of a meeting. Now, if that happens, if a meeting needs to be rescheduled, FDA will work to reschedule as soon as possible after the original date. That means a new meeting request should not be submitted. And if the applicant requests to reschedule, FDA will assess or evaluate the request. And if FDA reschedules, FDA will notify the applicants of the reason. Please remember, applicants and FDA should take reasonable steps to avoid rescheduling meetings. Wow, this is the best part. What can industry do to assist? First, please submit the meeting package timely with the provided agenda items. For example, for MCRM or EMCRM, the questions should be based on IRs and DRLs issued thus far. For post-CR, the questions should be based on the CRL only. Second, do not add questions after the meeting request is submitted. And please provide or send a courtesy email to the regulatory project manager about forthcoming meeting requests. The best thing is to follow the guidance. Important to send an email at the same time you submit it to the gateway, so it allows us to effectively triage your submission. And you know what? Another tip that is not written here is to please use Google as tool for information to search for FDA's guidance. All right? What should industry expect? You would expect a predictable milestones of action with a timely communication from the RBPM with strict adherence to criteria for granting, denying meeting requests. What are the impacts of these meetings? The different meeting pathways would provide an enhanced engagement or dialogue between the applicant and the agency. And most of you can attest this experience throughout the years that we have had the meetings, which will help reducing numbers of review cycles and decreasing time from ANDA acceptance to approval to provide more competition, increased access to generic drugs. We are certainly at home stretch. This is the reference and resources for you. For questions, please contact the respective regulatory project manager assigned to your ANDA, and the regulatory project managers are more than happy to assist. With that said, thank you for cruising with me in the last half hour or so in learning more about the ANDA meeting requests. Again, my name is Commander Tina New. I will stand by for any questions you might have at the end of the session. Thank you, and take care, everyone.
Hello, my name is April Brady, and I'm the Director of the Division of Bioequivalence 3 in the Office of Bioequivalence within the Office of Generic Drugs. In this presentation, I will share with you fundamental information on mid-cycle review meetings and the new meeting type of enhanced mid-cycle review meetings for complex generic drug products and competitive generic drug therapies under GDUFA III. These meeting types will provide an increased opportunity to engage more with industry on clinical, scientific, and on regulatory issues impacting generic drug approvals. For the purposes of this presentation, going forward, mid-cycle review meetings will be referred to as MCRMs, and enhanced mid-cycle review meetings will be referred to as enhanced MCRMs and denoted as EMCRMs in the presentation slides. There are two main learning objectives for this presentation. The first is to be able to define and outline the changes and additions for MCRMs and enhanced MCRMs. The second is to be able to provide an understanding of the criteria and expectations for requesting these types of meetings for complex generic drug products and competitive generic therapies under GDUFA III. The outline for this presentation will include the following. I will start with sharing the qualifying submission criteria, which includes the cutoff dates for filing of an abbreviated new drug application in order to be considered under the GDUFA III process for MCRMs and enhanced MCRMs. Next, the differences between GDUFA II and GDUFA III as it relates to meeting type format, process, and goal date extensions will be presented. This will be followed up by providing the definition of MCRMs, enhanced MCRMs, and CGT MCRMs, along with the eligibility criteria under GDUFA III. In addition, how to submit a meeting request along with what should be in the meeting package and the grant denied notification from the agency will also be covered. Subsequently, a recap and summary of the process will be provided, and then I will close with resources and particular guidances for industry. Only abbreviated new drug applications that are considered as acceptable for filing by the Division of Filing Review on or after October 1st, 2022 will follow the GDUFA III process for MCRMs and enhanced MCRMs. For instance, an application submitted and accepted for filing on or before September 30th, 2022 will follow the GDUFA II process, whereas an application submitted and accepted for filing on or after October 1st, 2022 will follow the GDUFA III process. Here, I will walk through the changes and additions from GDUFA II to GDUFA III. Under GDUFA II, we only had mid-review cycle meetings known as MRCMs, and they could only be teleconferences in which the agency was responsible for scheduling the meeting and providing agenda items. There was no GDUFA goal date extension. Now, under GDUFA III, we have changed the name to MCRMs, and we have added a new meeting type called enhanced MCRMs. Depending on the meeting type, the format may be a written response, teleconference, video conference, or even face-to-face. Also, under GDUFA III, eligible applicants will be able to request the meeting and provide proposed agenda items. A critical difference between a MCRM and an enhanced MCRM is that for MCRMs, the GDUFA goal date will not be extended, which is no change from the GDUFA II process. However, for the new meeting type of enhanced MCRMs, the GDUFA goal date will be extended 60 days from the current goal date. Under GDUFA III, a MCRM is defined as an opportunity for applicants to ask for the rationale for any deficiency identified in the mid-cycle discipline review letter known as the DRL, and or to ask questions related to FDA's assessment of the data or information in the ANDA. Some key points are the applicant may not present any new data or information. If the meeting is granted, it will take place within 30 days after the date the applicant submitted the MCRM request, and the relevant DRL response date will be extended to 15 days after the MCRM is held. Under GDUFA III, an enhanced MCRM is defined as an opportunity for the applicant to ask questions related to a proposed scientific path to address possible deficiencies identified in the mid-cycle DRL. Unlike with a MCRM, with enhanced MCRMs, an applicant may ask questions about potential new data or information to address any possible deficiencies identified in the mid-cycle DRL. What is critical to note here is that the FDA will discuss the data and information, but will not provide substantive assessment of data or information provided by the applicant at the meeting. If granted, the meeting will take place within 90 days after issuance of the last mid-cycle DRL. The ANDA's GDUFA goal date will be extended by 60 days, and the FDA will extend the response due date for the relevant DRL by recalculating the response due date starting from the date of the meeting. So for instance, if the response was due 30 days after the DRL was issued, it will now be due 30 days after the enhanced MCRM. Qualifying competitive generic therapy ANDA applicants may be eligible to request a MCRM during the first assessment cycle. If eligible, the agency will notify an applicant in the ANDA acknowledgement letter or the CGT designation grant letter. As it relates to MCRM or enhanced MCRM eligibility, meeting requests can only be made during the first assessment cycle. Applicants will be notified of their ANDA's eligibility in the ANDA acknowledgement letter or CGT designation grant letter. Applicants which are eligible for these types of meetings are ANDAs for complex generic drug products with a granted product development meeting, and at the discretion, the FDA may grant these meetings to ANDA applicants that do not meet the criteria outlined in the GDUFA III commitment letter. And as previously shared, qualifying CGT applications are eligible for MCRMs only, not enhanced MCRMs. The table on this slide clearly provides a summarization of a MCRM and enhanced MCRM under GDUFA III, which can serve as a reference point for the applicant when determining what meeting type to select for their application that is most suitable to address the clinical, scientific, and/or regulatory issues. So now that the definition and eligibility criteria has been outlined, I will transition into sharing how and when the applicant should submit a MCRM or enhanced MCRM request to the agency. If eligibility has been communicated to an applicant in the ANDA acknowledgement letter or CGT designation grant letter, then the applicant will have within 7 days of receiving the last mid-cycle DRL to submit a meeting request. The last mid-cycle DRL is defined as the latter of the quality DRL and the bioequivalence or clinical bioequivalence DRL. This is very important here. Onus is on the applicant to ensure the meeting request is submitted within 7 days after the last mid-cycle DRL has been received via the electronic submissions gateway. 2 additional crucial points are only one meeting package will be accepted, and questions on a rolling basis that are submitted will not be accepted. When eligible ANDA applicants submit their meeting package, they are to state the meeting type in the cover letter. Only one meeting type, either MCRM or enhanced MCRM, may be granted. Questions within the scope of a MCRM but in an enhanced MCRM request will be granted, whereas questions within the scope of an enhanced MCRM will be denied if submitted in an MCRM request. Additionally, eligible ANDA applicants should specify in the cover letter the meeting format. The list of attendees by applicants should be provided. The list of specific assessment disciplines requested to be present should also be included, along with a list of questions based on mid-cycle DRLs grouped by the assessment disciplines, in addition to the proposed agenda. This slide outlines the 4 different meeting formats that can be requested based on the meeting type. For MCRMs, either a written or teleconference can be requested, whereas for enhanced MCRMs, a written, teleconference, video conference, or even face-to-face meeting can be requested. Now to talk about how the meeting request will be evaluated and the applicant will be notified. The applicant will receive a written notification as to whether the meeting request has been granted or denied. The request may be granted in part for the questions that are appropriate for the meeting type requested and denied in part for the questions that are not appropriate for the meeting type requested. There are several potential reasons as to why a meeting request may be denied. It could be one or more of the following. The submitted ANDA is not eligible for either a MCRM or enhanced MCRM. For example, if eligibility was not conveyed in the ANDA acknowledgement letter or CGT designation grant letter, a request was received more than 7 days after the last mid-cycle DRL was issued, a request was received after the first assessment cycle, more than one meeting request was submitted. I just want to stop and emphasize here that after one meeting is granted, subsequent MCRMs or an enhanced MCRM questions or meeting requests will not be accepted. Also, another reason for denial is if an applicant intends to ask questions regarding a DRL in an MCRM or an enhanced MCRM, the applicant should not respond to the said DRL prior to the meeting. Now, if the response due date for a DRL is before the date by which an applicant must request the MCRM or enhanced MCRM, then the applicant should request an extension to respond to that DRL. Or if an applicant responds to a DRL anytime prior to the MCRM or enhanced MCRM is held or written response is issued, the FDA will deny or cancel the MCRM or enhanced MCRM request for the questions related to that DRL. Now, just as a recap, this slide provides a graphical representation of the process for a granted meeting or written response. The NDA is received for review, accepted for filing. Meeting eligibility is conveyed to the applicant via an ANDA acknowledgement letter or CGT designation grant letter. The agency does their assessment and DRLs, if any, are issued. Once the last DRL is issued, then the applicant will have 7 days to request either a MCRM or enhanced MCRM. The agency will notify the applicant if the meeting is granted. The meeting will be held or a written response will be provided depending on the meeting request type and format, and the meeting minutes will be issued. As of February 12, 2023, the FDA has identified 7 NDAs that may be eligible to request a MCRM or enhanced MCRM. Some resources for industry as it relates to GDUFA III and MCRMs and enhanced MCRMs include our commitment letter, GDUFA reauthorization performance goals and program enhancement, fiscal years 2023 to 2027, guidance for industry for formal meetings between FDA and NDA applicants of complex products under GDUFA, and guidance for industry for competitive generic therapies. We now have a challenge question. Which application type or types are not eligible for an enhanced MCRM per the GDUFA III commitment letter? A complex generic product with a granted product development meeting. B, a complex generic product with a denied product development meeting. C, a non-complex CGT MCRM eligible ANDA. D, B and C, or E, all of the above. The answer is D. B and C are not eligible for an enhanced MCRM per the GDUFA III commitment letter. In closing, I would like to acknowledge some FDA staff members. I will begin by acknowledging the GDUFA III MCRM and Enhanced MCRM Working Group members, which consisted of representatives from the Office of Generic Drugs and the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality, as well as staff from the Office of Regulatory Operations in the Office of Generic Drugs, Partha Soni, Mai Nguyen, and John Ibrahim, and the Office Director of the Office of Bioequivalence, Partha Roy. And although not listed, I would also like to acknowledge Tani Swammer from the Office of Generic Drugs Immediate Office. Just to reiterate, we look forward to engaging with industry and thank you for your time. If you have any questions, then you are welcome to reach out and contact the assigned regulatory project manager of your ANDA. Again, thank you and have a wonderful day.
Good morning. Welcome to the second day of SBIA Generic Drug Forum. My name is Tao Bai. I'm Senior Advisor in Office of Bioequivalence in Office of Generic Drugs. Next, I'll give you an overview of the new GDUFA III meeting, a post-complete response letter CRL scientific meeting. From October 1st, 2022, and the applicants can request post-CRL scientific meetings for FDA to provide scientific advice on possible approaches to address deficiencies identified in the CRL related to establishing bioequivalence. In today's presentation, I'll walk you through several key aspects related to this meeting. I'll start my presentation with an introduction of GDUFA III meetings, particularly this new post-CRL scientific meeting. Then I'll clarify the purpose of this meeting, followed by discussing its grant and deny decision criteria, as well as its meeting process and key timelines. I'll end my presentation with a challenge question for CE purpose. This is an overview diagram for all GDUFA III meetings. These meetings are grouped in 3 areas. First, pre-ANDA submission area. Second, post-ANDA submission but before action area. And last, post-action area. Post-CRL scientific meeting occurs in the post-action stage. And any ANDA that's in CR status after October 1st, 2022 is eligible to submit a meeting request. The purpose of GDUFA and the assessment meeting program is to provide targeted, robust advice to ANDA applicants as they work to meet the standards for ANDA approval. In GDUFA III, this new meeting, the Post-CRL scientific meeting, has been added to the GDUFA program. The purpose of this new meeting is to provide the applicant scientific advice on possible approaches to address deficiencies identified in the CRL related to establishing equivalence. The Post-CRL scientific meeting is intended to discuss one or more of the topics listed in this blue box as it relates to establishing equivalence. That include, number 1, new equivalence study needed to address the deficiencies in the design identified in the CRL. Number 2, approach that is different from that submitted in the ANDA, for example, a change in study type from in vivo to in vitro. Number 3, a new comparative use human factor study, or number 4, a new approach to demonstrating sameness of complex active ingredient. FDA will grant the meeting if it's for a complex generic product, or in FDA's judgment, the request raises issues that are best addressed via the meeting process and cannot be adequately addressed through the controlled correspondence. FDA will communicate the grant denied decision to the applicant within 14 days after the receipt of the request. And FDA will hold the post-CRL scientific meeting within 90 days after the meeting is granted. Please note that an ANDA applicant may have a post-CRL teleconference to seek clarification concerning deficiencies identified in the CRL prior to requesting this meeting. However, the ANDA applicant does not have to have had a post-CRL teleconference prior to requesting a post-CRL scientific meeting. Also, ANDA applicants can request a post-CRL scientific meeting even if they have not had a product development meeting with the agency. FDA will grant the post-CRL scientific meeting request if the meeting request is for a complex generic product, and the questions relate to one or more of the 4 topics discussed on the previous slide in the GDUFA III commitment letter. FDA may grant the post-CRL scientific meeting request if, in FDA's judgment, the questions or issues raised in the meeting request package are best addressed via this meeting process and cannot be adequately addressed through controlled correspondence. FDA may deny a post-CRL scientific meeting request because the product does not meet the criteria for a complex product. For example, complex API, complex formulation, drug-device combination product, etc. Or in FDA's judgment, the questions submitted in the meeting request can be adequately addressed through the controlled correspondence. Or the meeting request does not discuss one of the 4 topics discussed in the GDUFA III commitment letter as it relates to establishing equivalence. Some important timelines for post-CRL scientific meetings are listed on this slide. FDA will make grant or deny decision within 14 days after receipt of this meeting request. If granted, FDA will hold the meeting either in person, video conference, or have a teleconference, or issue a written response within 90 days after the meeting is granted. Please note that it is 90 days after the meeting is granted, not the meeting request is submitted. If granted 5 days prior to the meeting with the applicant, FDA will also issue a preliminary response to the applicant's questions. The final meeting minutes will be issued within 30 days of the meeting or teleconference. Please note that if a due date falls on a weekend or federal holiday, it will be moved to the preceding business day. Once a grant denied decision has been made by FDA, the applicant will either receive a denial letter if the post-CRL scientific meeting request has been denied. On the denial letter, reasons for denying the meeting request will be stated. If the meeting request has been granted, the applicant will receive a grant letter from the FDA, on which FDA will state the meeting date, meeting time, or a go date for providing a written response if a written response is to be provided, as well as preliminary list of FDA attendees for the meeting and the decided format of the meeting, which include in-person, face-to-face, when it's becoming available option for this meeting, or video conference, or teleconference, or written response only. Here, I'd like to take a minute to talk about the difference between a video conference and teleconference. Please be aware that video conference includes both audio and visual communication between FDA and applicants. At a video conference, at a minimum, core members who have the speaking roles are expected to turn on their camera while speaking. Although rare if needed, and applicants may request to use presentation to support the discussion at the video conference too. But in this case, it should be discussed ahead of time with the FDA point of contact to ensure that FDA has the presentation materials ahead of the meeting. Well, for teleconference, it means video only. Neither FDA or and applicant representatives need to open their cameras while speaking. No presentation will be used as a supporting tool during the teleconference. FDA advises an applicant to properly select the format of the meeting and indicate clearly in the meeting package that which meeting format is preferred in order to have a productive meeting with FDA. Now let's talk about what are expected to be included in the meeting package. In addition to the general information related to this ANDA, for example, ANDA number, drug product name, RLD information, purpose and objective of this meeting, etc., a post-CRL scientific meeting package should clearly indicate that this is a post-CRL scientific meeting request and include a brief statement indicating how this product meets the criteria for complex product if applicable. In addition, the meeting package should clearly state which of the 4 criteria we previously discussed that are relating to establishing equivalence will be focused on in this meeting package and provide sufficient data to support discussion. Also, the applicant should clearly state that the requested format of the meeting, as we previously discussed in the last slide. A post-CRL scientific meeting can be canceled. For example, the applicant may withdraw their meeting request or the end applicant informs FDA that its questions have been adequately answered by the preliminary written response comments, which typically is issued 5 days prior to the meeting, or based on FDA's newly issued product-specific guidance, and the applicant feels that a meeting is no longer necessary, since the newly published PSG may help address the questions in the meeting package. For post-CRL scientific meetings, FDA intends to provide preliminary written comments to the end applicants no later than 5 calendar days before the meeting. Communications before the meeting between applicants and FDA, including preliminary written comments, can serve as a foundation for discussion or as the final meeting responses. However, preliminary written comments should not be considered as final unless there is agreement between the applicant and FDA that additional discussion is not necessary for any questions. For example, when the meeting is canceled because the applicant is satisfied with FDA's preliminary written comments, or the applicant and FDA agree a particular question is considered resolved, allowing extra time to be used during discussion at the actual meeting for other questions. FDA minutes are the official record of this meeting. FDA agreed to issue the official finalized minutes to the end applicant within 30 days after the post-CRL scientific meeting. If the applicant believes there is a discrepancy in the minutes, they should submit their concerns in writing within 10 calendar days of the receipt of the official meeting minutes. With that, I'd like to end my presentation with 2 pieces of important references. One is a guidance for formal meetings between FDA and applicants of complex products under GDUFA. In October 2022, FDA published a revised version of this guidance by incorporating any GDUFA III related changes to the formal meetings. You may use this link to access this guidance. The other one is FDA GDUFA III reauthorization page, from which you will be able to find all GDUFA III related resources, including negotiation, to public meetings, commitment letter, and related guidances and maps, etc. This link, this is a link to the useful page, and it's attached to the bottom of this slide. Lastly, I'd like to give a plug for this upcoming SBIA webinar on May 15th. If you'd like to learn more in-depth details about this post-CRL scientific meeting, please make sure to join us on May 15th. In my last slide, I include a challenge question. Is the statement true or false? A post-CRL scientific meeting request can only be submitted after first submitting a post-CRL teleconference to the agency. The correct answer is false. You may submit a post-CRL teleconference to clarify any deficiencies in the CRL, but you don't have to submit a post-CRL teleconference before submitting a post-CRL scientific meeting request to the agency. Okay, with that, I'd like to thank you for your time and attention. I'm happy to address any questions you may have in the Q&As.
Thanks to all of our presenters for the excellent presentations. We'll now move into our Q&A session. And as a reminder, if you haven't had a chance to submit your questions into the Q&A chat pod, please do so now. We'll answer as many questions as time allows. Joining us on the Q&A panel, we welcome Karen Bingston, who's a lead supervisory regulatory health project manager in the Office of Research and Standards and OGD. She joined ORS in 2018 as involved in process development and implementation of the pre-ANDA program under GDUFA. Prior to joining ORS, Karen worked as a regulatory project manager in the Office of New Drugs and the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology in Cedar. Next, we welcome Dr. Parth Sunny, a regulatory health project manager with the Division of Project Management. In addition to the regulatory project management activities, Parth is also co-leading GDUFA III's implementation work group for mid-cycle review meetings. Parth has been with the agency since March 2018. And our final panelist joining us on the panel is Dr. Mai Nguyen, a regulatory health project manager with the Division of Project Management. In addition to her regulatory health project management activities, Mai is also the co-project manager for the GDUFA III's implementation work group for the mid-cycle review meetings. She's been with the FDA since December 2019. It looks like we have some questions coming in right now on our Q&A panel. And as we do have a few coming in right now. So the first questions will be addressed to Dr. Savita Nigam. And here is the first question for Dr. Nigam. It is good to hear that FDA is resuming the in-person meetings. Can you clarify whether all meetings are eligible or only certain meetings? And if you could comment on what the long-term plans are for this.
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned in my presentation, beginning March 27, 2023, FDA generic drug program has resumed in-person face-to-face meeting with industry in a phased-in approach, in addition to meetings by video conference. Initially, the in-person face-to-face meeting option will only be available for pre-ANDA product development meetings and pre-submission meetings, for which that can request this in-person face-to-face meeting format. And FDA will assess and make determination on other meetings later. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have another question just came in from Dr. Nigam, and here is the question. How do I decide if I should submit a product development meeting or a pre-submission meeting request? Hello, Dr. Nagam. This is the moderator speaking. If you are responding, we cannot hear you, and we'll go on mute just for a second to give you a chance to answer the question that I just posed, and I'll restate it again. How do I decide if I should submit a product development meeting or a pre-submission meeting?
Thank you for the question. A product, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
A product development meeting is meant to be specific scientific exchange to discuss scientific issues, questions, and FDA will provide targeted advice on your ongoing development program. And a pre-submission meeting, on the other hand, is to discuss the content and format of your upcoming ANDA submission, and is not meant to include substantive review of summary data or study reports. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we have a couple of questions that came in for Commander Tina New, and here is the first question for Commander New. Can FDA change the meeting format, such as in-person versus video versus telephone versus written, based on queries submitted by the applicant, or grant whatever the applicant requests?
Thank you for the question. As mentioned earlier, the focus is in the formal meetings between FDA and applicants of the complex product under the GDUFA guidance for industry. And if you take a look on that, page 18 of the guidance, you will find more explanation of the requested format. And I can read that for you as for your convenience. For prospective and applicants that meet the criteria in the GDUFA III commitment letter for a product development meeting, FDA will generally grant the prospective and applicants requested format. And if FDA, in its discretion, provides the opportunity for a product development meeting to a prospective and applicants that does not meet the criteria in GDUFA III commitment letter, FDA has the discretion to select the format. Thank you for the question again. Back to you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have another question for Commander New, and here is the question. Can the applicant send the presentation to the FDA on the meeting day?
Good question. Thank you for that question. Presentation by applicants are not generally needed for a meeting, except for the pre-submission meetings, because the information necessary for review and discussion should be part of the meeting package. If an applicant plans to make a presentation, the presentation should be discussed ahead of time with the FDA point of contact to ensure that FDA has the presentation materials ahead of the meeting, if possible. Now, all presentations should be kept brief to maximize the time available for discussion. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist. Got a question that came in for Dr. April Brady. And here's the question for Dr. Brady. On slide 10, there is a column which outlines the DRL response date will be extended for the specific date based on meeting type for relevant DRLs only. What do you mean by relevant DRLs?
Great question. The relevant DRL actually refers to the mid-cycle DRL deficiencies that have been communicated to the applicant in which they are seeking to discuss granted questions with the agency via a MCRM or enhanced MCRM. So for instance, if deficiencies which can be issued from a quality, bioequivalence, and or clinical perspective, and only the bioequivalence related questions are granted and discussed, then in that instance, the extension would refer to only the bioequivalence DRL.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we have a couple of questions that came in for Dr. Tao Bai. And here is the first question for Dr. Bai. Can a post-CRL clarification and a post-CRL scientific meeting be requested in parallel, irrespective of the post-CRL clarification meeting that is granted?
Thank you for the question. It's a great question. So the short answer is yes, you can submit these 2 meeting requests to FDA in parallel. However, I want to remind everyone that please be noted, these 2 meetings have quite different objectives, purposes, and scopes. So clarification meeting, post-CRL clarification meeting is focusing on the clarification questions for the deficiencies you received in the CRL. Well, as stated in the presentation, the post-CRL scientific meeting is intended to discuss 1 or more of the 4 topics listed in GDUFA III commitment letter, which is in my slide number 5. So please be familiarized with the differences between these 2 meetings and utilize these meetings appropriately.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have another question that just came in from Dr. Bai, and here is the question. Can we request a post-CRL scientific meeting for ANDAs where the CRL was issued prior to the GDUFA III implementation date?
Thank you for the question. It's a very common question that people typically ask for this new meeting. So the short answer is yes. Any ANDAs with CRLs issued pre or post GDUFA III may be eligible for a post-CRL scientific meeting, so long as they are in complete response status and meet the eligibility requirements.
Thank you for responding to that question. And moving on to our next panelist, we've got a couple questions that came in for Karen Bingston. And here is the first question. After getting a pre-ANDA development meeting written response from the agency, if the applicant wants to clarify or re-clarify some questions and its responses, how should that be addressed? And what would be the correct route to do this? Could you please clarify?
Thank you for the question. So once you've received the agency's final written response for your product development meeting, if you have additional clarifying questions, you can submit a control correspondence with any new information or data. Just remember that control correspondence is really meant for 1 or a few closely related questions related to a specific element of your generic drug development. So depending on the clarification questions, more than 1 control correspondence may be appropriate. Also, if you have new information, data, or your questions might not be able to be adequately addressed through a control correspondence, you could consider submitting a new request for a product development meeting. However, note that we handle each product development meeting request separately, and there's no guarantee that a second meeting would be granted. So it would still need to meet the same criteria listed in the guidance. I recommend that people look at both the control correspondence and pre-ANDA meeting guidance before making a selection on the appropriate route. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have another question for Karen Bingston, and here is the question. Is the meeting length extended if it requires more than 60 minutes to address all queries?
Thank you for that question. No, the length of the meeting is not extended if it's required more time to address all the inquiries that you have in your package. So it's recommended that when you're developing your meeting request and package, you be mindful of the number of questions that you're including. And additionally, after you receive the agency's preliminary responses, you should really utilize that opportunity to identify the questions and responses that need further clarification during the meeting and list those questions in your order of priority so that you ensure that you can address the questions that are most important to you during the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we've got a couple of questions that came in for Parth Sunny, and here is the first question. Can an applicant request an MCRM or an EMCRM for each type of DRL separately, for example, one for quality DRL and the other for a clinical DRL?
Thank you for the question. It's a great question. The answer is no. Only one meeting request package for an MCRM or an eMCRM should be submitted, which includes questions based on all the DRLs that the applicant wishes to ask questions about. Additionally, this meeting request must be submitted within 7 days of the last mid-cycle DRL being issued, with the last mid-cycle DRL defined as the letter of the two, either the quality and either of the bioequivalence or clinical bioequivalence DRL. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have one more question for Parth Sani, and here's the question. Is the agency currently hosting face-to-face meetings for eMCRMs?
Thank you. As Savita Nigam mentioned earlier also, the answer is no for eMCRMs. All face-to-face meeting requests for enhanced MCRMs are currently being converted to video conferences, but please stay tuned for future communication from the agency regarding when the face-to-face enhanced MCRMs will be offered. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist. Got a question that came in for Mai Nguyen, and here is the question. What happens if an ANDA application was submitted prior to 9/30/2022, but the date received acceptable for review is on or after 10/1/2022? Is it considered under GDUFA II or the GDUFA III process?
Great question, thank you. It would be considered under the GDUFA III process. Applicants may refer to the ANDA acknowledgement letter issued by the Division of Filing Review. Please look at the date that says date received acceptable for review, and if that date is October 1st, 2022 or after, then the ANDA is considered as being submitted in GDUFA III. And if they are eligible, they may be able to request an MCRM or an eMCRM. Thank you.
Thank you for answering that question. Moving up back to our one of our earlier panelists, we have a question that came in for Commander Tina Anu, and here is the question. If a presentation is present or submitted, will the length of the meeting be increased to accommodate a presentation? Thank you for the question, and good question. I think Karen has mentioned earlier as well, and if you remember, she has stated that the length of the meeting will not be increased to accommodate the presentation. If a presentation contains more than a small amount of content distinct from clarifications or explanation of previous data, or contain data that were not included in the original meeting package that was submitted to the FDA for review, FDA staff may not be able to provide comments on the new information. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you. Thank you for responding to that question. We have a couple more questions that came in for Dr. Taobai, and here is the first question. Can an applicant submit multiple post-CRL scientific meeting requests for the same application?
Thank you for the question. Can applicants submit multiple meeting requests for the same application? So the short answer is yes. You can submit, if you had a meeting with FDA and you feel any part of the questions or you have any additional questions you'd like to follow up using the post-CRL scientific meeting with FDA,
you may submit additional post-CRL scientific meeting requests to the agency, or you can submit a control correspondence as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have one more question for Dr. Bai, and here is the question. Is there a specific time frame for the post-CRL scientific meeting to be submitted? For example, the post-CRL scientific meeting needs to be submitted within 10 business days after the issuance of a CRL.
Thank you for the question. So for post-CRL scientific meeting request, there is no time limit. So after you receive the CRL deficiency letter, you can, based on your issues and proposals, you may submit this post-CRL scientific meeting request to the FDA as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We just had another question come in for Dr. Savita Nigam, and here is the question. You stated that in general that one pre-ANDA meeting should be submitted per calendar year, per year. Is this calendar year or a 12-month period? Also, if they are different disciplines, one CMC and one's a clinical package, can an applicant submit each meeting request in the same year?
Thank you. This is a very good question. I would like to clarify that you may request more than one pre-ANDA in a year. FDA anticipates that some prospective ANDA applicants of complex products may request more than one product development meeting, and FDA recommends that the prospective ANDA applicant submit no more than one request for a product development meeting for the specific complex product per year, per the guidance on pre-NDA meetings that was published in December 2022. And however, if prospective applicant does submit more than one request in a year, the new request should contain new information and additional studies. And the new submission should contain new information and additional studies if applicable. And 1 year period is defined as a within 12-month period. And pre-NDA meetings are not discipline specific, so applicants should submit all questions, clinical, CMC, and other questions in the same meeting package, but label them under different categories. Pre-ANDA meeting is different from control correspondence, that applicants should send all relevant questions in one meeting package, regardless of disciplines. And all disciplines from FDA will work together on the same meeting package. And for details, please review the guidance that was published in October 2022. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we did have another question coming in for Karen Bingston. And here is the question. Can FDA provide specific examples of topics which qualify for pre-ANDA submission or product development meetings for non-complex products?
Hi, thank you for the question. So for non-complex products, if the requested meeting concerns a complex development issue other than those that are identified in the guidance, such as a novel BE approach for a non-complex product, FDA may use it in its discretion decide to grant the meeting as they may determine that it might significantly improve product development or and the review efficiency. Another example is if the product has CGT designation, it still would depend on the types of questions asked, and the package would be assessed similarly, and if resources are available. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Looks like we have just one more question, before we go into our lunch break session. And this question is for Commander Tina New. And here's the question for Commander New. Please tell us about meeting formats and what all information is required in a meeting package.
Captain Ford, I'm actually happy to see many interesting and good questions. So for this question, please refer to the formal meeting guidance, as I stated earlier, starting from page 16 to be specific, where it is listed in details how to submit the meeting package. And you know what? That's some homework for you to do after your conference, right? All right, thank you. Over.
Thank you for responding to that question, and we want to thank all of our presenters and panelists for responding to numerous questions that came in. We'll now enter into our lunch break time to resume at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Please enjoy your lunch. Welcome back from the lunch. We hope you're able to enjoy something really refreshing for lunch. We do have a few housekeeping reminders about CE information that we wanted to share with you. In addition to the speaker evaluation, we have our final evaluation, which will be available later this afternoon from our one-stop shop link. This final survey is the mechanism by which you'll receive the certificate of attendance, which will support CE credits for RAPS, SOCRA, SQA, and ACRP. Be sure to download the certificate immediately upon completing the survey. It cannot be downloaded otherwise, and you may miss the opportunity to do so. Even if you don't want or need the certificate, please take a few minutes to complete the conference evaluation, as your feedback will help guide the design of our future events. Know that the evaluation and the certificate are only available for 2 weeks, and that takes us to April the 27th. To summarize, for our physicians, pharmacists, and nurses claiming continuing education credits, CEs are only available if you registered via Adobe Connect and attend in real time. SBIA will issue the CE claim code and instructions to all attendees later today. So be sure to complete the CE session evaluation on or before April the 27th. I apologize in advance, but we are unable to make exceptions to that deadline. Attendees have 14 days from the last day of the activity to log in, complete the required CE evaluations, and attest to their attendance to claim credit. Today's email will have both the claim code and instructions together with the survey link. As a reminder, all sessions are being recorded. It'll take us about 5 to 7 business days to process the recordings, but you'll soon be able to access them from SBI's webpage, and we hope you've already bookmarked that webpage. That's fda.gov/Cedar SBIA Learn. Moving into our presentations, our first of several presentations in this session is on GDUFA III metrics. Our first presenter on this topic is Ted Sherwood. Ted has been the director of the Office of Regulatory Operations within OGD since 2014. ORO consists of 3 divisions: Division of Project Management, Division of Filing Review, and Division of Labeling Review. Previously, he served as the Associate Director of Immediate Office Operations, Office of Pharmaceutical Science, now the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality. Prior to joining OPQ in 1999, he spent a dozen years in OGD. He held various positions, including reviewing new submissions for determination of fileability, conducting program analysis, and coordinating congressional activities. Our second presenter on metrics is Dr. Russell Storms, who's the Associate Director for Analytics in the Office of Regulatory Operations in OGD. Dr. Storms is responsible for the timely and accurate management of all data calls, reporting, and analysis within OGD in support of the Generic Drug User Fee Act. Our next presentation is on GDUFA III impact on DMF assessment. Our presenter, Dr. Yanni Pereira, is a senior chemist in the Division of Lifecycle API in the Office of New Drug Products within OPQ. She has assisted in the design, optimization, and management of the GDUFA completeness assessment process and the timely consult and early information request process for drug master files. In addition to her role as a primary reviewer in the chemistry, manufacturing, and controls of generic API, Gianni also serves as a secondary reviewer for completeness assessments. Recently, she served in the GDUFA III DMF Implementation Working Group and assisted in drafting the GDUFA III solicited off-cycle and prior assessments SOPs. Following this presentation, we'll present on the facility-related updates in GDUFA III. Our presenter, Dr. Daniel Oberzat, is currently the branch chief of the Office of Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Assessment in the Division of Pharmaceutical Manufacturing 1, Branch 2. He was previously a primary and secondary assessor in OPMA with assessments including immediate release solid oral dosage forms, modified release solid oral dosage forms, liquid dosage forms, and lyophilized dosage forms. Prior to joining OPMA, Dan worked in the Office of Lifecycle Drug Products and a branch concentrating on immediate release solid oral dosage forms. Dan represents OPMA to the OPQ Panorama Platform Drivers Group, participates on multiple OPMA CASA template working groups, assists with the OPMA SharePoint homepage, and represents OPMA on the OPQ IT Task Force, and is also participating in the Facility Evaluation Nexus Transition Working Group. Our third presentation is on the quality considerations for developing complex generics. Our presenter, Dr. Kumar Subramanian, serves as a senior pharmaceutical quality assessor in the Office of Lifecycle Drug Products, OPQ. Kumar joined FDA in 2014 as a chemistry reviewer and served as a primary reviewer, secondary reviewer, and application technical lead in the Division of Liquid-Based Products 1 for ANDA applications. Kumar has extensive experience in the review of complex peptide drug products, topical products, and parenteral products. He also serves as the SME for peptide drug products and topical products, and is involved in product-specific guidances, controlled correspondences, and pre-ANDA meeting requests. Our final presentation is on the risk evaluation and mitigation strategies for generic drugs, use of a drug master file, and REMS modifications. Our first presenter at this final presentation is Jennifer Sarche, who joined the FDA in 2014 and currently serves as one of the REMS coordinators within OGD. As a REMS coordinator, she serves as a liaison between the agency and industry regarding REMS for generic drugs. Prior to her current role, she worked as a regulatory project manager in the Office of New Drugs. For the second part of this presentation, we welcome Charles Chuck Kearns, who's also a REMS coordinator within OGD. As a REMS coordinator, he serves as the liaison between the agency and industry regarding REMS for generic drug approvals to help mitigate known risks of certain drugs. He has prior regulatory experience in FDA as a field investigator and in the Center of Medical Devices and Radiological Health in both pre-market and post-market roles. Please join me in welcoming our first presenter in this session, Ted Sherwood.
Hello, and welcome to the GDUFA III metrics presentation given by myself, Russell Storms, the Associate Director for Analytics within the Office of Regulatory Operations within the Office of Generic Drugs, along with Mr. Ted Sherwood, the Office Director for the Office of Regulatory Operations within the Office of Generic Drugs. Today, I'll be giving an overview of the GDUFA III Generic Drugs Monthly and Quarterly Activities Report, and then Ted Sherwood will be providing an explanation of some of the key stats, some relevant observations, along with what to watch for. There are two learning objectives for this presentation. One, describe the layout of the new GDUFA III Generic Drugs Program Monthly and Quarterly Activities Report. And two, recognize the salient metrics of the GDUFA III Program Monthly and Quarterly Activities Report. In line with these objectives, during this presentation, you will be giving two challenge questions. Now let's get into the overview of the new GDUFA III Generic Drugs Monthly and Quarterly Activities Report. Here you can see the link to the new report and a partial screenshot of the report itself. The specific reporting requirements for this report are based on the GDUFA III commitment letter. The commitment letter specifies which metrics are to be reported and when the metrics should be reported, either monthly, quarterly, or annually. Also, the data presented in this public-facing report includes all actions completed during the specified time frame, regardless of receipt date. This is different from the GDUFA annual Congressional Performance Report, where performance is based on the fiscal year of receipt. So let's go into more detail on the layout of this report. But first, let's see the derivation of this report. For GDUFA II, we had one report for the required monthly reporting activities and another separate report for the quarterly reporting requirements. However, with GDUFA III, we combined the monthly and quarterly activities into one report. In terms of the new monthly reporting, we use the term activities as opposed to performance. For the monthly report is counting the actions, not the goals, which are captured in the annual performance report. The layout is different, which I will describe in more detail on the next slide. Also, we're not publishing preliminary metrics like we did with GDUFA II. These were the approvals, the tentative approvals, the first generics, complete responses, and the receipts. Instead, we publish all the metrics once a month. We are also reporting more data on a monthly basis exceeding GDUFA III commitment requirements, of which I will go into more detail shortly. As for the layout, there are four main sections. The monthly actions, the monthly submissions, are also referred to as receipts, the quarterly approval and tentative approval times, and notes and abbreviations. For the layout of the monthly actions, the approvals, tentative approvals, and complete responses are now listed first in the report. These were part of the GDUFA II preliminary metrics that I just talked about. Also posted up front are the imminent actions for the approvals and tentative approvals, which is an annual requirement that we're posting earlier with the monthly metrics. Listed at the bottom of the monthly actions section are the ANDAs awaiting FDA and applicant actions, which are now listed monthly per GDUFA III. This is a quarterly requirement, but we're posting this monthly. For the layout of the monthly submissions, we've listed the typical submissions along with the complex product ANDA submissions, which for GDUFA III is a quarterly requirement, but we're posting the complex products monthly. Also listed in the bottom portion of the submissions are a variety of meetings and teleconferences. Per GDUFA III, this is an annual requirement, but we're posting these on a monthly basis. And now for the first challenge question. In the new generic drugs program monthly and quarterly activities report, approvals are listed A, first, B, third, C, last, or D, none of the above. And the answer is A. In the new generic drugs program monthly and quarterly activities report, approvals are listed first. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide an overview of the new GDUFA III generic drugs program monthly and quarterly activities report. And I will now be followed by my boss, Mr. Ted Sherwood, the Office Director for the Office of Regulatory Operations within the Office of Generic Drugs.
Thanks to Russell Storms for a thorough overview of the Generic Drugs Monthly and Quarterly Activities Report. Now we are going to highlight the meaning of some of these metrics. First, I want to point out that a majority of the program metric requirements are reported based on the fiscal year. This aligns with budget preparation, justifications, etc., congressional reporting, and the GDUFA commitment letter. When possible, the program uses the monthly and quarterly activities reports to address official statistical requests. There are some exceptions, such as the OGD annual report that captures calendar year performance statistics. We expect a difference between fiscal and calendar year data. A metric that we often receive questions about is tentative approval actions. The definition of a tentative approval is that the drug product is ready for approval except for patent or exclusivity protections. Therefore, we count every issuance of a tentative approval. The counting of actions means that the same ANDA may be tentatively approved multiple times. Subsequent tentative approvals occur when applicants update their ANDAs prior to the patent or exclusivity expiration, waiver, etc. These updates include everything from small issues to new facilities and formulations. There are several reasons for taking this approach. It's easier to track the raw counts rather than having to research the history of the application to determine if the new tentative approval counts towards our statistics. Real work is being submitted as a real amendment, which receives a real GDUFA goal date. That means real work is done by the team, possibly even inspections. Under user fees, FDA must account for and plan for this work. Tentative approvals must be otherwise ready for approval beyond the patent and exclusivity protection. That means everything from facilities to labeling. It also means that the formal approval package and endorsements must be completed, as is done for a full approval. This is work for all the disciplines and regulatory project managers, well above that for complete response letters. Issuing a tentative approval for subsequent changes makes it easier for applicants and the FDA to convert the application to approval. This makes it easier to issue full approvals on the earliest lawful approval date. And for work on amendments to tentative approvals under the PEPFAR program, real patients are depending on us. Another area where there appears to be confusion is imminent actions. This is basically a renaming of the imminent approval process from GDUFA II. The process applies to both approvals and tentative approvals. The process, timing, etc. is largely unchanged from GDUFA II. Imminent actions are used in a few situations. The first situation is skipping a tentative approval by the goal date to facilitate full approval within 60 days after the goal date. This occurs in cases when FDA completes its work by the goal date and could issue a tentative approval, but a full approval could be issued within 60 days of the goal date. The logic supporting this use of the imminent action process is that issuing the tentative approval might not leave enough time for the applicant to request full approval and the FDA to complete work to issue the approval on the earliest possible date. This is a win for the applicant, FDA, and the patient. Another common situation relates to aligning the application to reach approval or tentative approval by a forfeiture date. And in the case captured on this slide, to bring an application to approval or tentative approval within the current cycle. Most frequently, this process is invoked to finish the labeling just after the other disciplines become adequate. However, it is not limited to labeling, as quality and bio also use this imminent action process. Note that this is not limited to the first cycle. In the typical situation, a late cycle information request or discipline review letter is issued by FDA with a request for a responding amendment to be sent from the applicant a little ahead of the GDUFA goal date, so that FDA has time to conduct a triage of the amendment to determine if it looks good. If not, FDA will try to quickly convert that to a complete response letter within the terms of the commitment letter.
However, FDA is hopeful that most of the time the responding amendment is satisfactory, and FDA can use the imminent action 60-day period to bring that discipline to adequate and complete the much more intensive approval or tentative approval package endorsement. Note that the imminent action space is 60 days from the goal date. There is some harm to FDA in using the imminent action process. When successful, it often reduces the number of tentative approval actions. If FDA's goal is to increase the tentative approval stats, we would not use imminent actions. Instead, FDA sees the value. It reduces the number of endorsement packages, which we previously indicated is significant real work for all the disciplines and regulatory project managers. It helps industry line up approval and market entry, and it helps the patients access these wonderful products. There has been some questioning of the differences between the mean and median approval time. Note that both are calculated from the acknowledged application to the first approval or tentative approval action. That is the true measure of how quickly a good application can flow through the process to approval. I do want to point out that there is likely to be variability from quarter to quarter as FDA assessment times may be impacted by workload fluctuations and cycles. Also note that the time to approval includes time spent with industry. There may also be fluctuations as clusters of approvals are issued. The slower mean time reflects the impact of older ANDAs on the data set. We recently issued an approval on a 17-year-old ANDA. That distorts the results. The faster median time is a better indicator of what will happen to a new quality submission. Now, I will provide some observations. Regarding program health, we often hear concern as there are typically more raw receipts than approvals. That is to be expected. Not every ANDA is approved. Some are refused. If that application is resubmitted, it is added to the raw receipts total again. Some ANDAs are withdrawn. Therefore, a better indicator of program health is receipts versus refused to file plus withdrawal of unapproved ANDAs plus approvals. Of course, original applications are only part of the larger program. There is increasing interest in supplements. We see this in the form of more communications from industry, more submissions, and more questions and tracking from high in the chain of command. The purpose of imminent actions is not just to protect FDA goal date compliance, but to help industry navigate when to submit their amendments. For example, for a typical application that receives a weekend goal date, FDA must issue the action letter on the Friday before the weekend, or it is a miss. However, if the ELOD date is on a weekend, FDA cannot take an approval action until the next business day. If the goal date is just prior to or on the ELOD, which falls on a weekend or holiday, the imminent action path can be used to issue the approval on the next business day. Factor this in when determining the date to make your submissions, especially conversion requests. A few things to watch. Beyond the new monthly and quarterly activities report, there will be a revised GDUFA III performance report and a separate fiscal year web posting report. Hopefully, the median approval time will drop as new submissions are more successful due to the enhanced communications and goal date extensions. Before you worry, fewer complete response letters reported may be a sign that the GDUFA III extensions are working. Similarly, fewer minor amendments received is another sign of extension success. If your refused to receive rate is lower than average, that means FDA's filing information requests are working and your regulatory affairs department is healthy. If you experience fewer goal date misses, that means FDA is healthy and your applications are healthy. If your ANDA is approved on the ELOD, that means that FDA's efforts to bring applications to approval by the ELOD is working and your ANDA is healthy. If your approval times are lower than the average, that means the ANDA program is healthy and your applications are healthy with good communications to supporting drug master files. If you don't receive approval on the last business day prior to an ELOD, that might mean that the program is healthy and your ANDA is on track for an approval on the next business day. Contact your regulatory project manager to confirm and check your champagne supply. Now for a quiz. Do imminent actions count as meeting the goal date if A, the approval or tentative approval is in a subsequent cycle, B, the approval or tentative approval is prior to the goal date, C, the approval or tentative approval is within 60 days of the goal date, D, the approval or tentative approval is 61 days after the goal date. The correct answer is C, the approval or tentative approval is within 60 days of the goal date. In conclusion, there are lots of published data to help assess the success of GDUFA III and the ANDA program and even your company. The program is healthy and we look forward to your applications. Thank you for your interest in the GDUFA III metrics.
Hello everyone, my name is Gianni Pereira. I'm a senior chemist with the Division of Lifecycle API. Thank you for the opportunity to present the GDUFA III impact on DMF assessment. And the objective of this presentation is to provide you with an overview of the impact of two DMF-related GDUFA III enhancements on DMF assessments. I will go over the high-level overview of the two DMF enhancements, present some data, and also go over some key points on both processes. And finally, I will share with you some key takeaways for the prior assessment process. Let's start with the assessment of DMF solicited off-cycle amendments. Under GDUFA I and GDUFA II, solicited amendments were not picked up for review until there is an open ANDA review cycle. So what's new in GDUFA III? Under GDUFA III, FDA will assess the solicited amendments without an open ANDA application, and the priority will be given to the amendments related to ANDAs for which acceptability of the DMF assessment may result in an approval. Let's now take a look at the high-level implementation process. When a solicited amendment is submitted and also a notification is received, we triage the amendment for priority. If an amendment is prioritized, it will be assigned for review and a DMF review target date will be assigned. The trigger for the FDA to start the triage process is the response notification email to the DMF OGD mailbox. This is not something new. We always ask you to notify us when a response is submitted. In this situation, however, it's more important that you continue to send your response notifications so that we can start the triage process right away. This way we can get the review started as quickly as possible. So let's talk about what's the impact of this GDUFA III enhancement on DMF assessment. Here we have an opportunity to do earlier assessment to get the DMF to an adequate status more quickly. By assessing the solicited DMF amendments upon submission, rather than waiting for an application assessment cycle to open, the goal is to reduce the number of cycles and total time to ANDA approval. We estimate between 70 to 100 solicited off-cycle amendments will be picked up for review annually under this enhancement. This is the solicited off-cycle data for the last 6 months. We have received a total of 170 solicited amendments during this time. These are both off-cycle amendments, that means there is no open application, and on-cycle amendments, that is there is an open application. Out of these 170, 89 were triaged as off-cycle, and 36 were prioritized and assigned for off-cycle assessment under GDUFA III. So basically, we are on track with our estimate of 70 to 100 prior assessments on an annual basis. So this is a significant impact on the DMF assessments since we are picking up a significant number of solicited off-cycle amendments under GDUFA III. As I mentioned before, we triage the solicited amendments upon receipt, usually within a week. The amendments which are prioritized under this enhancement will be assigned for review with a DMF review target date of 120 days. And as soon as we make the priority assignment, we will notify the DMF holder via email that the solicited amendment has been picked up for review and what the review target date is. Please note that no email is sent unless the solicited amendment is prioritized under GDUFA III. So to continue with the key points under the solicited off-cycle enhancements, there are a couple of instances when this assigned DTD can be changed. First instance is after we assign the off-cycle amendment and the DTD is communicated to the DMF holder. Let's say if a referencing application opens requiring an earlier DTD consistent with an application goal date, then the DTD is adjusted to an earlier date to meet the ANDA goal date. The second instance is where the DTD could be changed is if an unsolicited amendment is submitted after the off-cycle assignment is made, then the DTD we communicated to the DMF holder may be extended. So in the email communication to the DMF holder, we recommend that you limit the submission of unsolicited amendments to the DMF while the solicited amendment is being assessed. This is actually to facilitate the completion of the DMF assessment. A scenario where a DTD would not be changed is when a referencing application opens requiring a later DTD consistent with an application goal date. In this case, the DTD will not be changed. The DMF assessment will be completed by the date communicated to the DMF holder. Let's now go over the second DMF enhancement in the GDUFA III commitment letter, that is DMF review prior to ANDA submission. So what are prior assessments? I split it into two categories, one for ANDA and its amendments, and the other for prior approval supplement submissions, PASS. So the first one is the review of Type 2 Drug Master files for API before the submission of a certain ANDA and its amendments. And there are certain criteria that should be met. The prior assessment request should be submitted 6 months prior to the application plan submission date. The review request comes from the DMF holder, and this is available for newly submitted DMFs and previously unreviewed DMFs. Basically, what this means is if the DMF previously had a full technical review to support an application, the DMF would not be eligible under this enhancement. Also, there are certain application-related criteria that should be met before the DMF is picked up for review during the 6 months prior to the ANDA submission. I will not be going over those criteria during this presentation. So I refer you to the prior assessment draft guidance published in October last year and the SBIA DMF workshop held in November last year. Links to both added at the end of this presentation for your convenience. The second type is a request for prior assessment for a prior approval supplement submission, a PAS, to add a new API source. In this case, the PAS should be for a drug product that could help mitigate or resolve a drug shortage, or a PAS for a drug product that could help address a public health emergency. Due to the public health impact, FDA always try to expedite prior approval supplement submissions when a new API source is added for a drug shortage or public health emergency drug product. This is to have faster approvals. Therefore, what the industry can do is to submit these type of prior approval supplements, PASs, as a GDUFA III prior assessment request. I will touch this again towards the end of my presentation. For more information regarding how to submit a prior assessment request for a PAS, I refer you to the prior assessment draft guidance and the CEDAR SBIA DMF workshop we had last year. Let's now go over the high-level implementation process of the prior assessment. So when a prior assessment request is received, we triage it based on the guidelines in the draft guidance. If basic information is missing from your request, part of our process is we give you a chance to fix the request by issuing a 5-day information request. If you would like us to send an IR when there is missing information, you need to get a secure email address. We cannot send the IR via fax or regular mail due to the short turnaround of these IRs. After the triage is complete, we either grant or deny the request. If granted, a grant letter is issued and the review is conducted, and if there are any deficiencies, they will be communicated to you in an IR letter. So you are receiving this IR about 4 to 5 months earlier than you would under the GDUFA II process. So this is a significant enhancement. If denied, a deny letter is issued. So similar to the solicited off-cycle process, a notification to the DMF OGD mailbox when you submit your prior assessment request is very important, since this notification ensures timely processing. So let's go over this GDUFA III timeline, which clearly shows the impact of prior assessments on the DMF assessments. I'm going to focus on a few points of this timeline. So prior to the GDUFA III, a DMF is not picked up until after the ANDA filing decision is made, which is about 2 months after the ANDA is received. The DMF prior assessment enhancements allows for the start of the scientific review before the ANDA is even received. So by the time the ANDA is received, the first IR has been sent to the DMF holder. So this will give the DMF holders more time to address and respond to any deficiencies, and also for the agency to likely send 2 more communications if needed. This is provided the responses to the IRs are submitted in a timely way. So you can see in this timeline, this longer DMF review clock allows for a real chance of multiple DMF review cycles before the end of the application clock. So what is the impact of prior assessment enhancement on the DMF assessment? We have an opportunity to assess the DMF before the application is received. As we saw on the GDUFA III timeline slide, the longer review clock under this enhancement allows multiple DMF assessment cycles before the end of the GDUFA clock. Multiple assessment cycles mean we can get the DMF to an adequate status more quickly, which is our goal here. This also reduces the number of assessment cycles for the ANDA, which facilitates timely access to the generic drugs for the patients. So this enhancement has real benefits for the DMF review process. Our estimate is about 80 original DMFs might be qualified annually under this enhancement. Even though we have received only 4 prior assessment requests so far, we are very happy to see that the requests started to come in. We hope to receive more of these requests in the coming months. We know it is a new process and takes time to get familiarized with. Out of the 4 requests we have received, 2 have been granted and the other 2 have been denied. We hope that the DMF holders and the applicants would work together and take advantage of the prior assessment process. I'm happy to share with you that the requests we have received so far are well written, and we can see that the industry has been following the draft guidance and also taken advantage of the SBIA DMF workshop we had last November. Some key points on the prior assessment enhancement. Prior assessment requests are triaged upon receipt. And as I mentioned before, we give you a chance to fix the request if there are missing information. We will let you know within 2 weeks whether your request is granted or denied. If denied, a reason for denial will be included in your letter. If granted, we send a grant letter to the requester with the date when the review will be completed, and we assign the DMF for review. The review target date is set to the date you indicate in your request as the planned application submission date. One thing I would like to stress about this enhancement is that you can take advantage of prior assessment process when adding a new API source for a drug shortage prior approval supplement. There's more flexibility for the industry to submit a prior assessment request for a drug shortage or public health emergency product. Under these criteria, the DMF holders can include a request to waive the normal 6-month condition in their cover letter when they are unable to provide the request 6 months in advance. We hope that the industry would take advantage of these criteria when submitting a prior assessment request. Planning ahead is actually the key. DMF holders and ANDA applicants should communicate with each other before submitting a prior assessment request for things such as the citation to the reference listed drug, pre-assigned ANDA number, justification statement, and the ANDA plan submission date. To submit a valid prior assessment request, please refer to the prior assessment draft guidance that was published last year, and the SBIA DMF workshop, which was held last November. During the workshop, we went over what should be included in a valid prior assessment request, and we also provided sample cover letter for you to use. And you can always email the DMF OGD mailbox if you have any questions. To conclude, GDUFA III allows for assessment of DMFs outside of an application to enhance first cycle approvals and reduce the number of cycles to approval to make the generic drugs available more quickly. The communication between the DMF holder and the ANDA applicant is essential when it comes to prior assessment request. And communication with the FDA, that is emailing the DMF OGD mailbox when you submit a response to a deficiency letter or when you submit a prior assessment request, is also very important. Please refer to the prior assessment draft guidance and the SBIA workshop when submitting a prior assessment request. Here are some links to useful resources, and this also includes a link to the draft guidance and the SBIA DMF workshop. This concludes my presentation. I would like to thank Dave, Erin, and Jennifer for their input on this presentation. Thank you to SBIA for organizing this event and the opportunity to present today. And finally, I would like to thank you all for your attention. I will be back shortly to answer any questions during the Q&A session. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dan Upjut, and I'm here to discuss facility-related updates in GDUFA III. There are two significant facility-related updates in GDUFA III. The first is the reclassification of facility-based major complete response letter amendments. The second is related to goal dates on submissions with facilities not ready for inspection. Reclassification of facility-based major complete response letter amendments can be found in the GDUFA III commitment letter in section 2C7, which is on pages 17 through 18. So what is reclassification? Upon submission of a facility-based major complete response letter amendment, an applicant can request that the FDA reclassify the major amendment to minor when applicable criteria are met. I'd like to give just a brief overview of the reclassification request process. So a map with more details will be provided soon, and this will include instructions on requesting reclassification and providing supportive information. So generally, a request must be made at the time of a complete response letter response amendment submission. Requests for reclassification in subsequent amendments will be denied. Also, the complete response letter should be less than 1 year old. Exceptions can be made in the case of a drug shortage or public health emergency. In this submission, there should be supportive information on why the facility deficiency is resolved and why no additional facility assessment is needed. So the FDA will use certain criteria to assess if a reclassification will be granted. So I think the first and most importantly is no facility inspection is needed. So in this case, this indicates that a facility is no longer under an official action indicated or facility alert. No pre-approval inspection is necessary. Additionally, no use of alternative tools are needed. So this includes a 704A4 evaluation or a remote interactive evaluation. No continued inspection, no continued assessment of inspection deficiency responses are needed. So if facility deficiencies were sent after the observations were issued to the facility, there may need to be additional assessment. And also, a facility deficiency was not sent as a result of a PAI. And finally, no other major deficiencies should be included on that complete response letter. So if there's a major deficiency related to something that was submitted in the application, again, the reclassification would be denied in addition to facilities. I did single out that pre-approval inspection facility deficiencies
would be a reason to deny reclassification. In the complete response letter facility deficiencies at this time, we're issuing deficiencies that indicate whether it is related to a surveillance inspection or a pre-approval inspection. And this is because if you do have a pre-approval inspection facility deficiency, it is going to require continued assessment of inspection deficiency responses, which again will result in reclassification being denied. This is because unresolved inspection deficiencies from PAIs are sent to the site in the post-action letter, which is sent after the complete response letter is sent to the applicant. Responses to the PAL are only assessed along with the complete response letter response. There are a couple of notable timeline changes that go along with this reclassification. So if an applicant submits a request for reclassification, the FDA will respond either within 60 days of that amendment submission date or 30 days of the amendment submission date, depending on whether it is a standard major amendment or priority major amendment, respectively. If reclassification is granted, the goal date will be changed based on the submission date. This will either be 5 months for a standard major amendment or 4 months for a priority major amendment. So now I'd like to walk through a couple scenarios and allow you to determine if a facility-based major complete response letter would be reclassified if requested. In scenario 1, White Oak Manufacturing Facility received a deficiency in the complete response letter related to a PAI. So the PAI occurred on October 13th, 2022. There were 4 observations, 2 which remain unresolved as indicated in the post-action letter. The complete response letter was sent on December 13th, 2022. Then the White Oak facility received no observations after the most recent surveillance inspection on January 1st, 2023. If reclassification was requested, would it be granted? No, the reclassification would be denied. An adequate surveillance inspection does not indicate that product-specific issues have been resolved, and continued assessment of the inspection deficiency responses to resolve the issue indicated on the post-action letter would be required. So in our next scenario, the Rockville Manufacturing Facility received a deficiency in the complete response letter that is related to the surveillance inspection. The application was submitted in 2018, and a surveillance inspection occurred shortly after, and it resulted in a warning letter. A complete response letter was sent on October 16th, 2022. Rockville received no observations after a surveillance inspection on November 22nd, 2022. Now, for this application, the manufacturing is for a capsule filled with extended release pellets made using a fluidized bed coating, which was not covered in the inspection. Previously, the facility only manufactured immediate release tablets by direct compression. Would a reclassification request be granted in this situation? And again, the reclassification would be denied because in this case, since there is much more complexity in the current application versus what the site had manufactured prior, a pre-approval inspection would need to be scheduled for the application. In scenario 3, we again have a surveillance inspection related deficiency, and this is for the Silver Spring manufacturing facility. The application was originally submitted in May 16, 2021. In March 2022, there was a surveillance inspection resulting in a OAI. A complete response letter for the application was sent on December 16, 2022. There was the 1 facility major deficiency and 4 minor deficiencies.
In January of 2023, there was a surveillance inspection which resulted in no observations. The facility previously manufactured IR tablets by direct compression, which is also, the current product is also an immediate release tablet made by direct compression. In this case, would reclassification be granted? In this case, yes, reclassification should be granted if there are no additional concerns. The CGMP issues identified during the initial surveillance inspection were resolved per the second surveillance inspection, and for reclassification may be granted even if there are additional minor deficiencies. Now, if there were, say, major deficiencies, additional major deficiencies, then reclassification would not be granted. With that, I'd like to move on to submissions with facilities not ready for inspection. This can be found in the GDUFA commitment letter in section 1A3 on page 5. There's also currently a draft guidance on facility readiness goal date decisions under GDUFA. So this change in GDUFA III really relates to the question, is the site ready for inspection? Prior to GDUFA III, if any site was not ready for inspection, the agency would refuse to receive the application at the filing stage. Under GDUFA III, if any site is indicated as not ready for inspection, the goal date will be set at 15 months from submission of the original application. So during this initial 15-month goal date, the FDA will conduct a filing review of the application. However, substantive assessment of the application, it will not occur, at least until all facilities are ready for inspection. If an amendment with the 356H form indicates that all facilities are ready for inspection, is submitted while the goal date is 15 months after the original submission, the goal date is going to be reset based on the date that that amendment is submitted, and it will be either 8 months for priority amendments or 10 months for standard amendments. At that point, a significant assessment of the application will occur. However, if no amendment indicating all facilities are ready for inspection is received by 30 days before the 15-month goal date, the goal date will be changed to 30 months after the original submission. The FDA has committed to assess and act on 90% of applications by the 30-month goal date. Now, it should be noted that if there is a submission which it indicates on the 356H form that all facilities are ready for inspection, and that amendment is submitted while the goal date is at this 30 months after the original submission, there will be no resetting of the goal date, and the goal date is going to remain 30 months after the original submission. So again, I'd like to go through a couple scenarios, and in here the question is really, what is the goal date? So in scenario 5, Bethesda Pharmaceuticals submitted a standard review application with one facility marked as not ready for inspection on October 30th, 2022. Since that facility was marked as not ready for inspection, the goal date was set as 15 months after submission as March 30th, 2024. On February 22nd, 2024, they submitted another amendment indicating on the 356H form all facilities were ready for inspection. So in this case, what would be the goal date of the application? The goal date would be set as December 22nd, 2024, which is 10 months after the submission of the amendment, since that submission was submitted within the first 15 months, first 15-month goal date. In the next scenario, Potomac Pharma submits a standard application with one facility marked as not ready for inspection on November 29, 2022. The goal date, therefore, was set as 15 months from that submission date, February 29th, 2024. On January 30th, since no amendment stating that all facilities were ready for inspection had been received, the goal date was extended to May 29th, 2025. On March 15th, 2024, Potomac Pharma submitted an amendment indicating on the 356H form that all facilities are ready for inspection. In this case, what would be the goal date? The goal date would remain as May 29th, 2025. Since the extension had already been reset to 30 months after the original submission, when the amendment indicating that all facilities were ready for inspection was received, the goal date was not changed. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for your attention, and I look forward to hearing any questions.
Thank you. I'm Kumara from Office of Lifecycle Drug Products. So wherever you are, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Next 15 to 20 minutes, I am planning to take you through quality considerations for developing complex generics. Mainly, I'll be focusing my presentation on best practices for successful pre-ANDA meetings and mid-cycle review meetings from the product quality perspective. You might have seen this slide from the agency's talks. A quality product of any kind consistently meets the expectation of the users. Drugs are no different. One of the things that we could add here is the complex product. It's immaterial whether it's a simple small molecule or a complex peptide. Patients do expect safe and effective medicine with every dose they take. It's what gives patients confidence in their next dose of medicine. Complex products are no different. During this presentation, I would go over pre-ANDA objectives, particularly product development meeting, current program matrices and trends. I would also provide some examples of pre-ANDA package questions, and brief outline of mid-cycle review meeting under GDUFA III, and finally conclude with a few recommendations. We have various pre-ANDA programs to facilitate the development of complex generic products. The one is control correspondence, so in which applicants can submit written queries to request information on a specific element of drug development. The common questions are like Q1, Q2 determinations, maximum daily dose, stability orientations, etc. The second one is product developmental meeting, in which ANDA applicant can submit written queries or specific proposals to request agencies' input on scientific and regulatory issues in generic drug development of a complex product. So we will look this one in details in the upcoming slides. The third one is product submission meeting. As the name suggests, this meeting is held before the submission of an ANDA. ANDA applicants can present unique or novel idea or information that will be included in the upcoming ANDA submission. Please note, agency won't provide any opinion on the adequacy of the data or information during the meeting. It's just really about the content and completeness of the upcoming submission. The fourth one is product-specific guidance. So based on the internal research and other informations, agency constantly develops product-specific guidances which identify the most appropriate methodology for developing complex generic drugs. So, what's the main purpose of pre-ANDA development program? Number one, it clarifies the regulatory expectations early in the product development. It also assists the applicants to develop more complete submissions. And most importantly, particularly for a complex product, this would possibly reduce the number of review cycles to obtain an approval. So before we look into the details of pre-ANDA meetings, let's have a quick look at current data on the common reasons for the denial. These pie charts provide information on the common reason of denial. This is our recent data. However, interestingly, the trend has not changed significantly for the past few years, even though the percentage of pre-ANDA acceptance rates are getting better. Nearly 1/3 of pre-ANDA denial are due to incomplete meeting package
and the 1/3 are denied because the questions are more suited for a control correspondence. So how do we avoid these issues? So we need to know the right pathway, whether it is a control correspondence or a pre-developmental meeting. We have seen from earlier slide that control correspondence generally deals with single element, whereas pre-developmental meeting clarifies mainly the regulatory expectations early in the product development so that we could reduce the number of review cycles required to obtain an ANDA approval, particularly for complex products. So during this presentation, I would provide some examples where you could benefit from asking the right questions in the pre-ANDA meeting package. We know that pre-ANDA development meetings are mainly deals with the complex product. So what's a complex product? Per GDUFA III commitment letter, the complex products are defined as products that has complex active ingredients. For example, peptides, polymeric compounds, complex mixture of APIs, and products that is a complex formulations. For example, liposomes and colloids, and complex dosage forms. For example, complex suspensions, emulsions, transdermal systems, metered-dose inhalers, extendable release injectables, and complex routes of delivery. For example, complex dermatological products, complex ophthalmological products, and finally, complex drug-device combination products. Example, I would say pre-fill auto-injector products, metered-dose inhalers. Please note, GDUFA III also defines other products that can be benefited from early pre-ANDA development meeting, where the product has some complexity or uncertainty concerning the approval pathway, or you need agency's input on taking alternate possible pathway. So, what are the potential OPQ topics for a pre-dev meeting? One of the major OPQ topics would be characterization of a complex API, higher order structure, or aggregation profile of the finished product. You know, the characterization of the complex API might require product-specific analytical techniques. It would be a potential topic to clarify the agency's expectations. And then there are products that are not covered under ICH guidance. You might like agency's inputs in setting up the limits. Or let's say you have a complex peptide. You would like the agency's input on the requirement of immunogenicity assessment. Another common topic related to topical products are physicochemical and structural characterization requirements to demonstrate the Q3 sameness. In solid oral dosage forms, dissolution testing or some analytical methods. And device evaluation for drug-device combination products, and also design of stability studies for such systems. So these are the potential OPQ topics for a pre-dev meeting. Now let's look at some examples of pre- and developmental meeting questions. So here is a situation in which firm had a clarifying question on demonstrating API sameness. The firm has proposed physicochemical characterization and structural characterization and also provide the relevant analytical methods. Please note that all details have been provided in the meeting package. Now the firm wants to know whether the proposed physicochemical characterization and analytical techniques are considered acceptable for demonstrating API sameness between the test product and RLD. So this is a good pre-dev question. The firm has already provided some early development data, and they would like to know whether the proposed studies are adequate or is there any additional studies are required. So this is another example. So this example related to a complex peptide. It appears the firm is not able to adopt commonly used method for the determination of aggregation profile of the test product. The firm wanted to use a different method. Based on the initial data, the firm wants agency's input whether the proposed methods are acceptable for the determination of aggregation profile of the test product. So these are the good questions for the developmental meeting. The next example is related to immunogenicity risk. The firm performed initial studies and determined the immunogenicity risk of the product is very low. The firm has raised a question whether the agency can agree with the conclusion or is there any additional in silico or in vitro immunogenicity studies required. So this is another example for a good bit of questions. Let's take the next example. So this example is related to radiopharmaceuticals. The firm has developed two methods and validated with specific detection techniques to evaluate the purity of radiopharmaceutical. The firm believes that these methods will adequately demonstrate the radiochemical and chemical purity of the injectable product. The firm wants to know whether proposed methods or techniques are acceptable. So this is a classic PDEV question. So another example related to the setting of impurity limits. The firm points that ICH guidance does not cover radiopharmaceutical, and the firm wants to propose a control strategy based on the particular guidance. Now they want to know the agency's opinion whether this proposed control strategy is adequate in establishing the acceptance criteria. Let's move to another example on the Q3 sameness. So these two examples are related to a topical product. The first question, the firm wants to demonstrate Q3 sameness of the test product and RLD by performing certain physicochemical and structural characterization, and the firm also included relevant analytical methods. Now the firm wants to know whether the proposed plan is acceptable for demonstrating Q3 sameness. And the second question is very similar to the first one. Here the firm is proposing an in vitro study design to demonstrate the bioequivalence of proposed test product against the RLD. And the firm wants to know the agency's feedback on whether the proposed studies are adequate or any additional in vitro characterization studies are required to demonstrate the bioequivalence of test product against the RLD. So these are the common questions that we receive for the topical products. So here another example on the device. Here the firm is trying to propose a device which has a minor difference compared to RLD. Now the firm performed a few studies and attributed this difference are mainly due to different manufacturer. Now they want to know the agency's feedback whether the proposed evaluation for the packaging component is adequate, or is there any additional studies are required to demonstrate the suitability of the packaging compound. So these are one of the common questions for the device evaluation. So let's move to another example where the question is related to stability studies of the drug device combination product. So this is a product supplied with a vial and a pre-filled syringe, and the pre-filled syringe contains water for injection and the vial contains the drug product. The firm wants to know whether they can place the samples in the stability chamber as individual pack rather than co-packing. So this is a simple example. Please keep in mind, when the firm requests a pre and a meeting, it's not going to be a single question. It will be a multiple question related to a similar issues or multiple issues in the package. So you have seen some of the examples. So based on the examples, what are the recommendations for a pre and a submissions? So apart from familiarizing applicable guidance, ask specific questions about your developmental plan, proposed approach, method, or study design. If possible, try to include some preliminary data to support your proposal. There is absolutely no need to provide too much in detail. So this is not an A&D review. And most importantly, please avoid asking questions on the review issues, like whether the proposed assay limit is acceptable. Agency is not going to provide any definitive answer on the review issues. Let's move on to the next topic. So you had a pre-ANDA meeting and you submitted an ANDA. Now you received a discipline review letter. What are the options? In general, complex generic drug product with granted product developmental meeting would qualify for a mid-cycle meeting. Of course, there are other pathways that you can avail these meetings, which I don't go into details now. So there are two types of review meetings. One is simple mid-cycle review meeting, which we call as MRCM, and the other one is enhanced mid-cycle review meeting, which we'll see in the next slide. So there are some significant changes in GDUFA III regarding MRCM. The most significant change is now that applicant can ask the rationale for any deficiency identified in the discipline review letter. Applicant can also ask questions related to agency's assessment of the data or information in the ANDA. Please note, there won't be any new data discussed in the MRCM meeting. Also, having MRCM meeting will not change your goal date. It only extends the DRL due date for 15 days. Another type of mid-cycle review meeting under GDUFA III is enhanced mid-cycle review meeting, which we call as EMRCM. The main difference here, applicants are allowed to ask questions related to a proposed scientific path so that they can address the deficiencies identified in the mid-cycle review letter. Applicant may also ask questions about potential new data to address the deficiencies. However, please note the agency will discuss the data and the information, but will not provide substantive assessment of the data or information in the meeting. Another main difference between MRCM and EMRCM is the goal date will be extended by 60 days. Also, the DRL due date will be recalculated from the date of meeting. Now it's time to review. I have a couple of challenge questions and I hope everyone can answer correctly. So the challenge question 1, does the agency agree that our characterization studies to demonstrate drug product equivalence to RLD based on the FDA's product specific guidance are in line with the FDA's expectations? Even though it would appear as a pre-dev question, actually it's not. If you read the questions carefully, there is already a product specific guidance. The firm is already indicating that the characterization studies are in line with PSG. So there is no regulatory rationale for asking this question. So this is not an appropriate PDEV question. Move on to next question. The applicant plans to submit a PDEV for a generic product of a synthetic peptide injection solution. Which question is not suitable for a PDEV? A. Does the agency agree on the proposed protocol for the adaptive and innate immunogenicity study? B. Does the agency agree on the proposed limit for impurity Z? C. Does the agency agree on the proposed comparative studies to characterize the aggregation profile of test product on RLD? I think this is a straightforward question. As we discussed, pre-ANDA meetings are not intended to provide inputs on the acceptance criteria. So the answer would be B. The take-home message is that please go through all relevant guidances before preparing the meeting package. Based on your specific questions, choose the correct pathway. Most importantly, make sure to provide sufficient preliminary data and supporting information to justify the proposed plan. Here are some of the resources that you could go through, which includes agency's guidance, maps, and GDUFA commitment letter. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all OPQ members who involved in the routine pre-ANDA and ANDA review process. My branch chief, Dr. Cameron Smith, and Director, Dr. Binkai, and thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Jennifer Sargett, and my colleague, Mr. Chuck Kearns, and I are excited to give you this talk about REMS today. We love our job, and we have a fantastic team, so we really love to be able to share what we know about REMS. I want everyone to think about this just for a moment. What if you or someone you knew had a condition such as, let's say, severe acne, or maybe something much more serious, such as schizophrenia, or even pulmonary arterial hypertension? Now, let's just say each of these conditions could each be treated with 3 different drugs. Now, of course, this is great news. However, there is one problem. Each of these drugs has very serious safety concerns. Safety concerns so serious that it's questionable if these drugs should even be available on the market. So, of course, now we have a huge issue to solve. We have these medications that are available, but how do we safely provide these drugs to you or your loved ones and all the other patients out there who need these drugs, knowing that they have serious safety concerns? Well, that's where REMS comes into play. REMS provides safe access to certain drugs that may not otherwise be approved and available on the market. So let's go ahead and get started on how REMS works and the use of a drug master file and REMS modifications.
There is a lot of information and resources available about REMS, so we decided to kind of narrow our focus to what you see here on the slide. Overall, our goal today is simply to provide you with some practical tips and tricks to use when a REMS is required and how a DMF comes into play when submitting REMS revisions and modifications to your ANDA. So let's start with the obvious. What exactly is a REMS? Well, REMS stands for Risk Evaluation and Mitigation Strategy, and it's commonly just referred to as REMS for short. I would say if you could sum up REMS in a few short words, most would probably say it is a drug safety program. And I wanted to bring in just a little bit of a historical perspective and note that it was the Food and Drug Administration Amendments Act of 2007 that gave FDA the authority to require a REMS from manufacturers. Now again, it's important, this was only for certain medications with serious safety concerns. You're going to hear that a lot throughout the presentation. So the goal here was to help ensure the benefits of a drug outweigh known risks. So ultimately, REMS is meant to be a valuable tool for patient safety and is designed to reinforce medication use behaviors and specific actions that support the safe use of a drug. So moving along to key takeaway number 2 is that while it's true all medications have labeling educating prescribers and patients and even other healthcare professionals about a drug's risks, REMS actually goes beyond the labeling. So you may ask, well, how exactly do you go beyond the labeling? So this is accomplished by requiring a specific risk management plan to ensure the benefits of a drug outweigh known risks. So remember, this only applies to certain medications or drugs with serious safety concerns. And believe it or not, there's only a few drugs that require a REMS, and I would think there's around currently 60 drugs that have a REMS. So relatively speaking, I would say this is a low number compared to the total number of approved drugs currently available in the United States. Now, the last point here, we believe it's so important to know that REMS focuses around 3 main areas. They're so important that we have them kind of underlined here on the slide to bring them to your attention. So the first involves communicating to patients. So this is extremely, extremely important. Probably the most common example, let's see, that I can think of this is a medication guide. So although all medication guides are approved as part of the drug's label, a small number of medication guides may also be included as part of a REMS. Now, the second point here is communicating with healthcare providers. Those that immediately come to most people's minds are probably doctors, but there may be others, such as nurses and pharmacists, but it is just not doctors and nurses and pharmacists. So think about that. There are others involved in the delivery of healthcare, and they may also be included in a REMS. So because if you remember, a REMS is a drug safety program, it is important to look at the bigger kind of overall picture. So let's just see if I can paint a picture of this a little bit. Okay, so one scenario that comes to mind, for example, maybe having the manufacturer of a drug communicate specific serious risks and steps to reduce these risks directly with the healthcare professionals. So expanding on this just a little bit further, the manufacturer may need to direct communications about known risks, let's say to a specific target audience. This may be medical professional societies or even state licensing boards to make them aware of the REMS. So again, we're just trying to mitigate these risks at many levels and using a variety of tools to communicate to a large array of people and organizations that may be involved in drugs that have a REMS. Now, the third part or area may include requiring activities or clinical interventions before the medication can even be prescribed, dispensed, or received. So let's see, one example of this may involve requiring prescribers to become certified in the REMS, or what we call this drug safety program, through specific education requirements, or maybe even requiring let's say, documentation of a safe use condition. An example of this may be monthly lab test before being able to dispense the drug to the patient. Now, I know this is a lot of information and maybe more details than what is necessary, but hopefully as we move forward, this will kind of lay the groundwork of how REMS works and the intent behind REMS when it comes to drug safety. Now that we have defined what a REMS is, the next kind of logical question to ask is, well, when is a REMS necessary? When do I have to have a REMS? Well, REMS are not designed to mitigate every single adverse event, so that's important to know. Rather, REMS really focuses on preventing, monitoring, and managing a specific risk. So you may ask, well, how is this done? Well, the goal is to inform and, of course, educate or reinforce actions to reduce the frequency or severity of the known risks. So this list here provides just a few considerations when determining if a REMS may be necessary. And of course, there's always more specific details provided in the guidance referenced here on the slide. It is also important to note that the FDA may require a REMS during the pre-approval process or even post-approval. Now, this may happen if the FDA becomes aware of, let's say, new safety information about a drug, and it determines that a REMS is necessary, even if the drug has already been approved. So there are different parts of a REMS, which are referred to as elements, and they're listed here on the slide. As a side note, the most extensive element of these are usually elements to ensure safe use, or what is commonly referred to as an ATASU. It's also important to know that all REMS programs require the submission of assessments, and these may be used to modify the REMS or in some cases even eliminate the REMS if it is determined that a REMS has repeatedly met its goals. We'll talk more about REMS assessments a little bit later in the presentation. So what are the requirements for ANDAs? Well, if the reference listed drug or RLD has a REMS, then of course all of those ANDAs referencing the RLD must also have a REMS. Now there are a few options to fulfill the REMS requirements. So the first is to choose to join an already existing shared system REMS. Another option is to choose to work with the RLD to develop what is considered a brand new system. Now, this option may involve the formation of what's called an industry working group, and this is to help facilitate negotiations and agreements among all of those involved. Also, with this option, it's important that all application holders really try to work together to coordinate the submission of their REMS proposals and then any subsequent amendments to submit all of that on the same day if at all possible. And this is simply to help with tracking of all the REMS submissions that come in over time. Now, another possibility may be to work independently from the RLD and pursue what's called a separate yet comparable REMS. Now, with this one, it's important to understand that with this system, it will have the same goals and ATASU, of course, to include, most importantly, the same level of safety, but the elements of the REMS may be operationalized a little differently. Also, with this type of REMS system, it may be an ANDA-only system or may include other ANDAs. And now the last option is much less common and applies to a medication guide-only REMS. I'd like to also point out that the draft guidance for industry shown here is packed full of details and is great reference to use for developing a shared system REMS. So we highly recommend to check this out when navigating kind of the different options we just discussed. Now that we have gone over what is a REMS and when it's necessary and the various elements, we want to discuss some options for actually submitting a REMS. So currently there are two different options for submitting a REMS, and which option you use depends upon whether the REMS uses a DMF or not. So we'll go ahead and describe each of these in a little bit more detail in the next couple of slides. The first requires a full REMS proposal, and this is needed when there is not an established REMS DMF. So with this option, the REMS submission should include two parts. The first is, of course, the actual REMS, which includes the REMS document and REMS materials,
And just for your awareness, some examples of REMS materials may include, let's say, enrollment forms. Some other common types of materials may be training and education materials, patient care forms, or even communication types of materials such as website screenshots. Now, the second part of the submission is the REMS supporting document. Now, the REMS supporting document just expands on the information in the REMS document and also provides additional information about the REMS, such as, let's think, the rationale, the design, implementation, and the assessment of the REMS. Now, a good tip to be aware of when submitting a full REMS proposal to your application is just to make sure you label or code your submission using the following designator at the top of the first page of your initial proposed REMS submission, and that's in bold capital letters as it's shown here. This ensures that your submission is triaged and coded correctly for a timely review. So just as labeling and other disciplines have interim comments and negotiations, so does REMS. As changes to the REMS are made during the review process, any subsequent submissions or revisions that are made to the original REMS proposal submission are considered REMS amendments. So they are not correspondences. This is very important. They are amendments, and they're titled as such, which again is listed on the slide. In addition, the REMS document should be submitted in SPL format. Moving along to a REMS that have a Type 5 DMF, which makes REMS submissions and review much more simple and efficient. Now, the ANDA applicant should submit a cover letter cross-referencing the DMF and a valid letter of authorization or an LOA to their application. In addition, the same should be submitted to the DMF by the DMF holder. The most important takeaway here, I would say, is that when using a DMF for REMS submission, the applicant does not need to submit a full REMS proposal to their application. Instead, they should only submit a cover letter referencing the REMS DMF and a valid LOA. The draft guidance for industry shown here provides additional details on how to use a DMF for shared system REMS submissions. There are a few other things to know regarding REMS. A REMS notification letter, or what is commonly referred to as an RNL, is a formal letter sent by the Office of Generic Drugs to every new ANDA applicant shortly after the application is accepted for review. Now, this letter officially notifies the applicant holder of the need for a REMS, and it also outlines the REMS requirements and provides points of contact to include not only the name, but also the telephone number and the email address to start the process of joining an established REMS or developing a separate REMS. It's also important to note that a REMS proposal is not required at the initial filing of an ANDA application. However, a statement of intent is definitely recommended and appreciated. Now, this statement of intent should definitely describe which pathway or option the applicant plans to use to fulfill their REMS obligations. Also, if you receive a complete response letter that includes a REMS-only deficiency and you have not yet submitted a REMS proposal for review, you should include a REMS proposal as part of your resubmission. Now, this concludes the first part of our presentation regarding REMS and REMS submission types. Now, we have just a few simple challenge questions for you. So let's see if I did my job teaching you just a little bit about REMS. Now, the first question is the RLD in your application has a REMS and the REMS does not have an established Type 5 DMF. What should you submit to your application? So I'll give you just a moment, look over the answers before you can select the best one. And I know we are running a little bit short on time, so I won't take too much time before I reveal the answer here, which is C. So if you recall, if there is no DMF, then a full REMS proposal should be submitted. Moving along to the second question. The RLD in your application has a REMS, and the REMS has an established Type 5 DMF. What should you submit to your application? For the sake of time, I'm going to go ahead and reveal the answer here. It is B. So this is because when there is a DMF, all REMS documents are submitted directly to the DMF, and the authorized ANDAs only need to submit a cover letter and a REMS LOA to their application. And one last question. The RLD in your application has a REMS,
and the REMS has an established Type 5 DMF. Who else needs to submit an LOA? Well, there are no options here, so we'll have to use some critical thinking, but hopefully I did a good enough job explaining that it's actually the DMF holder who needs to submit a cross-reference cover letter and an LOA to the DMF file for each ANDA that has the right to reference the DMF. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Chuck Kearns, who will focus more on the post-approval aspects of REMS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. As she mentioned earlier, my name is Chuck Kearns, and I'm very happy to be with you today. Now that we've gone over what a REMS looks like during the pre-approval process, we're going to talk about what happens with the REMS after your application is approved. There are two main responsibilities for REMS programs that occur post-approval. The first are REMS assessments, and the second involves changes that are made to the REMS. REMS assessments provide information about the performance of a REMS and helps determine whether the program is meeting its intended goals. REMS assessments are required for all approved REMS for NDA and BLA products. The assessment for a shared system REMS applies collectively to all products that are subject to the REMS, but in general, a separate REMS assessment submission is not required for ANDAs that are part of a shared system REMS with an RLD. REMS assessments are generally included in the REMS supporting document and must include a timetable for the submission of the assessments. This is commonly referred to as the REMS assessment plan and specifies the nature and content of the periodic assessments. The second major area of a REMS post-approval involves the needed changes to a REMS. Changes can be proposed by the Shared System REMS group, or the FDA may require changes to the REMS, often based on the REMS assessments that we just described. The guidance listed here on the slide provides more details on changes to the REMS. There are typically three main types of changes to the REMS, which may include a REMS revision, a minor modification, or a REMS major modification. The category that the changes to the REMS falls into is usually based on the degree of their potential effect on three main areas. The areas are 1, the information provided in the REMS related to the serious risks, 2, the safe use of the drug, or 3, the actions that the application holder, patients, healthcare providers, and other stakeholders must take to comply with the REMS. These are described in much more detail in the guidance listed here on the slide, but we will describe each option briefly in this presentation. The first option for changes to a REMS is called a REMS revision. A revision is usually the least involved of the three options, and it can be implemented after notification to the FDA as long as the changes are truly only a revision. Revisions are usually editorial changes that do not affect those three main areas that I mentioned on the previous slide: the information contained in the REMS, the safe use of the drug, or the actions that the stakeholders must take to comply with this. Examples of a REMS revision may include changes to the application holder name, the address or contact information, or editorial changes that involve grammar, formatting, or typographical errors. The second type of change to a REMS involves minor modifications. These are submitted as a changes being affected or CBE supplement and are defined as changes that have a limited effect on the three areas that were previously described: the information contained in the REMS, the safe use of the drug, or the actions that the stakeholders must take to comply with the REMS. The FDA will review and act on a proposed minor REMS modification within 60 days of the receipt of the modification, and the changes to the REMS are not considered final until approved by the FDA. Examples of a minor modification include the addition or removal of a strength or a dosage of the drug. The last and probably most common type of change to a REMS is a major modification.
Major modifications are submitted as a prior approval supplement and are defined as changes that have a substantial effect on those three areas that we discussed earlier: the information contained in the REMS, the safe use of the drug, or the actions that the stakeholders have to take to comply with the REMS. These supplements are reviewed and action is taken within 180 days of the receipt of the modification and cannot be implemented before FDA approval. A few examples here of a major modification are the addition, removal, or change to one of the goals of the REMS, or the addition of new information regarding the risks related to the drug. Now let's talk a little bit about a REMS modification when a DMF is being used for the shared system. As Jennifer discussed earlier regarding the pre-market submissions, there are differences when the REMS uses a DMF and when it does not. The same differences apply to the REMS modifications. After the modification has been submitted to the DMF, ANDAs that have final approval should submit a cross-reference cover letter of the REMS modification to their individual application as soon as possible. ANDAs with final approval will receive a REMS modification decision letter after the review of the modification is complete, which is, as mentioned earlier, 60 days for a minor modification or 180 days for a major modification. As we discussed earlier, if the REMS program does not use a DMF, a full REMS proposal, which incorporates the modification, would need to be submitted to each application, and each of these proposals require individual review by the agency. So the use of a DMF for REMS consolidates modification submissions and makes the review of the REMS modification proposal simpler. Some other things to know regarding REMS modifications are: modifications only apply to drug products with final approval. Pending and tentatively approved ANDAs are not required to submit a REMS modification to their application and would be asked to withdraw the submission if they do. These application holders may need to submit an updated REMS upon resubmitting for full approval. If the FDA initiated the REMS modification, ANDA applicants may receive a REMS modification notification letter notifying them of the type of REMS modification and the details surrounding the proposed changes to the REMS. This concludes the second part of our presentation, and next we're going to go over a couple of more challenge questions. Challenge question number 4. Your application, which requires a REMS, is pending review, and your shared system REMS uses a Type 5 DMF, and it requires a minor modification. What should you submit to your application regarding the modification? A, nothing, no submission is necessary. B, a cover letter cross-referencing the REMS DMF and a letter of authorization from the DMF holder authorizing you to reference the DMF. C, a full REMS proposal, including REMS documents and materials and a REMS supporting document. Or D, both B and C. The answer to this question is A. You do not need to submit anything to your application regarding the modification. The modification only impacts approved applications. If you were to submit the cross-reference to the DMF, you would be asked to withdraw the submission. Pending applications, including those in complete response status and those that are tentatively approved, are not required to submit REMS modifications to their application. And now, challenge question number 5. This is the last challenge question that we have for you. You have an approved ANDA and you participate in the shared system REMS. The REMS uses a DMF and requires a major modification. What should you submit to your application? A, nothing, no submission is necessary. B, a cover letter cross-referencing the major modification to the REMS DMF. C, a full REMS proposal, including the REMS materials, documents, and a supporting document. Or D, a cover letter cross-referencing the REMS DMF and a letter of authorization from the DMF holder authorizing you to reference the DMF. The answer to this question is B. You should submit a cover letter that cross-references the major modification to the REMS. Since you have received final approval of your application, regardless of whether you're marketing the product, you are subject to the REMS modification and need to submit a cover letter referencing the REMS modification. This is assuming you have a valid letter of authorization on file and the DMF holder has not withdrawn your authorization. Finally, we'd like to share with you a couple of important and helpful resources that are available to the public. The first is the REMS at FDA website. This is nearly a one-stop shop and provides links to the currently approved shared system REMS. Next is the FDA REMS public dashboard. This is a user-friendly tool that improves access to the data regarding medications that have a REMS. And we've included the links on the slides. Lastly, we're providing a more complete list of resources. The first link here actually provides a convenient way to search for all FDA guidance documents in one single location. And with that link, we've provided a list of REMS-related guidance documents that you can search. And we've also included links to those two additional resources that we just mentioned. This concludes our presentation on the use of a DMF and modifications of REMS for generic drugs. Thank you for your time and attention, and we look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you again.
Thanks to all of our presenters for the excellent presentations. We'll now move into our next Q&A session panel. If you haven't had a chance to submit your questions into the Q&A chat pod, please do so now. And remember to indicate at the beginning of your question the speaker that you wish to answer your question. As time allows, we'll answer as many questions as we can. We'd also like to welcome to the panel discussion Dr. Rocky Shah, who works as an Associate Director of Science and Communication, OPMA. She serves as the Principal Advisor to the Director and provides staff, leadership, and direction in the area of assessment of manufacturing and facilities for ANDAs and NDAs, supplements including inspections and policy issues to support applications approval. Her prior roles in FDA include Branch Chief in OPMA, Team Leader in OGD, and Senior Research Scientist in OTR. And also joining us on the Q&A panel, we welcome Srinivas Behera, who serves as a Quality Assessor in the Office of Lifecycle Drug Products within OPQ. Srinivas has experience reviewing CMC aspects of pre-ANDA, bio-IND, and complex ANDA submissions, including nasal sprays and inhalation products. Looks like we have a few questions coming in right now. The first questions will be directed, the first two questions came in for Jayani Pereira. And here is the first question. You mentioned that the prior assessment is available to newly submitted DMFs and previously unreviewed DMFs. What if a DMF has undergone a completeness assessment review? Will the DMF be eligible for prior assessment?
Thank you for that question. Yes, the completeness assessment is not considered a full scientific review. So prior assessment can be performed on drug master files that have only received a completeness assessment. Thank you.
ANDA file, which will reference the DMF.
I'm sorry, Ray, I only heard part of the question. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, I will repeat the question, and it is the following. If an original DMF is submitted and the GDUFA fee is paid, will this trigger a completeness assessment, or will the completeness assessment only be performed if there is a pending ANDA file which will reference the DMF?
Thank you for that great question. Yes, once a DMF is submitted, acknowledged by the agency, and the user fee has been paid, we perform the completeness assessment. But the DMF does not need to be referenced by an ANDA. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist. We have a couple of questions that came in for Daniel Oberzut, and here is the first question. Can a reclassification request be made if the CRL includes a major deficiency due to the DMF, but the DMF holder has communicated to the ANDA holder that all deficiencies were resolved and the DMF is now adequate prior to the submission of the MTM reclassification request?
Thank you for the question. And the answer to that is no, since there was another major deficiency on the complete response letter, that reclassification would be denied.
Thank you for responding to that question. We did have another question for Daniel Oberzut, and here is the question. Will a facility-based major to minor reclassification be considered if the complete response letter was sent before GDUFA III was active?
No. So the complete response letter should have been issued after October 1st, 2022 to be considered for reclassification.
Thank you for responding to that question. The next question came in is for Dr. Rocky Shah, and here is the first question for Dr. Rocky Shah. If a company is classified OAI during a PAI, can they still request reclassification for the other drug products that was not part of the PAI but also have a CRL?
Thanks for that question. That's a really good question. So yes, they can, considering Dan's requirements are met. They can request reclassification request for other products. Of course, the withhold PAI product, they cannot, but other products, if they were part of surveillance OAI, they can request reclassification request.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have another question for Rocky Shah, and here is the question. What is the point of submitting an ANDA with a facility not ready for submission if no substantial review is going to start until the facility issue is resolved?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think it's up to the applicant. So applicant needs to decide if they want to send the application with facility marked as not ready for submission, not ready for inspection, or facility not ready. We hope that those cases will be as less as possible. But under GDUFA II or prior to GDUFA III, there was nothing like that in our commitment letter for FNR, and we had seen some cases. So that's why the language was included in GDUFA III. But we hope that applicant make that decision and really not send us the application if facility is not ready or it's not going to be ready, because no substantial review will take place until month 15. After month 15, it may change. We will start reviewing the submission
we will start reviewing even if we don't receive but we cannot comprehensively complete our evaluation if facility is still marked as not ready. So we hope that this situation will occur very, very rare. And this question actually is a great question to be asked to the applicants who would send us that FNR submissions.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we have a couple of questions that came in as a combination question referencing Jennifer Sarche and Charles Kearns. And so we'll read the first question and allow Jennifer to respond first. And then if Charles has any additional information, then she can pass over to Charles, and then we'll move to the next question. And here's the first question. What if a drug study is already approved? Can a REMS be implemented after an NDA or ANDA has already been on the market?
Well, thank you for that question. So the answer to that is yes. So if FDA becomes aware of new safety information and determines that a REMS is necessary to ensure the benefits of the drug outweigh the risks, then yes, the FDA may require REMS post-approval or after a drug has already been approved. And I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We've got another combination question that mentions Jennifer and Chuck's name as referencing them. And here is the question. Does REMS apply to over-the-counter drugs or non-prescription drugs?
Hi, this is Chuck. I'll take that one. Thank you. So the answer is no. REMS do not apply to over-the-counter drugs. All medications have labeling that addresses the risks, but only certain medications require REMS.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we had a couple of questions that came in for Srinivas Behara. And here is the first question. In a controlled correspondence / pre-ANDA response, the prospective applicant will be usually informed that the requested information will be evaluated based on submission during an ANDA review. Can you please comment on that? Good afternoon, everyone. That's a very good question. Now, the response provided to the prospective applicant for the controlled correspondence of pre-ANDA is based on specific question and it is not a complete review. However, at the time of ANDA submission, a prospective applicant may provide additional supporting documents which need to be evaluated. Hope this clarification will help. Thank you. Thank you for responding to that question. We have one more question for Dr. Behara, and here is the question. Can the agency elaborate with examples on what are considered review issues? In a meeting package or during presentation to the agency at the time of meeting, the prospective applicant may propose 3 to 4 characterization studies. These characterization studies may also serve as sometimes drug product controls. So the agency may provide feedback on the studies, but the control limit will certainly be a review issue. Let's say, for example, from inhalation standpoint, control limit of grouping of aerodynamic particle size distribution is considered a review issue. Also, as mentioned by Dr. Kumara Subramanian in his talk earlier, few other examples that can be considered as review issues are assay and impurity limits, etc. Hope that answers the question. Thank you. Thank you for responding to that question. Moving up to the beginning of our panelists, we have a couple more questions that came in for Dr. Gianni Pereira. And here is the first question. Does the prior DMF assessment occur on available for reference DMS, or can the completeness assessment be done along with prior DMF assessment?
Thank you for that great question. So the DMF doesn't have to be available for reference. Only the DMF fee has to be paid. And if the DMF gets assigned for prior assessment, it will get an administrative completeness assessment concurrent with the assignment of the DMF. And also, please note that the DMF fee is the only fee you would pay. No additional fees for submitting a prior assessment request. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have another question for Dr. Perari, and here is the question. Do we need a prior assessment request for an alternate API as per the GDUFA III prior to filing a PAS?
Thank you for that question. Yes, the prior assessment request should be submitted before you file the PAS. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question, and thank you to all of our panelists for responding to numerous questions that came in. Waiting just a few seconds to see if we see any more questions coming in through our question Q&A chat pod. Well, right now, that appears to be it. It looks like we'll get to go on a break just a few minutes early. So thanks again, everyone, for answering numerous questions that came in. And it looks like we'll be able to enter into our break and till about 3:25 p.m. Please enjoy your break. Welcome back from the break. We're on the home stretch now. Moving into our last session of presentations, our first presentation is an overview of the CREATES Act and covered product authorizations. Our presenter is Sharon Coleman, who's a Senior Regulatory Counsel in FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research's Office of Regulatory Policy. She advises the agency and center leadership on policy matters relating to the regulation of human drugs under the Federal Food and Drug Cosmetic Act, including new and generic drug approvals, OTC monograph products, and more. She also drafts regulations, guidance documents, and citizens' petitions responses, and provides technical assistance for legislators on draft legislation. Next, we'll present on considerations for the application pathway 505(b)(2) or ANDA. We welcome back Dave Coppersmith for this presentation. This presentation will help potential applicants understand the different application approval pathways and determine the best fit for their particular drug product, and to understand the differences between 505(b)(2) and the ANDA application pathways. Our third presentation is on resources available on the Orange Book website. Our presenter, Dr. Trung Quoc, is a pharmacist in the OGD Division of Orange Book Publication and Regulatory Assessment and has been with the FDA since 2014. As an Orange Book pharmacist, he helps the Orange Book publication by identifying drug products approved on the basis of safety and effectiveness by the FDA and related patent and exclusivity information. Our fourth presentation is on the global generic drug supply chain and need for international dialogue. Our presenter, Dr. Sarah Ibrahim, is an Associate Director in the OGD's Generic Drug Global Affairs. In this role, Dr. Ibrahim develops strategies to address identified and emerging regulatory challenges in relation to the international nature of the generic drug industry. In collaboration with other CDER and FDA offices, she supports stakeholder engagement concerning issues related to globalization of the generic pharmaceutical supply and harmonization of regulatory approaches for generic drugs. Dr. Ibrahim started her career at FDA in 2014 as a scientific reviewer in the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality. Our final presentation is on quality management maturity. Our presenter, Dr. Jamila Harawaka, is a senior scientific advisor in the Office of Quality Surveillance in the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality in the FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. In her current role, she provides scientific and technical advice and consultation regarding program matters and complex issues related to pharmaceutical quality surveillance. Jamila also served as a microbiologist in CDER's Office of Compliance, where she assessed the compliance status of compounding facilities and performed high-priority inspections. In addition to her routine work, she also led the development of technical training courses delivered through the Compounding Quality Center of Excellence, including the courses on environmental monitoring and aseptic process simulations. Please join me in welcoming our first presenter, Sharon Coleman.
Hi there, my name is Sharon Coleman. I'm in CDER's Office of Regulatory Policy, and I'm going to provide an overview of the CREATES Act, which is an important law for generic developers to be aware of, and covered product authorizations under that law. So just in terms of learning objectives today, the goal is to understand what the CREATES Act is, why it was passed, and how it works, and to learn how to obtain a covered product authorization under CREATES from FDA if you need one. Just a quick sort of housekeeping note that while this presentation is focused on the generic industry, because this forum is focused on the generic industry, the pathway established in the CREATES Act is actually available not just for generic developers, but for folks seeking to submit 505(b)(2) and biosimilar applications as well. So why was CREATES passed? What problem was it trying to solve? Some of you may have heard of this problem, others may not. CREATES was passed to, the provisions of CREATES, at least that we're going to be talking about today, were passed to try to solve what people would refer to as the samples access problem, or the RLD access problem. And just kind of in a nutshell, the samples access problem is a problem that arose because, as you know, to get approval for a generic drug, the generic company needs to show that their version of the product is bioequivalent to the brand drug. And this usually requires the generic company to do BE studies comparing their product to the RLD. But to do those studies, they need to get access to a small quantity of the RLD. Now, typically, generic companies are able to get those RLD supplies through normal drug distribution channels, i.e. via wholesalers, via pharmacies, etc. But sometimes they can't, because the products are under a limited distribution program. And those distribution limitations can be imposed either voluntarily by the brand company, like so for example, let's say that the brand company sells their product only through specialty pharmacies. So that's one kind of distribution limitation that's imposed voluntarily by the brand company. Another kind of distribution limitation arises in connection with the FDA's risk evaluation and mitigation strategy, or REMS programs with elements to assure safe use, or ATASU. So once those distribution limitations are in place and now the product is being marketed in a smaller, more controlled network, and the generic comes around asking for samples so that they can do their competing development work, there were reports prior to the passage of CREATES that some brands were arguing that they couldn't sell products to their generic competitors because the REMS prohibited them from doing so, or that they just had no obligation to sell the samples of the RLD to the generic company. Or we would hear that they would sort of theoretically say yes to selling the product, but actually impose conditions on the sale of the product that generic companies argued were difficult or impossible to comply with, like levels of liability insurance that weren't workable, etc. And if the generic companies would go and seek samples from wholesalers or other third parties, we would hear reports that the brand companies or some brand companies would place restrictions in their contracts with those third parties that limited their ability to sell the RLD to their competitors. And the upshot of all of that is that these protracted or failed efforts to get access to brand samples slowed down or prevented entirely, or at least deterred, generic development of these limited distribution products. So the CREATES Act comes along trying to fix that, and the CREATE stands for Creating and Restoring Equal Access to Equivalent Samples. And just a little bit of trivia is that the law that was ultimately passed actually didn't have this title in the text of the law. So as a technical matter, it's not called CREATES, but everybody refers to it as CREATES anyway, because this was the name of many of the predecessor drafts before CREATES was actually passed. So we all sort of refer to the law as CREATES. Anyway, just a little bit of legislative history trivia. So CREATES is a private right of action. That means that it creates an ability for product developers to sue brand companies that don't provide them access to samples on the terms set forth in the statute. And the statute is very specific. It sets forth a number of steps that the brand and generic company have to follow in the transaction for samples. And then it provides for injunctive relief ordering the sample sale if all those steps are followed. And it provides for attorney's fees for the generic company, and it provides for a high monetary award that's designed to deter withholding of samples in cases where the brand company delays providing access to product unjustifiably. And before I get even deeper into CREATES, I just want to flag that there's no need to remember everything that I'm saying about the CREATES Act. FDA has a web page that provides information on this statute. So we've got background information on the CREATES Act. We've got a link to the full text of the law, which is really key if you plan to use it. And we have a link to FDA guidance on how to get a covered product under CREATES, which I'll circle back to a little bit later in the presentation. So please don't feel pressure to remember everything that I'm saying. There are resources on the FDA website relating to CREATES that you can refer to. Okay, so with that, let's get back to the civil action. The private action that creates sets forth allows eligible product developers, so the generic, to bring suit in an appropriate U.S. district court alleging that the license holder, i.e. the brand company, has declined to provide them with sufficient quantities of the covered product on commercially reasonable market-based terms. So what do all these terms mean? The effective functioning of creates depends on how each one of these terms is defined. So eligible product developer and license holder are pretty straightforward. The eligible product developer is basically the interested generic developer or the person seeking to develop a B2 or biosimilar, as the case may be. And the license holder is typically the brand company. So, for example, if FDA has designated an ANDA as the reference standard for a particular product, the license holder could be a generic company. And the covered product is just the universe of product that has to be provided under the statute. So it basically includes any drug or biological product or combination of them, devices intended for use with drugs or biological products, etc. It's worth noting that it doesn't include drugs on the shortage list unless they've been there for 6 months or unless FDA concludes that it's starting to look like getting another version of the product on the market will help alleviate a shortage. I want to call your attention to the sufficient quantities definition because the statute defines sufficient quantities as an amount of a covered product that the developer determines allows it to conduct the testing or fulfill the regulatory requirements to support its application. So this is a determination of amount that the generic company makes. It's not a discussion between the brand and the generic or a negotiation. It's not a determination that the brand company makes. This determination is clearly made by the developer in creates. And then finally, commercially reasonable market-based terms. Could mean a lot of things. Under creates, commercially reasonable market-based terms has 3 requirements. The first is that the price for the sale of the samples has to be at or below the most recent wholesale acquisition cost for the drug. The second is that the product has to be provided on a schedule consistent with the timing that the statute sets out, which we'll see in a minute. And finally, and this is really important, no additional conditions can be imposed on the sale of the covered product. And this is designed to address that problem that we talked about a little bit earlier on, where we were finding that some brand companies were imposing terms on the sale that generic companies were finding impossible to comply with. So this feature of creates is designed to prevent that problem. Okay, so then what is it that the generic actually has to prove? They have to prove that they submitted a written request to the brand company to purchase sufficient quantities of the covered product and that the request was sent to a named corporate officer of the brand company, that it was made by certified or registered mail with return receipt requested, that it specified a point of contact in the generic company and a means for written and electronic communication with them, and that it provided a delivery address for samples. Now this is really in the weeds. Like we're going to find out in a few slides why it is that the law is so concerned about exactly how these communications are conducted. And the last thing that the generic company has to prove is that the brand did not deliver sufficient quantities on commercially reasonable market-based terms within 31 days of getting the request, if it's a non-REMS ETASU product, or within 31 days of receiving either the request or the CPA, whichever is later, for REMS ETASU products. So what is the covered product authorization? As I mentioned, it's required if you want to use the creates pathway for a REMS ETASU product. You have to get it from the FDA. The FDA will respond to you within 120 days. And the covered product authorization basically says that the FDA has determined that your study will provide safety protections comparable to those that are in the REMS for the brand company that you're seeking. And as I mentioned, we'll circle back to this later. Okay, so let's say that the generic company is able to prove all those things I just said it needs to prove. Does that mean that the brand company has to provide them with samples? And the answer is no, not in all cases. There are 3 affirmative defenses in the statute, and if the brand can prove any of those 3, they are not liable under the statute. So this is a little preview of what the affirmative defenses are, and I'll show you each one of them in a little more detail. So the first affirmative defense is that on the date the request was made, the brand company and its agents, wholesalers,
wholesalers and distributors were not engaged in the manufacturing or commercial marketing of the product. And not only that, but they didn't have access to inventory of the covered product that would allow them to supply it to the generic company on commercially reasonable market-based terms. The second affirmative defense is that they sell the covered product through third parties and they haven't placed any either explicit or implicit restrictions on those third parties' ability to sell covered product to the generic company, and the covered product can be freely purchased by the generic in sufficient quantities on commercially reasonable market-based terms from those third parties. And the final affirmative defense, and this is really important for generic developers to focus on, is that the generic company did not respond to correspondence in time. And this is where we get into the timing requirements that the statute sets out. The brand company can prove that it made an offer to the specified person via the specified method to sell sufficient quantities on commercially reasonable market-based terms within the time frame that it had to. So if it was a non-REMS Itasu product, they provided an offer within 14 days of getting their request, and the generic did not respond within 7 days. Or for a REMS Itasu product, they provided an offer within 20 days of receiving the request or the CPA, and the generic didn't respond within 10 days. And now we see why the statute was so specific about how these correspondences are transmitted specifically. The sponsors of this legislation did not want to see communications getting lost in a mailroom or routed to the wrong person, and to have that be an avenue for gaming under the law. So the fact that these correspondences have to go to a named corporate officer, that they have to be sent by registered mail, etc., all of that is to make sure that these timelines can actually be achieved. And this is what the timelines look like visually. I just wanted to provide this sort of visual representation because it can be sort of hard to keep that whole calendar in your head. So basically, for a non-REMS Itasu product, the generic sends the written request for samples. The brand has to respond to that request within 14 days with an offer. The generic has to respond to that within 7 days, and then the brand has to provide samples within 31 days of the original request. For REMS Itasu product, there's a little bit of an additional step. The generic has to get a covered product authorization from the FDA. The FDA has 120 days to grant it, or to respond, and if it's granted, the generic company will send the CPA to the brand company with the request for samples. The brand company gets 20 days to respond with an offer. The generic gets 10 days to respond to that, and the brand company has to provide samples within 31 days of the original request or CPA receipt. So that's the CRADES process. Let's say that somebody gets all the way through it and the generic prevails in the civil action. The court will order the brand company to provide the generic with sufficient quantities of covered product without delay on commercially reasonable market-based terms, and award the generic company reasonable attorney's fees and costs of the civil action, and award to the generic a monetary amount sufficient to deter the brand company from failing to provide product if the court finds that the brand delayed providing product without a legitimate business justification. And that monetary amount is high, as I mentioned. It's capped at the revenues earned on a product during the period of liability. So between 31 days after they got the request or the CPA and when they ultimately provide samples to the generic. And because so much money is at stake with each sort of passing day or month of samples not being handed over, the court can actually order the brand company to sell the samples to the generic without delay before the court has gotten to the question of the availability or the level of a monetary award. Okay, so that's the CREATES Act. You now know everything that I know. So now that we understand what the CREATES Act is and how it works, I just want to circle back to this process for getting covered product authorizations. As you see on the slide, this is kind of the beginning of the process of getting samples for a REMS Itasu product. And as I mentioned, we've issued guidance on it, and you want to check the guidance out if you want to submit a CPA request to FDA. And really importantly, CPAs are only for REMS Itasu products. To prevail in the private right of action established by CREATES, a developer seeking samples of a non-REMS Itasu product does not need to get a CPA. So before you submit a request for a CPA, please check FDA's online listing of REMS to see if the product is subject to a REMS with Itasu.
If you do want to submit a request for a CPA for generic products, please submit the CPA request as a controlled correspondence to the CDER NextGen collaboration portal and prominently identify it as a request for a covered product authorization. If you're submitting a CPA request for samples that you plan to use in human clinical trials, please include with the request your study protocols, your informed consent documents, and your informational materials for testing that show that safety protections comparable to those in the REMS, excuse me, for the brand product, will be provided in the studies. If you're looking for a CPA for development that does not involve human clinical trials, your request for a CPA should clearly state that the samples will not be used for testing in humans. And if you receive a CPA for testing that doesn't involve humans and your development plan changes such that you need samples for human clinical trials, you're going to want to obtain a new CPA for those purposes. And just to be aware, as we process your request, we may ask for additional information via an information request. And if we determine that the materials that you've submitted show that they have safety protections comparable to those provided by the applicable REMS with the TASU, we will issue a CPA to you within 120 days of the date of your request. But if we can't determine from the materials you've submitted that those safety protections will be provided and the deficiencies are more significant than can be resolved via an information request, your CPA request will be rejected. And we intend to process any resubmission of your CPA request on a new 120-day clock. And just a final note, as I mentioned, if you seek a CPA for a product on the drug shortage list in effect under 506E, please specify in your request that the product you're looking for is on the drug shortage list. And check out the FDA guidance on how to obtain a CPA because it provides some additional information that's relevant to people that are seeking CPAs for products that are on the drug shortage list. Okay, so that's everything I have to say about the CREATES Act and covered product authorizations. I wanted to give you a quick challenge question to see how we did. I know that was an incredibly dense presentation and a lot to remember, but let's say the generic company X wants to obtain samples of a covered product. They submit a request for a covered product authorization to FDA. They include in their request study protocols, informed consent documents, and informational materials for testing. Will they receive a CPA? Okay, and the answer is it depends. First of all, is the product subject to a REMS with a TASU? Because if not, we didn't need to submit a request for a CPA and we won't get a CPA. Number two, did the materials that they submitted, and they submitted the right materials, but did those materials show that safety protections comparable to those in the REMS for the RLD will be provided? And finally, did they adequately address any information requests from FDA? Okay, so great job, everybody. Thank you so much for your time. I'm going to leave you with this CREATES Act resources page just as a reminder that it's there for you if you need it. And thank you so very much for having me.
Hello, my name is Dave Coppersmith. I'm a regulatory counsel in the Division of Policy Development in the Office of Generic Drug Policy. And my presentation today is focused on considerations for the appropriate abbreviated approval pathway, either Section 505B2 or Section 505J. I will start by giving a brief overview of the applications under Section 505 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. I will then review some of the regulatory and scientific considerations for determining the appropriate abbreviated approval pathway. And I'll then wrap up by discussing how prospective applicants can request assistance from FDA in determining the appropriate abbreviated approval pathway. The Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act describes different routes for obtaining approval of two broad categories of drug applications: new drug applications, or NDAs, and abbreviated new drug applications, ANDAs, or ANDAs. NDAs and ANDAs can be divided into the following four categories: standalone NDAs, 505B2 NDAs, ANDAs, and petition ANDAs.
and we'll look at each of these categories in more detail in the coming slides, focusing in particular on 505(b)(2) NDAs, ANDAs, and also petition ANDAs. Standalone NDAs are submitted under Section 505(b)(1) of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act and approved under Section 505(c). An NDA must contain, among other things, a demonstration of the safety and effectiveness of the drug for the conditions of use for which approval is sought. They contain full reports of investigations of safety and effectiveness, and all data necessary for approval was developed by or for the sponsor, or for which the sponsor has a right of reference. 505(b)(2) NDAs are submitted pursuant to Section 505(b)(2), as their name implies, and approved under Section 505(c). As with standalone NDAs, they contain full reports of investigations of safety and effectiveness, but at least some of the information required for approval comes from studies not conducted by or for the applicant, and for which the applicant has not obtained a right of reference or use, which can include published literature, clinical data produced by other entities, or an agency, safety, and/or effectiveness finding for another drug. A 505(b)(2) applicant is expected to establish a bridge, for example, by using comparative bioavailability data between the proposed drug product and each listed drug that the applicant seeks to rely upon to demonstrate that such reliance is scientifically justified. 505(b)(2s leverage existing knowledge. And their approval, like a 505(j) application, may be delayed because of patent or exclusivity rights that apply to the listed drug. ANDAs are submitted and approved under Section 505(j) of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. ANDA applicants are not required to provide independent evidence of the safety and effectiveness of the proposed generic drug. Instead, an ANDA is a duplicate of a previously approved drug, the reference listed drug, or RLD, that relies on FDA's finding that the RLD is safe and effective. ANDAs must demonstrate sameness to the RLD with respect to active ingredients, dosage form, route of administration, strength, previously approved conditions of use, and labeling, with certain exceptions. ANDAs must also include sufficient information to demonstrate bioequivalence to the RLD, and they may contain certain differences from an RLD, for example, a change approved in response to a suitability petition, which I'll discuss in a few slides, or other permissible differences, such as certain differences in inactive ingredients, labeling, or container closure systems, as long as investigations are not necessary to establish safety and effectiveness. With respect to active ingredient sameness, Section 505(j) generally requires that a proposed generic drug product demonstrate that it is the same as the RLD with respect to active ingredients. And active ingredients is defined in the regulations as any component intended to furnish pharmacological activity or other direct effect in the diagnosis, cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of disease, or to affect the structure or any function of the body of man. ANDA product labeling generally must be the same as the labeling approved for the RLD. There are certain exceptions, such as changes required because of differences approved pursuant to a suitability petition, omissions of an indication or other aspect of labeling that is protected by patent or exclusivity, or differences because the generic and RLD are produced or distributed by different manufacturers. And as I mentioned earlier, ANDAs must include sufficient information to demonstrate bioequivalence to the RLD. A drug is considered to be bioequivalent to a listed drug if the rate and extent of absorption of the drug do not show a significant difference from that of the listed drug. The regulations state that bioequivalence may be demonstrated with in vivo or in vitro data, or both. And 21 CFR 320.24b lists the in vivo and in vitro approaches in descending order of accuracy, sensitivity, and reproducibility applicable for determining bioequivalence of a drug product. Moving on now to petition ANDAs. A suitability petition is a request to submit an ANDA for a drug that differs from the RLD in its route of administration, dosage form, or strength, or that has one different active ingredient and a fixed combination drug product. A suitability petition must be submitted and approved before an ANDA citing that petition can be submitted. An ANDA citing a suitability petition that is pending or has been denied will not be received for review because the application lacks a legal basis for submission. When a suitability petition is submitted to FDA, it is reviewed per the process outlined in the Manual of Policies and Procedures 5240.5 ANDA suitability petitions, and it's approved unless FDA identifies a reason under 21 CFR 314.93 E1 not to approve. One thing to note is that the process outlined in the current version of MAP 5240.5 will be updated as appropriate to reflect certain agreed upon enhancements starting in year 2 of GDUFA III. Once a suitability petition is approved, an ANDA with that change can be submitted, and petition ANDAs are submitted under Section 505J2C of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. In determining which abbreviated approval pathway is appropriate, there are many considerations. These include regulatory considerations, such as whether the proposed product is a duplicate of the listed drug, whether the differences between the proposed generic drug product are the subject of an approved suitability petition, and also bundling. There are also scientific considerations, such as whether the limited confirmatory studies are acceptable for an ANDA or ANDA, active ingredient sameness evaluation, and intentional differences between the proposed product and the RLD. And we'll look at each of these considerations in more detail in the coming slides. FDA will refuse to file a 505(b)(2) application for a drug that is a duplicate of a listed drug and eligible for approval under 505J. Sometimes whether a proposed drug product can be submitted as a 505(b)(2) comes down to an issue of timing. If FDA approves a pharmaceutical equivalent to a proposed product before a 505(b)(2) application is submitted, such that the proposed product would be a duplicate of that pharmaceutically equivalent drug product and eligible for approval under 505J, FDA will refuse to file the application as a 505(b)(2) application. However, if FDA approves a duplicate drug product after a 505(b)(2) application is submitted, but before the 505(b)(2) application is approved, that application would remain eligible for approval as a 505(b)(2) application, and FDA would not require the applicant of the pending 505(b)(2) application to withdraw the application and submit an ANDA. As I discussed earlier, certain differences between an RLD and a proposed generic drug product may be permitted in an ANDA if these differences are the subject of an approved suitability petition. FDA will approve a suitability petition unless, among other things, the safety and effectiveness of the proposed change cannot be adequately evaluated without data from investigations that exceed what may be required for an ANDA, or the petition is for a drug product for which a pharmaceutical equivalent has been approved in an NDA, including a 505(b)(2) application. Once an NDA for a drug product that is a pharmaceutical equivalent to the drug described in the suitability petition is approved, the suitability petition and the listed drug described in the petition may no longer be the basis for ANDA submission. In that case, an applicant with a pending ANDA would be required to submit a new ANDA that both identifies the pharmaceutical equivalent product as the RLD and complies with applicable regulatory requirements. An applicant seeking approval for multiple drug products containing the same active ingredients, when some of these products would qualify for approval under 505J and some would qualify for approval under 505(b)(2. The applicant may submit one 505(b)(2) application for all such drug products. The applicant would not have to submit an ANDA for the drug products that qualify for approval under 505J, and a 505(b)(2) application for the drug products that qualify for approval under Section 505(b)(2. The applicant can bundle everything together in a 505(b)(2) application. So those are the regulatory considerations that I wanted to discuss today in determining whether a proposed product should utilize the ANDA pathway or the 505(b)(2) pathway. We'll now move on to the scientific considerations. And we'll start with limited confirmatory studies. So both ANDAs and 505(b)(2) applications may include additional information to support approval. Both applicants have flexibility in the types of studies, data, and information they may submit in their respective application. For 505(b)(2s, the types of studies may include clinical investigations to establish the safety and/or effectiveness of a product. For ANDAs, limited confirmatory clinical studies may be acceptable if the purpose is not to establish safety and effectiveness. For example, FDA has previously accepted limited confirmatory studies appropriate for petition ANDAs, and FDA has reviewed pharmacodynamic data in determining active ingredient sameness. If the safety and effectiveness must be established by investigations, these investigations go beyond the scope of a limited confirmatory study that may be submitted in an ANDA. And in the case where the studies go outside the scope of the ANDA pathway, applicants should contact the Office of Generic Drugs, or OGD, prior to submission of an application to inform which type of application is appropriate. Another scientific consideration is the active ingredient sameness evaluation. Generally, a proposed generic drug product must demonstrate that it is the same as the RLD with respect to the active ingredients. FDA has broad discretion to determine whether an ANDA contains information sufficient to conclude that the proposed drug's active ingredient is the same as the active ingredient in the RLD. If the active ingredient cannot be demonstrated to be the same as the active ingredient in the RLD by using information and data that may be submitted in an ANDA, the proposed drug product should not be submitted for approval in an ANDA. And as we just discussed on the previous slide, generally the active ingredient in the proposed ANDA must be the same as the active ingredients in the RLD. Certain differences in inactive ingredients are permissible. An ANDA must include information regarding the identity and quantity of all active and inactive ingredients, a characterization of any permitted differences between the formulations of the proposed drug product and their RLD, and a justification demonstrating that the safety and effectiveness is not adversely affected by these differences. Please note that for some products, for certain routes of administration, the types of changes to inactive ingredients that are permissible in an ANDA have been limited by regulation. Applicants can consider a 505(b)(2) application if the proposed drug product contains changes to its formulation that are not permissible in an ANDA. For example, a proposed parenteral drug product that contains an additional inactive ingredient not present in the RLD that cannot be considered an exception excipient, or a proposed drug product that contains a novel excipient that requires clinical testing to establish safety. ANDA applicants should consider both the ANDA regulatory requirements for formulations applicable to specific routes of administration and the data that would be scientifically necessary to support any permissible differences in active ingredients between the proposed product and the RLD. And if you have questions about permissible differences in formulation, you should contact OGD prior to submission of the application. As I mentioned earlier, an ANDA must contain information to show that the proposed drug product is bioequivalent to the RLD. A 505(b)(2) application is not appropriate for a drug product that should have been submitted as an ANDA, but failed to meet all of the 505J standards. For example, FDA will refuse to file a 505(b)(2) application if the proposed drug product is a duplicate of a listed drug, but is unintentionally less bioavailable and fails to demonstrate bioequivalence to the listed drug. An ANDA must include a statement that the conditions of use prescribed, recommended, or suggested in the labeling have been previously approved for the RLD. If changes to a proposed generic drug product are such that the labeling of that drug product does not reflect the previously approved conditions of use, the application cannot be approved as an ANDA. However, FDA will not refuse to approve an ANDA whose labeling excludes or carves out conditions of use approved for the RLD that may be omitted from the proposed ANDA labeling because of patents or exclusivities. An ANDA must contain information to show that the labeling proposed is the same as the labeling approved for the RLD. However, certain differences in labeling between generic products and RLDs may be appropriate due to different manufacturers, for example, the expiration date or formulation. An ANDA is not appropriate if the proposed drug product would have a new indication or a new dosing regimen as compared to the RLD, or if the differences between the products are such they would require investigations to establish the safety or effectiveness of the proposed product, or necessitate such significant labeling differences that the labeling no longer satisfies the same labeling requirement. And in those cases, applicants can consider submitting a 505(b)(2) application. So that wraps up the different regulatory and scientific considerations that I wanted to discuss today. When applicants have questions about which pathway may be appropriate, they can request assistance from FDA. If an applicant is developing a drug product intended to have the same active ingredient, conditions of use, route of administration, dosage form, strength, and with certain permissible differences labeling as an RLD, and is proposing a non-clinical study program and has questions about whether the proposed drug product qualifies as an ANDA, the applicant should contact the Office of Generic Drugs. Applicants can submit controlled correspondence or request a pre-ANDA meeting as appropriate. Which one the applicant uses to communicate with the agency will depend on the questions that the applicant has, as well as the product, either complex or non-complex. In the guidances for industry, controlled correspondence related to generic drug development, and formal meetings between FDA and ANDA applicants of complex products, which discusses the pre-ANDA meetings, provide information to applicants on these different pathways to communicate with the agency, and are also listed on the resources slide at the end of this presentation. If an applicant is developing a drug product that has a different active ingredient, conditions of use, route of administration, dosage form, strength, or labeling than a listed drug, and is proposing a clinical program, and has questions about submission through the 505(b)(2) pathway, the applicant should contact the Office of New Drugs. Applicants can contact the appropriate O&D review division and consider requesting a PDUFA meeting. That brings us to our first challenge question. A suitability petition must be submitted and approved before an ANDA citing that petition can be submitted. True or false? And the answer is true. An ANDA citing a suitability petition that is pending or has been denied will not be received for review because the application lacks a legal basis for submission. And now for our second challenge question. For a 505(b)(2) application, which of the following is true? It contains full reports of investigations of safety and effectiveness. Its approval may be delayed by patents or exclusivities. It's a duplicate of a previously approved drug, or both A and B are true. So the correct answer is D. Both A and B are true. As we've discussed, 505(b)(2) applications contain full reports of investigations of safety and effectiveness, and their approval may be delayed by patents or exclusivities. They are not duplicates of a previously approved drug. As we've discussed, that would be an ANDA. As we have discussed, there are resources available to applicants. There's the guidance for industry, determining whether to submit an ANDA or a 505(b)(2) application, and that guidance provides information on how applicants can communicate with the agency if they have questions, It also discusses the different regulatory and scientific considerations that we've talked about today. There's the two guidances for industry, the formal meetings between FDA and ANDA applicants of a complex products under GDUFA, and the draft guidance for industry, controlled correspondence related to generic drug development. There's also FDA's Enhanced Communication webpage, which contains contact information for the O&D review divisions. And as I mentioned, there's also MAP 5240.5 and a suitability petitions, which is available on the CEDAR MAP webpage. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the introduction. Today, I will be showing you why the Orange Book website is a great resource for Orange Book-related information. I would like to briefly talk to you about the Orange Book overview, how to navigate the Orange Book website, and talk about the Orange Book information and resource links. The Orange Book is a list of drug products that are safe and effective and approved under Sections 505C and 505J 7A of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. It also contains information on which drug products can be substituted for another. As you may know, throughout the past 43 years, the Orange Book publishing requirements have expanded. More and more information is added to the growing list of drug products. A quick fact, there are a little under 43,000 product listings. This leads us to our next slide. What types of applications are not listed in the Orange Book? Drugs not approved for both safety and effectiveness, that are pre-1938 drugs not subject to pre-marketed clearance procedures, drug products marketed between 1938 and 1962 that have not completed the drug efficacy study implementation process called DESI, unapproved products like compounded products, OTC marketed under monograph, and dietary supplements. And last of all, biological license applications. So how often do we update the Orange Book? The electronic Orange Books have daily updates and twice-a-month updates. The cumulative supplements have monthly updates. The daily updates include generic drug approvals and patents. The update usually appears in the afternoon, excluding weekends and federal holidays. The monthly update usually occurs on the second Friday of each month. For example, April cumulative supplement includes changes in NDA approvals, exclusivity marketing status, and other changes listed on the slide will be published in mid-May. The annual update usually includes any changes to the Orange Book preface, mostly to reflect any statute updates or new publication requirements. What types of Orange Book formats are available? The Orange Book first paper edition was published in 1980. The first Orange Book website was launched in 1997, and the Orange Book edition cumulative supplement was made downloadable in 2005. And to keep up with the times, FDA released the Orange Book Mobile Express app in 2015, which can be downloaded for free on both Android and Apple platforms. On this slide, you will find the Orange Book website. On the Orange Book website, you can search for the Orange Book database. There's also additional information where you can jump directly to the Orange Book publications, supplements, and appendices. You can also look at the Orange Book patent exclusivity information. There's also a link to the additional Orange Book resources and other related guidance and references. This next slide shows you the Orange Book database. Here you can search by the proprietary name, the active ingredient, or the application number. In addition to that, if you want to search by the applicant company, or if you know the dosage form or the route of administration, you can search for that way too on your application. In addition to the drug product, you can search for patent information. You can do that by
searching for the patent number, or you can search by newly added patents or delisted patents. On the Orange Book website, you can find a link to the Orange Book publication supplements and appendices. In this link, you'll find the Orange Book Annual Edition, the Orange Book Current Cumulative Supplement, Appendix A, Product Name Index, Appendix B, Product Name Sorted by Applicant, Appendix C, Uniform Terms. All these are available as PDF format. The only exception here is the Orange Book Preface, which is available in HTML. If you would like a PDF format of the preface, you can look in the Orange Book Annual Edition. Under Orange Book Patent and Exclusivity Information, we have various resources that is not found in the Orange Book database. The Orange Book Patent Listing Dispute List under Section 314.53F1, the Patent Listing Dispute List contains relevant drug product information and the dispute patent. You can also find a list of patent use codes and definitions. In addition, lists of exclusivity codes and definition, which includes a list of codes with numbers and codes without numbers. And also the frequently asked questions on patent or exclusivity can also be found in this link. Under the Orange Book Patent and Exclusivity Information, you find frequently asked questions on patent and exclusivities. Here are some examples of common questions that we get for exclusivities. What's the difference between patents and exclusivity? What information related to pediatric exclusivity is listed in the Orange Book? And how is the NDA holder notified if the application has received periods of exclusivity? Other examples on patents are, what should an NDA holder submit patents to? On what form should the NDA holder submit their patent on? So please look at this website if you have questions about exclusivity and patents. Under additional resource, we also have various resources that is not found in the Orange Book database. You can find the frequently asked questions on the Orange Book on this link. There's also the Orange Book data files, which are compressed zip files, which will allow you to access the downloadable text files for approved drug products, exclusivity, and unexpired patents. More details will be explained in the next slide. In addition, you'll find a link to the addition and deletion for prescription and OTC drug product lists. These lists should be used in conjunction with the most current cumulative supplement and annual edition of the Orange Book. You can also find a link to the reference list drug by and a reference standard list. This link refers to the drug product approved under an abbreviated new drug application that FDA has selected as a reference standard and the associated reference list of drug. The last link you'll see on here is the pre-Hatch-Waxman abbreviated new drug application PANDA in the Orange Book. This is a list of products currently included in the Orange Book and identified as an ANDA in the Orange Book that were approved in the pre-Hatch-Waxman abbreviated new drug application PANDA for safety and effectiveness under 505C of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act prior to the enactment of the Hatch-Waxman amendments. This list includes only those PANDA submitted under Section 505B of the FD&C Act and does not include applications for antibiotic drug products approved under Sections 507 of the FD&C Act before the enactment of the Food and Drug Administration Modernization Act of 1997. On this slide, you find the Orange Book frequently asked questions. Questions like, how often is the Orange Book updated? How do I obtain the Orange Book? How do I use the electronic Orange Book to find and approve generic drugs? Or I want drug information not found on the Orange Book. How do I go about getting it? Please check out this website if you have these common questions. On this slide, I will show you how to convert text files to Excel. All three files are in text format and are available to download each month using the preferred software such as MS Excel. Here is an example of a drug product data conversion using Excel. The product text file are delimited by the tilde symbol.
By using the blank workbook in Excel, you can load the information by choosing Data, then from text to CSV. A pop-up will appear. Under the delimiter, you can customize using a tilde symbol and then load the information. Excel will format the information and sort the information as you can see here. The same process can be done for exclusivity and patent text file by using the tilde as a delimiter. On the slide, you can find the related guidance and references in the Orange Book website. This will give you links to the guidance for industry, for Orange Book questions and answers, evaluation of therapeutic equivalence, referencing approved drug products in ANDA submissions, and marketing status notification under Sections 506I of the Federal Food and Drug Cosmetic Act. In addition, you'll find the reference standard data updates to the Orange Book. These updates will help applicants submitting an ANDA to seek approval of a generic drug to identify the RLD, RS, and basis submission for the ANDA. The last link on here is gives you information about the BPCIA Orange Book Transition Edition. This link allows you to access the preface to March 20 of 2020 edition of the Cumulative Supplement, containing information regarding the biological product proof of Section 505 of the FD&C Act as of March 19, 2020, but were subsequently removed from the Orange Book based on the agency's position that these products are no longer listed drugs as of March 23, 2020. So for our first challenge question, the Orange Book data files include approved drug products, exclusivity, and unexpired patents in text and PDF files. A, true, B, false. I'll give you a couple of seconds. So if you answer true, that is correct. The Orange Book data files are available in text and PDF format. Challenge question number 2. What should I do if my drug product is not listed in the Orange Book? A, search the Orange Book database. B, send an email to the Orange Book at fda.hhs.gov. C, search the Orange Book preface. D, B, and C. And E, all the above. I'll give you a few seconds to look this over. So if you answer D, B, and C, that is correct. Try searching the Orange Book preface by reviewing the types of drug products not listed in the Orange Book. You may also contact the Orange Book mailbox if you have additional questions. So the key takeaway is to show folks that the Orange Book identifies drug products approved on the basis of safe and effectiveness by the FDA. The website is accessible at fda.gov/orangebook. The Orange Book website is not just a database, but it holds ample information and resource relating to the Orange Book. Users can access the Orange Book downloadable data files, which is updated monthly and can be converted by Excel. We recommend folks to look at the Orange Book FAQ and preface to answer common questions about the Orange Book. And if you can't find answers to your questions, then you can reach out to us at orangebook@fda.hhs.gov. Thank you for your time, and have a good day.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm Sarah Ibrahim, the Associate Director of Stakeholder and Global Engagement. It is my pleasure presenting to you today the global generic drug supply chain and need for international dialogue. This presentation reflects the views of the author and should not be construed to represent FDA's views or policies. A secure healthcare system requires the availability of affordable, high-quality medications that are safe and effective. The consequences of falsified or substandard medical products can be life-threatening and detrimental on a global scale. The interests and safety of the public is entrusted to regulatory systems that ensure that only products in legal trade are available
and those marketed are safe and effective. Globally, the availability of generic drugs increased competition, leading to lower prices, making healthcare more affordable and accessible for people around the world, encouraging and promoting innovation, improving access to medications, making it possible for people to access life-saving medications at affordable prices, reducing the disease and financial burden, and improving health outcomes, further reducing global healthcare costs. The U.S. healthcare system has saved nearly $2.6 trillion in the last 10 years alone due to the availability of affordable generic and biosimilar products. Now, first generics in particular have an outsized contribution to total savings. Most recently, we published a study that estimates savings associated with new generic drug approvals in 2018, 2019, and 2020. Overall, the first generic approvals accounted for 29% of the total savings over the span of those 3 years. Historically, the production of medications for the U.S. population has been domestically based. However, in recent decades, drug manufacturing has gradually moved out of the United States. This is particularly true for the manufacturers of active pharmaceutical ingredients. Using traditional pharmaceutical manufacturing technology, a U.S.-based company could never offset the labor and cost advantages that countries outside the U.S. can provide. To understand how global our generic drug supply chain is, we identified API manufacturers of marketed ANDAs with active and pending manufacturers to visualize trends in API manufacturing. The percent of ANDAs where an API manufacturer was located in India has consistently increased from 2012 to present. And the percent of ANDAs where an API manufacturer was located in the United States has continuously decreased from 2011 to present. The United States still accounts for the largest share of finished drug formulation manufacturers of marketed ANDAs. The percent of ANDAs where finished drug formulation manufacturer was located in the United States has consistently decreased from 2011 to present, while those manufacturers located in India has consistently increased from 2012 to present. With how global and intricate our generic drug supply chain is, FDA's global presence and engagement secures our supply chain. FDA's regulatory systems ensure the quality and safety of globally produced drugs even before those products are on the market. Generic drugs are just as safe and effective as brand counterparts, and FDA stands behind the rigorous standards and regulatory inspections that go into ensuring the safety and quality of all generic drugs. Globalization has created unique regulatory challenges that require successful collaboration and continuous dialogue. Regulators agree in principle of the importance of global harmonization of pharmaceutical regulations, and aligning divergent regulations creates hurdles that can be mitigated by leveraging ongoing dialogue and collaboration. Harmonization could also take the form of slower convergence, with regulatory bodies gradually aligning their standards and requirements with a vision of regulatory capacity building of the agencies that will be responsible for implementing the harmonized regulations. Achieving harmonization of pharmaceutical regulations requires collaborative efforts, convergence of best practices, regulatory capacity building, effective implementation, and ongoing monitoring and evaluation. Regulatory harmonization is important for the global supply chain, reducing duplication and efficiencies. With consistent quality and safety standards ensured by harmonized regulations that can help ensure that generic drugs are manufactured to consistent quality and safety standards across countries, further protecting patients from substandard or counterfeit drugs. With faster access to safe and effective medications, bringing new generic drugs to the market, which can increase patient access to affordable medications. Harmonized regulations and standards can also help increase transparency and traceability in the supply chain of generic drugs, further preventing distribution of counterfeit or substandard drugs. And of course, improve monitoring and reporting of adverse
events that can help identify potential safety concerns quicker in order for appropriate actions to be taken to protect our patients. OGD's efforts extend beyond our borders through our international harmonization and collaboration efforts. The necessity of having a clear global policy and strategy led to the establishment of the Global Affairs Program within the Office of Generic Drugs. OGD recognizes the importance of its global presence, and the Office of Generic Drugs established a Global Affairs Program to ensure strong FDA voice and impact to promote high level of quality culture and standards. We're proactively navigating the landscape and identifying emerging international regulatory changes and challenges. We're engaging proactively with our regulatory counterparts and stakeholders to facilitate FDA's domestic mission of assuring safety, efficacy, and quality of FDA-regulated products. OGD's Global Affairs Program has a number of engagements and initiatives focused on international dialogue that promotes consistency, bringing efficiency in the harmonization process, taking a collective approach and establishing more effective channels of information sharing and communication. We do recognize that regulatory cooperation increases OGD's global presence and enhances OGD's knowledge base, and we continue to support regulatory strengthening, building partnerships, and establishing targeted outreach. Our involvement in the Bioequivalence Working Group for Generics focuses on the implementation and interpretation of bioequivalence requirements, procedures, and tools for the assessment of bioequivalence in generic drug products, facilitating convergence and identifying opportunities for harmonization. We continue our engagement in the Nanomedicine Working Group for Generics, where knowledge sharing between the agencies improves the understanding and capability to effectively regulate these products. On January 31st, 2023, FDA published draft guidance for industry M13A bioequivalence for immediate release solid oral dosage forms, which provides recommendations for conducting bioequivalence studies during development and post-approval phases for orally administered immediate release solid oral dosage forms designed to deliver drugs to the systemic circulation, such as tablets, capsules, granules, powders for oral suspension. Providing harmonized scientific recommendations for conducting BE studies during both development and post-approval phases increases the efficiency of drug development and accelerates the availability of safe and effective orally administered IR solid oral dosage forms. The second in the series, M13B, will describe biowaiver considerations for additional strengths not investigated in BE studies. The third in the series, M13C, will include data analysis and BE assessments for highly variable drugs, drugs with narrow therapeutic index, and complex BE study design and data analysis considerations. OGD Global Affairs Program has announced in its first year two momentous initiatives, the Generic Drug Cluster and the Parallel Scientific Advice. We understand that the pathway to global harmonization starts after regulations have been established and is a rigorous process that requires assessment of regulatory differences as well as scientific and technical negotiations to create bridges across our already established regulatory requirements and expectations. OGD Global Affairs recognizes that prospective harmonization efforts, while regulations are being established, particularly for complex generics, strategically bridges our regulations. The generic drug cluster to date has focused on creating a global dialogue that bridges the gaps for complex generic drug approval, identifying key differences among regulatory agencies regarding the approval of complex generics, aspects hindering approval of complex generics, as well as extensive sharing of case studies and experience with complex generic products that allows a relative consensus regarding approval standards when possible. Overcoming the challenges of complex generic drug development requires close partnership between industry, academia, as well as regulatory authorities. The development of a robust regulatory framework that facilitates pathway to market access as well as patient protection requires investment and research to continue to create that regulatory infrastructure. These research advancements may help generic product applicants rely more on alternative methods, reducing unnecessary human subject exposure, extensive scientific exchange of information, and streamlining the regulatory requirements, as well as clarifying divergent regulations with our global regulatory partners. As an agency, we value global collaboration, and we recognize that with certain products, such as complex generics, that face a more complicated development process, access to multiple markets offers an incentive for companies to move forward with a development program. As we mentioned, the FDA established a multi-country forum, the Generic Drug Cluster, to achieve a common understanding of each member agency's generic drug regulatory requirements and to help increase scientific alignment. The confidential forum for exchange and discussion on policies in development and the scientific basis for the decisions on these policies expand our rich scientific and regulatory knowledge. The cluster to date has focused on current review challenges, as well as regulations and guidances under development. The agencies have agreed to share data integrity concerns. We've also expanded data sharing where regulatory requirements vary, as well as generic drug pipeline challenges that we're facing. In addition, we collectively have agreed to focus on certain components where accessibility challenges are due to emerging global regulatory changes. Generic drug pharmaceutical industry and regulatory agencies increasingly seek opportunities to proactively engage in the early stages of product development. Therefore, we established the Parallel Scientific Advice Program for applicants of abbreviated new drug applications, for FDA's complex generic drug products, and marketing authorization application for EMA's hybrid products, providing a mechanism for experts from two agencies to concurrently engage in the scientific conversation with sponsors on key issues during the development phase of complex generic drug products. In summary, regulatory harmonization, alignment of regulations and standards across different countries reduces trade barriers and creates a more efficient and effective global supply chain for medications, including generic drugs. Harmonization can help to ensure that medications are manufactured to consistent quality and safety standards, which can benefit patients globally. Regulatory authorities, however, must have the necessary competency, capacity, and scientific knowledge to deliver their harmonization mandates effectively. A sound system is critical to ensuring that regulatory authorities can effectively protect the public health. Thank you for the opportunity to share our global efforts with you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamila Harwaka, and I work in CDER's Office of Pharmaceutical Quality in the Office of Quality Surveillance. Our office leverages pharmaceutical intelligence, including information from surveillance inspections, post-market quality defect reports, and laboratory testing data, and we translate this information into insights and actions to help ensure that quality medicines are available to the American public. However, these data points are lagging indicators of quality problems that do not inform on the state of quality at an establishment today or predict what the state of quality might be in the future. Leading indicators of the state of quality, such as quality metrics and quality management maturity, could better inform establishments and regulatory agencies of the risk of quality failures and the likelihood of supply chain disruptions. And this would permit more efficient resource allocation and risk-based inspection planning. CDER is currently developing a quality management maturity program to assess the robustness of quality systems at an establishment and evaluate how adept they are at detecting and mitigating risks before more serious problems occur. For our discussion today, we'll begin by introducing the concept of quality management maturity, and then we'll describe the development of CDER's QMM program. So, quality management maturity. In 2019, a multi-agency report was published on drug shortages, root causes, and potential solutions. One of the underlying root causes identified in the report was the failure of the market to recognize and reward manufacturers for mature quality systems that focus on continuous improvement and the early detection of supply chain issues. Stated differently, the target most manufacturers aim to achieve is compliance, but compliance with product quality requirements does not ensure drug supplies will be available. The pharmaceutical supply chain has become increasingly complex and fragmented, and disruptions on one end can create ripples that are transmitted and magnified across the globe. The COVID-19 public health emergency brought this reality into sharp focus and really shed light on supply chain vulnerabilities. Shortages impacted active pharmaceutical ingredients and finished drugs, but we also witnessed the impact of shortages of primary packaging components, like the shortage of pharmaceutical glass, and disruptions to energy supplies may impede the ability of manufacturing plants to run or to run at full capacity. And we remember the shortage of shipping containers that disrupted the transportation of products and materials worldwide. The development of a rating system to incentivize drug manufacturers to invest in quality management maturity was proposed as a comprehensive and enduring solution to drug shortages. Quality management practices mature as companies expand their focus from compliance with current good manufacturing practice to an emphasis on proactive process and system improvements. Advanced quality systems foster a culture that rewards process and system improvements, increases proactive detection of vulnerabilities, and prevents problems before they occur. Drug manufacturers achieve higher levels of quality management maturity when they successfully integrate business and manufacturing operations with quality practices and technological advancements to optimize product quality, enhance supply chain resiliency, mitigate drug shortages, and drive continual improvement. Quality management maturity can best be thought of as an umbrella program that includes many different processes, practices, and behaviors, such as enhanced pharmaceutical quality systems, quality culture, productivity optimization, customer experience, advanced analytics, sustainable compliance, and quality metrics, among others. Quality excellence is patient-driven, culturally embedded, and built into the processes, mindset, and behaviors of an organization. But the concept of quality management maturity and the benefits of robust quality systems are nothing new. Deming believed that a commitment to quality involved transforming an entire organization. Product quality can be controlled by adequately meeting current good manufacturing practice, or CGMP, requirements, but the concept of total quality management goes beyond controlling product quality. Total quality management includes empowering and engaging employee participation and improved communication with frontline workers, strengthening partnerships with suppliers, improving customer satisfaction by fostering a culture that is patient-focused, and promoting continual improvement, both as an attitude and as a practice. Deming, Crosby, and Feigenbaum have described the cost of quality. It is incorrect to assume that higher quality necessarily translates into higher costs. Understanding that achieving higher quality does require investment of money, materials, manpower, and time, it is important to recognize that poor quality also incurs a cost, from the loss of production, the need to rework or scrap batches, to damage to brand or reputation that can be caused by product failures or product recalls, and the loss of market share are just some examples of the price of nonconformity. In the long run, relying on inspections, audits, and quality control testing to assure quality is costly, and the need to remediate quality failures means further costs that could be saved by building quality into the product and preventing quality defects or failures from occurring in the first place through careful product design, robust quality risk management and knowledge management, and the implementation of robust controls such as advanced statistical process control. Operational excellence and a culture of quality correspond with higher levels of quality management maturity. And higher levels of QMM can reap numerous benefits, such as identifying risks of failure and mitigating them before quality problems and the costs associated with them arise, optimizing product quality and process performance, improving operational efficiencies, reducing costs and reducing waste, increasing customer satisfaction, and generating higher revenues. There have been numerous efforts to improve quality systems across the industry, and a couple of examples are shown on this slide. PDA has developed a quality culture guided assessment tool that establishments can use to assess their quality culture and identify areas to improve. The tool can also be applied to evaluate the quality culture of a supplier or contract service provider. The ideal state is to ensure a quality mindset and behaviors are embedded into the daily work of all functions, resulting in positive patient outcomes. This tool may also be used in conjunction with other models, such as the University of St. Gallen OPEX model. ISPE has developed the Advancing Pharmaceutical Quality, or APQ program, built on the foundation of ICHQ-10 and further enhanced by cultural excellence and operational excellence principles. The program assists firms to assess their level of quality management maturity by identifying areas for continual improvement. This program also leverages tools from the University of St. Gallen to allow establishments to benchmark their performance. Organizations can leverage this program to ensure a continuous supply of quality medicines to patients. The Dun & Bradstreet Quality Benchmarking Study, performed in collaboration with the University of St. Gallen, demonstrated a positive correlation between higher implementation of quality management maturity practices, such as proactive preventive maintenance, robust quality risk management practices, and advanced process control monitoring, and improved delivery performance, indicating that greater adoption of quality maturity practices may result in more reliable supply chains and less frequent drug shortages. The University of St. Gallen has also done extensive research on operational indicators and metrics that correlate with more effective and efficient pharmaceutical quality systems. CDRH has launched pilots for the Voluntary Improvement Program, which is facilitated through the Medical Device Consortium, MDIC, to evaluate the capability and performance of a medical device manufacturer's practices using third-party appraisals to enhance the quality of medical devices. The assessment evaluates performance of key business processes using a series of integrated best practices detailed in the Information Systems Audit and Control Association Capability Maturity Model Integration System, or the CMMI system. These appraisals promote continuous improvement and organizational excellence among participating sites, resulting in improved process and medical device quality, which ultimately leads to better patient outcomes and increased access for patients. CDER is currently developing a program to assess quality management maturity at drug manufacturing establishments to identify areas for continuous improvement, promote organizational excellence, and robust quality practices across functions to help improve patient access to quality medicines. So for a brief trip down the road to FDA's QMM program, in February of 2020, CDER sponsored and participated in a workshop held by the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy at Duke University on understanding how the public perceives and values pharmaceutical quality. Stakeholders represented at this workshop included patients, healthcare providers, purchasers, pharmacies, and payers. These stakeholders identified 3 key areas for future work and collaboration across the stakeholder community, namely assessing perceptions surrounding quality to improve communication, improving transparency, and developing quality ratings. In 2021, a White House report on building resilient supply chains and the 2022 National Academy of Sciences report on building resilient medical product supply chains recommended the development of a framework and rating system in conjunction with other stakeholders, including industry and academia, to measure an establishment's quality management maturity. And now CDER is actively developing a QMM program. In 2021 and 2022, the FDA launched 2 QMM pilot programs. The pilot programs developed and completed QMM assessments of 7 active pharmaceutical ingredient manufacturers and 8 finished drug manufacturing establishments and rated their level of maturity. In April of last year, FDA published a white paper on the QMM program, which described key considerations for developing the program and identified 6 stakeholders that were named the 6 Ps. They're the patients, purchasers, payers, pharmacists, healthcare providers, and pharmaceutical manufacturers. Last May, the FDA held a 2-day workshop on QMM that was open to the public and included presentations by agency representatives, participants from both of the pilot programs, and representatives who shared perspectives from purchasing organizations and pharmacies. A quality benchmarking study demonstrating a positive correlation between robust quality management practices and supply chain resiliency was published in October of last year, and in November, the Pharmaceutical Science and Clinical Pharmacology Advisory Committee, which consisted of members from industry and academia, voted unanimously in support of the development of FDA's QMM program. Early this year, we published a commentary describing the lessons learned from the pilot programs, and stakeholder engagement is and continues to be an essential part of developing CDER's QMM program. Participation in the QMM program will be voluntary. Our development activities are underway, and we're going to discuss each of the 7 concurrent work streams that are shown on the slide here, starting with the assessment and rubric. We're developing the assessment protocol and propose to cover 5 practice areas that are shown in the blue boxes. They are leadership, business continuity, technical excellence, advanced pharmaceutical quality systems, and employee empowerment and engagement. The white boxes beneath show examples of subtopics under each of the practice areas. The assessment will evaluate an establishment's implementation of the guidance in ICH Q10 and determine how proactive a firm is in promoting continual improvement, technical excellence, and supply chain resiliency, including how well the establishment can predict and adapt to changes in demand and supply. Scores will be developed for each of the 5 practice areas in addition to a score reflecting the overall maturity level of the establishment. To be meaningful, the scores need to be objective measures of an establishment's maturity. To minimize bias in scoring, an algorithm will be developed to compute the scores, and part of the development process will include determining how each practice area will be weighted. This may be influenced by things like the total number of questions in a practice area. The scores will also provide participants in the program with a metric to benchmark their performance against their peers. Many processes need to be developed to operationalize the QMM program. Eligibility criteria will need to be defined. For example, establishments will have to be registered with the agency and produce at least 1 CDER-regulated product. We need to determine if the assessments will be performed by FDA staff or by a third party like CDRH's Voluntary Improvement Program. We need to establish the form of the assessment. For example, will it be conducted entirely remotely or virtually, or will there be an on-site component to the evaluation? What degree of transparency will be appropriate for the program? This will include a determination of what information should be included in the final report and how data will be represented to facilitate benchmarking. What is the shelf life of a QMM assessment? Ideally, we would like to be able to offer reassessments at a frequency that best supports an establishment on their continual improvement journey. But there will be resource constraints, so that's something that we're going to have to balance. Should the assessment protocol be modified for the reassessments to focus the evaluation on areas that were identified for improvement in the previous assessment? What framework will be used to assign the final rating? We also need to determine what incentives, if any, will be offered for participation and whether sector-specific incentives need to be considered. For example, regulatory flexibility for implementing changes to approved applications will not be an incentive for a manufacturer that only makes non-application products. Interestingly, the majority of respondents to a poll during the May 2022 workshop indicated that the greatest benefits of FDA's QMM program were the identification of areas for continuous improvement and better insight into the supply chain, and that these benefits outweighed FDA's incentives or the ability to use the results of their rating for marketing purposes. There have been a number of conversations around transparency with the scores or ratings, and we recognize the concern that making ratings public could disincentivize participation in the program. Different stakeholders will have a different understanding of QMM and what the establishment rating means. With this in mind, we're weighing this decision and are also considering other possible mechanisms for information sharing. For example, manufacturers could exercise their discretion and choose to share their ratings directly with their customers. Communication is a critical part of the development process. We intend to continue to engage with stakeholders as we build the program to ensure that we maximize the benefits to all stakeholders and prevent or minimize the risk for unintended consequences. Communication is also critical for combating misconceptions about the program. For example, it is important to clarify that a QMM assessment is not intended to be used in lieu of or as a surrogate for establishment inspections, and that the QMM assessment does not evaluate compliance with current good manufacturing practice, or CGMP. It's also important to understand that a QMM rating is not a measure of product quality, but is an evaluation of an establishment's behaviors and quality practices. Before the program will launch, a draft guidance will be released. The guidance will address a range of topics including eligibility criteria, incentives for participation, and describe what the components of the program will be, the assessment, the rating, and the report. The draft guidance will also provide another opportunity for public comment on CDER's QMM program. We are working on an IT system to support the QMM program. An IT roadmap has been completed and will be used to help support the design and implementation of our IT system in fiscal years 24 and 25. The IT system will be used to manage registration for the program, verification of eligibility, coordinate scheduling of assessments, and facilitate information exchange, including the final report, in addition to serving as a data storage repository and determining the final rating. Implementation of this program is contingent on securing funding, hiring and training the right staff to perform the assessments, and developing all of the business processes to support the program. What we are able to offer is dependent on obtaining the necessary resources. As our development work continues, we expect to be able to provide additional updates and opportunities for engagement with stakeholders. The QMM program stands to benefit many stakeholders. Patients deserve to have access to high-quality medicines when they need them. Promoting quality management maturity should help reduce the frequency of drug product recalls and drug shortages. Pharmaceutical manufacturers can reap the benefits of improved efficiencies, reduced costs and reduced waste, greater customer satisfaction, and more robust supply chains, in part through informed selection of suppliers and contract sites. Purchasers and payers, pharmacies, and healthcare professionals can benefit from fewer supply chain interruptions and better insight into their supply chains. And finally, regulators will benefit from efficiencies in deploying resources for continued surveillance to support our mission to ensure quality medicines are available to the American public. Looking to the future, to more proactive detection of vulnerabilities before serious problems can occur, it is important to note that QMM is just one piece of the puzzle. FDA is deploying other programs in support of a more proactive approach to regulation, including the Emerging Technology Program and FRAME initiatives to support technological advancements in drug manufacturing, improved understanding of supply chains end-to-end, and international harmonization of regulatory requirements to support drug manufacturing in the global marketplace. Addressing the challenges with supply chain disruptions and drug shortages is a complex problem that will require a multi-pronged solution of which quality management maturity is a part. We look forward to continuing to engage with stakeholders and partners on this QMM journey. No one can do this alone, so let us work together to tackle the larger challenges that we face to assure pharmaceutical quality globally and improve the lives of patients and consumers. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
One and just the PRA staff assigns.
Thanks so much for all of our presenters for all the great presentations. For our final Q&A presentations, please remember to enter your questions into the Q&A chat pod. And if you haven't done it, please do so now. We'll answer as many questions as time allows. To join our Q&A panel, we welcome Commander Andrew Fine, who's the Senior Advisor in OGD's Office of Safety and Clinical Evaluation, Division of Clinical Review. As part of the division management team, Commander Fine provides clinical, regulatory, and process oversight for generic drug activities in the division. Prior to this role as a Senior Advisor, Commander Fine served as a team leader in the division for 7 years, where he led a team of physicians in their clinical work to support the generic drug program. Prior to joining OGD, Commander Fine spent 4.5 years as a safety reviewer in CDER's Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology, Division of Pharmacovigilance, where he led post-marketing safety efforts for multiple sclerosis drug products. Looks like we have some questions coming in right now. And the first two questions are addressed to Sharon Coleman. And here is the first question for Sharon Coleman. Do I have to use the CREATES Act if I want to get product samples for development?
Great question. So the answer is no. CREATES is available for people that have been unable to get product samples from brand companies or license holders voluntarily. The use of CREATES is not a requirement to obtain samples. And it's worth noting that the FTC has also taken enforcement action against the restricting of access to samples for generic development. And so because of that, in addition to using the pathway that's available under CREATES for getting samples, developers that are running into difficulties getting access to samples should consider raising this issue with the FTC as well.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have another question for Sharon Coleman, and here's the question. Does the CREATES Act limit the number of times I can request samples to support my application?
Another great question. And the answer to this one is also no. CREATES does not impose limitations on the number of times that an eligible product developer can request samples pursuant to a particular covered product authorization, or on the number of requests an eligible product developer can make for product samples to support their application.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we have a few questions that came in for David Coppersmith. And here is the first question for David Coppersmith. What's the best method of communication to confirm what RLD to rely on for an ANDA application if the RLD reference standard is discontinued?
Thank you for the question. So the RLD, even if it's in the discontinued section, would still remain the basis of submission. If an RLD appears in the discontinued section and FDA has not published in the Federal Register a determination of whether the drug was withdrawn from sale for reasons of safety or effectiveness, the applicant must submit a citizen petition seeking a safety and effectiveness determination for the listed drug at the same time as the ANDA submission. If a citizen petition seeking a safety and effectiveness determination for the listed drug has already been submitted to FDA, the ANDA applicant should then reference that pending citizen petition in its ANDA, and FDA will consider the ANDA to be accompanied by the petition. If in instances where the reference standard is different from the RLD, and the reference standard is in the discontinued section of the Orange Book also, and FDA has not selected a new reference standard for the same product, a prospective applicant may ask FDA to select a reference standard by submitting controlled correspondence to the agency. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Do you have another question for David Coppersmith? And here's the question. What if the ANDA was tentatively approved and then the product-specific guidance is revised? Does the ANDA applicant need to perform the BE studies again that are recommended in the product-specific guidance?
So that's a great question. So the bioequivalence recommendations in a PSG represent FDA's thinking on the most accurate, sensitive, and reproducible approach for conducting bioequivalence testing. And an applicant will not receive approval unless bioequivalence is established either consistent with those recommendations or by an alternative approach that satisfies the requirements of the applicable statutes and regulations. One thing to note, though, is that in not all cases are PSGs revised to add additional bioequivalent studies or evidence recommended to support ANDA approval. In many cases, PSGs are revised to provide alternative approaches to currently recommended studies. And when FDA publishes a new or revised PSG and an applicant has already commenced or completed its bioequivalent studies, in certain circumstances, the applicant can request a PSG teleconference to obtain FDA's feedback on the potential impact of that PSG on the applicant's development program. And you can see the draft guidance for industry, PSG meetings between ANDA applicants and FDA for more information on PSG teleconferences, including how to request a teleconference with FDA. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we have a couple of questions came in for Trung Quoc, and here is the first question. Where would one find expired patents and exclusivities?
Hi, thanks for the question. Expired patents and exclusivity or any other past files, like for instance, annual additions, cumulative supplements, and data files would have to be, you would have to contact the FOIA, which is Freedom of Information Act website to gain that information.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have another question for Trung Quoc, and here is the question. Does the Orange Book database website search results that contain more product information than the current monthly cumulative supplement PDF?
Good question. It depends on when the PDF was published and date and time of the website search. Generally, the website may contain more ANDA products information if it has been more than 1 business day since the publication of the latest monthly cumulative supplement update.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist, we've got a couple of questions that came in for Jamila Harwaka, and here is the first question. Can we contact your, or who would we contact, to have training on quality benchmarking in an organization that legitimately wants to be proactive?
Thank you for that question. So as I mentioned during the presentation, the ISP EAPQ program and the PDA culture assessment tool both recommend the University of St. Gallen OpX model. And we've also been in collaboration with the University of St. Gallen. So I could recommend that you reach out to Dr. Thomas Friedli from the University of St. Gallen in Switzerland. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have another question for Jamila Harwaka, and here's the question. Will QMM ratings be used to help determine whether inspections are needed?
Thank you. That's a really great question. So one of the things as part of the development process that we're working on and considering is what kind of incentives could we offer to incentivize participation, since it is a voluntary program. And one of the possibilities that we've considered is inspection frequency and how this might impact how frequently a site may be inspected. Another consideration that comes into play could be that sites with higher maturity could have waived pre-approval inspections. So that's certainly one of the possibilities that's under consideration from an incentive standpoint for the program. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We move on to our another panelist. We do have some more questions that came in for David Coppersmith, and here is the next question. After a suitability petition is approved by FDA, can any company submit the ANDA with that change, or just the same company that submitted the suitability petition?
So that's a great question. So once a suitability petition has been approved by FDA, anyone can submit an ANDA with that change that was approved in that particular suitability petition. And FDA includes a list of suitability petitions with the status, so either approved, pending, withdrawn, or denied, on the FDA website. And you can also refer to the guidance for industry referencing approved drug products for more information on suitability petitions. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We do have another question that came in for David Coppersmith, and here is the question. If a prospective applicant's bioequivalent study for an ANDA fails, can the applicant submit a 505(b)(2) instead of an ANDA?
So no, 505(b)(2) application in that situation is not appropriate for a proposed drug product. That's a duplicate of a listed drug that fails to demonstrate bioequivalence to that listed drug. Thank you.
Moving on to our next panelist, we have another question that came in for Trung Quoc. And here is the question. Do you have information about the columns in the data download files?
Thanks for the question. So column definitions can be found in the Orange Book data files, which is, if you go to our Orange Book main website under additional Orange Book resource, you'll find that information there.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving on to our next panelist. Got a couple more questions that came in for Jamila Harwaka, and here is the first question. How is this QMM going to work for 503A and B companies arguably at far more risk to patients than drug manufacturers?
Thank you. This is a very interesting question, in particular because, first of all, 503A firms don't have formal quality systems in the way that a 503B outsourcing facility might, or that drug manufacturers do. And a 503A company is also not subject to CGMP requirements, but certainly could benefit from quality culture and quality type practices. I think ultimately, as we roll out this program, we're going to have to define precisely what the eligibility criteria are to participate. And we may not be able to make the program available to all types of establishments. It'll sort of be a ramp-up process as we build up the resources to be able to do these assessments. But I do think this is a very interesting possibility to consider, and I'm very happy that this question was raised. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to that question. We have a two-part question coming in for Jamila Harwaka, and here's the question. Is the QMM rating a reflection of product quality, and will the QMM program be mandatory?
So I'll answer the second part first. Participation in the QMM program will be voluntary. It is not a mandatory program, and establishments ultimately that are interested in participating in the program will have to register to indicate their interest to participate. As for, does the QMM rating reflect product quality? The answer is no. It's important to understand and distinguish that the QMM rating is not a product quality rating, but it's an establishment rating, and it's reflective of the practices and behaviors at an establishment that go beyond the CGMP requirements. Thank you for that question.
Thank you for responding to that question. Moving back, we did have one last question that came in just recently for David Coppersmith, and here's the question. Can an ANDA be submitted if it contains an excipient that requires clinical investigations to establish the safety of the excipient?
So thank you for that question. So an excipient that requires clinical investigations would not be permitted in an ANDA, but that's something that an applicant could then consider submitting in a 505(b)(2) application. Thank you.
All right, looks like we've worked through all the questions relevant to the presentations that were provided in our last session. We want to give a nice thank you for our panelists and the presenters for answering for the great presentations and answering numerous questions that came in. And we do have a few closing reminders. The recordings will be posted in approximately 7 days. You can certainly check those out at fda.gov/CEDAR-SBIA. And remember, April the 27th to get the certificates of attendance and also to get your CE for healthcare for physicians, pharmacists, and nurses. So we are looking forward to seeing everyone return tomorrow morning to continue day 2 of GDF 2023. This concludes today's presentations.